Hello, welcome everybody here from the Hockenheimring, Germany for the Hankook 16 hours of Hockenheimring. Welcome everybody. Maybe the first question you will ask me, why the hell are you in Hockenheimring? You should be in Barcelona. That is correct. Actual plan was to be in Barcelona for the 24-hour race, but as we all know, we live in very difficult times, very strange times, very unsecure times. So last minute we have to cancel the Barcelona race. Thanks for that also, I have to say, to the people of the Barcelona circuit who are willing to work with us to cancel it, to change it, to come back to next year. And I also have to thank the persons here from the Hockenheimring because we had to last minute to cancel the race in Barcelona. So we have to arrange everything last minute here with Hockenheimring. But these guys here from the Hockenheimring are very flexible. Thanks for that, thanks for that, thanks for that. So behind me, you see all the cars on the start grid. In about 20-25 minutes, we are ready for the start. Yesterday we had the qualification. I think we go car by car through the start grid, and then we see automatically what happened yesterday with the qualification. Because when I go to the right side of me, on the left side view at home, you see the car of Equipe Verschuur. They said the fastest time yesterday, Mike Verschuur did that, and the last race we had, the race before the Hockenheim race, we had the Monza race, and this car was also on pole position. But that was only the first, I think, 30 minutes, and then something happened. Let's go to the team manager. I see him over there, Frans Verschuur. What is changed this time? Because we have the same situation. He's on pole position, but will we see the same situation back after several laps? Frans Verschuur, this car, your car, pole position.
Yes.
I just told the viewers we had the same situation 2 months ago at Monza.
Yes.
Everybody happy, but I think it was 90 laps. The car was finished. But now, it's changed?
I can say after 16 hours, but we changed some cooling systems, and okay, we try to do our best, and I think we have a better chance than in Monza. Also, it's 5 degrees not so warm like Monza, but I think we have a good chance now. And we go on safe and not like the quali on everything out. But that was only a few laps, so we could do that. So
correct, because the problem is the temperature, right?
Yeah. Temperature is getting too high, we have a restrictor, and that's killing the car a little bit.
Yeah, then the positive, when we compare it to Monza, correct, it is maybe more than 5 degrees colder. Tomorrow it will be even colder, so first day, fingers crossed?
Yeah, try to get over the line after 8 hours, and it looks good, but it's still racing. I know too much about that.
Yeah, you're experienced with that. Thank you, and good luck then.
Thank you.
The car on pole position is the car from Equipe Verschuur. Let's go to the second place. That's the car of CP Racing. And interesting with this team is that all American drivers. 4 American drivers here in Europe. Let me see who I can talk to. Maybe we can ask Shane Lewis. Oh. Shane, do you have a minute for me?
Of course.
I just told them 4 American drivers in Europe. That's normally no problem,
Yeah.
but I think this time it was quite an achievement.
It was quite an achievement. Obviously, we followed all the rules and regulations. We did some quarantine ahead of time. We were checked before we left. We were checked once we got here. So obviously, we're being really, careful with the situation. But we did everything proper. It's a pleasure to be here. My first time at Hockenheimring, and just as on behalf of the team, we just couldn't be happier to be here.
Correct. Second place after qualifying, but this team is so experienced. No worries, I think, for today.
Well, I mean, sometimes we're not the fastest team out there from a pace certain times, but really as a team, we practice our pit stops, our strategy, everything that we do. We want to make sure that we put the best foot forward every single time. So, obviously their car's really, really quick, and even though we don't have the biggest field, we've got some pretty good teams out there. So we're going to have to do our best and make sure that come tomorrow, we've got a good car to start as well.
Okay, very clear. Thank you very much. Now on the left side, maybe then tomorrow morning we see each other on the right side.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Thank you. Then we go over here on the third spot. It's the Porsche 909 of Duo Racing. And Shane Lewis just mentioned it. Maybe the start was not that big, but I always heard you don't need a lot of cars to have a good race. And that will also be today and tomorrow. You don't need a lot of cars to have a good race. On the fourth spot, we have NKPP with a Porsche. Last races, they came with a TCR, and now they have a Porsche. So maybe it's nice to ask Bas Koete, the team owner, if there really is a difference between preparing a TCR or preparing a Porsche. Bas, welcome. I just told the viewers, NKPP, last races we had a TCR, or you had a TCR, now it's a Porsche. How different is it for you to approach a race with a TCR or with a Porsche?
Yeah, first of all, the strategy will be different as the tire consumption is different on a TCR. It's only the front wheels which have the biggest wear. And with the Porsche, it's four wheels and they can last longer, but the fuel consumption is higher. So the strategy is a real different calculation, and preparation of the car is more or less the same. You need to have everything in 100% or more condition.
Okay, so you can do it also with the same crew. You don't need different persons or something like that.
No, they need to have a speciality of the car, but we have very good mechanics. They can do it both.
Okay, and what are your expectations for today and also for tomorrow?
Rain, but that's not where you're going at. No, I think we can manage to do quite good results. We have nice competition from some other 911s, and as I have seen, the drivers have not really much experience in this 911 Porsche, but we have seen they have done their best yesterday, and we hope for the best for today and tomorrow.
Yeah, correct. Because I think for the drivers, it's also the first time they drive here on Hockenheim. I saw it also. Christian Frankenhout was yesterday here, so to give them to learn them some things. Is that correct?
Yeah. Christian Frankenhout is a very experienced driver, also in the Porsche Cup cars. So we asked him to come here yesterday to give some instructions. And yeah, the drivers, it's the first time here, and they love to join different tracks. They've done many tracks of the Creventic series. So we go for a nice calendar for next year.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Bas, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, that was number 4. Let me see what time it is. We slowly go to the back. On the 5th spot, also a Porsche, the Porsche from Speed Lover. And Bas just mentioned it. It was a bit funny. He said rain. I remember that the last race I was in Monza, and in the morning I also did a start grid, and I did a weather forecast, and I said, the sky is blue, no clouds. I think it's going to be dry. And I don't know if you remember what happened in Monza. We had so much rain that we even had a code red. So from that moment on, I do not any expectations anymore, because I don't say it. I don't say what's going to happen with the weather. What happened on that? On the, for me, it's left for your viewers at home on the right side, the Aston Martin from Pro Sport Racing. I see Nico Verdonk is ready to start the car, I think. Nico, you're going to start?
Yes, that's the plan.
How experienced is this track for you, Hockenheimring?
I'm sorry?
How much experience do you have with this track, the Hockenheimring?
The first time I raced here was in 2004, so it's already a while ago. And I love coming here. It's not too far from Belgium. The weather is nice. We have the sunshine. So, yeah, 2 times 8 hours. It's going to be interesting. You know, with the GT4, not too far from the front. So, we had a good qualifying yesterday. Car works fine. My teammates are progressing well. So, looking forward to the race.
That sounds very positive, right? Good luck this race, Nico. Thank you. And then we go to the other side. We have the second GT4 on the start grid, and that's the team from Zorg Rennsport. I slowly go more to the back, and then I come to the TCE start grid. And as you know, the TCE start grid is always a very competitive start grid in the 24-hour series. This time, and I have to look very quick on my papers, we have 5 TCR cars, and on pole position it's the starting number 112 of the Autorama Motorsport. And I'm walking to Miklas Born, one of the drivers of this car. Miklas, you did also the qualification yesterday. How was it for you?
It was very good. I had a very good lap. It was a 150.2. It would have been enough for pole 2, but Benny did a way better lap than I did. So I was happy with my lap, but he's a bit better than I am at the moment.
Okay, and what are your expectations? Do you going to start, or are you the second, or maybe the third driver that's going to do a stint?
I will be the second one, so we let him do the start because he has the most experience and he's the best driver of the team right now. And I will do second, so we can maybe build a gap to the second, or I don't know.
Correct. And how's this circuit for you? Are you well known with the circuit, or is it new for you?
No, it's actually the first time here for me. It's my first year in car racing, so every track we go is the first time.
Yes.
I like it a lot because it has a lot of runoff areas and it's very fast.
Okay. So after this race, you have this also on your list, on your checklist, because everything is new for you. So what are your plans for the coming this season or next season? Are you going to drive more with Autorama?
Yes, that's the plan. We don't know anything about next year, but for this year we want to finish for sure the Creventic 24-hour series, and then we'll see.
Okay, perfect. Well, good luck for this race. Maybe we see each other tomorrow also on the start grid. Good luck. Then we go to the second car on the start grid, is the car from Top Car. And meanwhile, the production told me that, because I'm not doing the whole commentary in my own, Mark is also in the studio in London. Is that correct, Mark? Can you hear me?
Hi, yeah, we hear you, Peter. Thank you for going down the grid for us. That's very helpful. Good to hear what everyone's saying. And of course, we're all wishing Franz Verschuur better luck this time after his problems at Monza. As you said, that engine not doing well. I'm Mark Cole. With me is Chris Parsons, and we're ready now for the Hankook 16 hours of Hockenheim. Chris.
Yes, split into two 8-hour sessions, one today and one tomorrow. Weather is currently looking quite settled, so yes, shouldn't get any rain interruptions.
Yeah, so just to back up what Peter Freyer was telling us just a moment ago, we are looking at round 4 of the Hankook 24-hour series. This is run by Creventic, of course, the Dutch organisation that's been doing this for over 10 years now. Very, very innovative and giving us really, really good racing, endurance racing, which we all love, of course. So the bottom line about all this is we've got 15 cars for a 16-hour race run in 2 parts with a curfew tonight. And Chris, any chance of rain, do you think?
There was rain was forecast yesterday, but overnight seems to have gone away. And although the sun seems to be shining at the moment, that's not meant to last. But no rain.
Well, let's just see what happens as it spreads out. As we said, 15 cars on the grid. We're about half and half GT and TCE, that's touring car endurance. So quite a big performance differential between the two of those. We've had 3 rounds of the championship already. The first, of course, the Dubai 24 hours back in January before the COVID-19 pandemic struck. We then went to Portimao for another 24-hour race. We then went to Monza for a 12-hour race. And this should have been the Barcelona 24 hours this weekend, as Peter told us. But what we've now got is a 16-hour race at Hockenheim. The reason for that, Hockenheim being in the center of a residential area here in Württemberg, is surrounded by towns. The city of Speyer is close by. We're on the Rhine here, and they cannot run during the night for curfew reasons. Otherwise, you have a lot of very, very angry residents in this part of Germany. So this race will run from 12 o'clock until 8 o'clock tonight. There'll be an overnight break, and then 12 o'clock to 8 o'clock tomorrow. So that is where we are at the moment. The starting grid, Mike Verschuur, Charles Putnam, the American, on row 1 of the grid, and on row 2 of the grid, it's the Duco Porsche. We just talked to Bas Kirsten, and the NKKP Racing Porsche of Gies Bessem. So we're getting ready now on the track. Here is the starting grid. So, as we said, Renault and Mercedes, Porsche, and then we've got Aston Martin there on row 3. That's Nico Verdonk starting that car for Pro Sport Racing. And then next to him after that, BMW, and then the first of the TCE cars, the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, that is leading the TCE Championship. Unfortunately, Chris, we don't have other GT winners here from those first 3 races, most notably Herbert Motorsport.
Yes, unfortunately, the pandemic that we're all going through has really hit the entry here. But never mind, we should have a very good race, interesting race, and yeah, we'll get on with it.
So ahead of us then, 16 hours of racing, quite a lot of regulations to go through. We will explain those as we go along, and thank you for the help from everybody for getting this show on the road, particularly Creventic, who've done such a good job here, and of course to Hankook Tyres for their continuing support of the series. All tyres are Hankook control tyres. They will have to start the race on slicks, obviously, and what happens when we get to the end of today's 8 hours, the pits will close 10 minutes before the end, and so whatever tyres you're on at that point, you will have to start the race again tomorrow. The cars will all stop on the grid. They'll be formed up in the finishing order at the end of today, park fermé overnight, left on the grid, and tomorrow morning, unless it's raining, they will have to start on those same tyres again, and they will not be able to take more fuel on until the race gets underway. Well, here we are then, Hockenheim, Baden, Württemberg, great famous circuit, of course, built in 1932. It was triangular to start with, went out into the forests. In 1936, it became an extended test track for Mercedes and Auto Union with those fantastic monster Formula One cars, Grand Prix cars, of course, in the 1930s, which eventually came here to Donington Park in Britain for a couple of races, but had to go back.
My father saw them racing at Donington and said they were absolutely terrific.
Anyway, back to Peter.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Thank you. I'm going to finish here the TCE start grid. I was just mentioned the second one on the start grid. That was the car of a top car. On the 3rd place, the orange car of Red Camel Jordans.nl. Ivo is preparing to go into the car. He will start. On the 4th place, the second car of Autorama, Wetsikon, with start number 1. And maybe very quick because he's settling. I go to Tim. He's going to be the starter. Yeah, maybe I have 1 minute. You're preparing yourself.
Yeah, of course.
What do you think of this track? We spoke each other last time at Monza, but now a different track.
Yeah, different track, different car, because now we are driving in the NT240 and yeah, just getting here to finish and to have fun, of course. The track is really, really nice. Fast corners, slow corners, good braking points. So yeah, let's have fun.
And how is this car?
Yeah, this car is really nice. It's a little bit heavy, but it's really nice to drive. It's lean and mean, and we are driving with this car a championship in Holland, and we just thought, hey, let's try the 16 hours.
Has the car experience with endurance?
Now we are driving like 2-hour races in Holland with it, but yeah, this is the first 16 hours, so let's see how it holds, but no, we are ready for it.
Yeah, then it's only 8 times 2 hours, so no problem then.
No, yeah, but in between, you're not allowed to do something on the car, but no, we're driving here to get experience with my mate Jan Jaap and my girlfriend Gabi, of course, and yeah, to have fun, and that's Creventic.
Perfect. Good luck and have fun. Thank you. And we see each other tomorrow. We go to the other side. You have the car, and I think we have still 1 minute to go. The car of AC Motorsport on the 5th place. The car of David Tech, where I just spoke with Tim, is on the 6th place. And on the 7th place, it's Nordschleifer Racing. They had some bad luck yesterday during the practice, so they couldn't qualify. But the car is finished and is stopped to have a race. We have sounds, so I slowly walk to the front. I think we're going to have an exciting race. We start today with 8 hours, so till 8 o'clock tonight. And tomorrow we're actually going to do exactly the same thing. So we will start at 12 o'clock noon until 8 o'clock in the evening. And then we have a beautiful podium ceremony. The podium is already on your right side. You can see it. The backdrop is ready. There's where it's going to happen tomorrow evening, with all the trophies and the winning drivers. I think this is it for now. Tomorrow at exactly the same time, 11:30, I will be back here at the start grid. Let's see what is changed, which cars have which positions, what happened after the first day. I will do some interviews with some drivers and some teams. And then I think it's back to Mark. Greetings from the Hockenheimring, and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. So tonight, lekker beer drinken, as you say in Holland. Anyway, that's great to see Tim Coronel on the grid there. Tom, his twin brother, of course, I know extremely well. We used to do Formula One commentary together in Japan. And Tim, interestingly, talking about how nice Hockenheim is. He loves it. It is a very flowing circuit. And Tim, of course, has done 12 Dakar rallies. His heart is really in the desert. He finished 10 of them, so that says a lot about it, doesn't it? So good luck to all these guys, and I'm sure we're going to have a happy, safe, and exciting race ahead of us over the next 16 hours. That's very strange, isn't it? The longest race they've ever had at Hockenheim.
Yes, but Mark, you and I were there in 1985 when there was a World Endurance Championship race at Hockenheim. A very, very hot weekend, and the weekend of the Live Aid concert. And all the cars had Live Aid logos on them, and everyone was supporting Live Aid.
Yeah, for those of too young to remember, Bob Geldorf, of course, organised all those for the famine in Africa and other countries. And yes, that Hockenheim 1985, unbelievably hot, 38 degrees that weekend. It was in July. This, of course, is early September. As you can see, it's still 30 degrees. It's a good temperature here. So Mike Verschoor, in his father's Keep Verschoor Renault RS01, leads the field off. Of course, this Renault car that's a leftover from the old Renault Sport Series, built by Dallara, has a 3.86 litre V6 engine in it, 50 horsepower, the most powerful car in the field. And Chris, another thing about it, it's got a 150 litre fuel tank. That's of course from that endurance race series.
This we will tell you all about over the coming hours, but tactics and the team managers in this series are very, very important. It's all about strategies. So we're going to try and keep up with the strategies, and we'll be letting you know how things go.
Yeah,
oh dear, we've got a car.
Problem already. That is Tim Coronel. We've just been talking up in the Davy Tech BMW. Has Tim had a big problem there? Engine's cut out him. He's probably going through. He's just doing the reboot. Yeah, it's Control Delete Alt and Control Alt Delete. In fact, the other way around. But meanwhile, the rest of the field going round. Second on the grid, in the car at the moment, is Charlie Putnam, 63 years old, from Odessa. And that's not Odessa in Russia, but Odessa in Texas. Of course, he's one of the Americans who come over here a couple of times a year, and he's got his Mercedes GT3 Evo. That's a big engine, 6.3 litre V8 in that lovely GT3 Mercedes, 550 horsepower that's pumping out. Again, a big fuel tank, 120 litres.
There again, it should go a long way. Yes, Mark, you keep on talking about the GT3 cars and
Yeah, you're talking about the Golfs and the Cupras there, because of course the Ligier is 3.7 litres and the BMW is 3 litres, so there's not a control formula for that. But anyway, here we are on board then with the, which car? This is the 101, that's Ivo Breukers in the red camel Jordan Cupra. So we're getting round ready for the rolling lap round through the Hockenheim Stadium, big stadium sections here. And of course, this track, a shadow of what it was once in the past. It used to run for 7 kilometers out into the country and then back in again. Today, it's 4.5 kilometers. Still a great circuit. Drivers love very, very technical parts of it, like Silverstone. So we've got Tops Corner, the Nord Curve, and you've got the hairpin down at Spitzke, which is like drivers. This is Yannick Bettler, then we are riding on board with.
and they're on their second pace lap
Yep.
at the moment.
Yeah, they're just getting in to get the tyres warmed up. It's might be a warm day here, but you still need to get heat into those Hankook tyres, and you don't want to release the pack on still cold tyres because you get all sorts of problems when you get down to turn 1, don't you?
Yeah, so presumably Tim Coronel will have no problems in retaking his place on the grid.
Yep. So just coming out of turns 2, 3, 4, then that long back stretch, what they call the parabolica, where in 2007 Tom Christensen lost his Audi and wiped out half the DTM field, probably one of the biggest accidents they've ever had in the DTM. Tom, of course, survived that, went on to become the biggest all-time win at Le Mans, down to the Spitzkehre, the hairpin. This is where these cars are reaching their maximum speed, then braking heavily for turn 6, the hairpin. Then they start the long haul back up through the country. Always an exciting overtaking place, that. Still following the safety car at the moment. Safety car, Chris, we won't see you very much at the moment because they have a code 60 here in the Hankook series, and that really is what Creventic started. It's what's been adopted by everyone now as virtual safety cars, code 80.
In Formula One.
Yep, even in Formula One. So congratulations to Creventic for getting that going off the ground, and it means as soon as there's an incident, purple flags go out, code 60, you're limited to 60 kilometers an hour, keeps everyone at the same spacing out. You can go into lose position, and if you have a time penalty you've got to take, you can go into the pits and take it, but that time penalty will be doubled if it's during a purple code 60.
But it does keep the race flow. The safety car. Listen, you spent an hour waiting 10 seconds on
Right, Chris, I think we're ready to go racing because they're all now lining up side by side. Are we going to get that green flag or the red lights go off? Let's see what happens. We've got field a bit mixed up at the moment.
The lights are off on
lights are off, so we're getting ready to go racing. Mike for sure then with alongside him Charlie Putnam, then the 2 Porsches right behind them. We get ready for the start of 16 hours of racing. This German circuit. No spectators, of course. Everything done as bubbles, but that doesn't stop us bringing this to you live on the Hankook 24-hour series TV service. Going racing. There's the start line. That red light will go off and we will be racing. And just watch how Mike Verschoor will put that Renault into a quick lead. That car is carrying so much power, 550 horsepower. Wow.
In a light car. An accident before we.
Well.
Touring.
That's Vincent Rademacher. Vincent should know better than that to become involved on the start line in an accident. So Vincent immediately caught up with, I think it was Guillaume Romain. We'll have a look at that in a moment. But Rademacher in the ACA Motorsport Audi, he drops to the back of the field. Tim Coronel's already at the back of the field, having had problems with that car, getting it off the start line. Look at this. That's Mike Verschoor really pulling away already. This is the 33-year-old from Nijmegen. Yeah.
And they are slowing the field down.
Yeah, are we getting a code 60 already? Yep, we are. There it is, the purple flag. You can see it. Well, in fact, they put the safety car out, which they told us they don't normally do. Now, why is that? Now, I think he's just finishing his laps, but we are already neutralized even before the first lap has been completed. Yeah, it is code 60. That is the purple flag. Cars will be restricted to 60 kilometers an hour, and they do that with a button on their dashboard, the same button they use to come into the pits.
It looks as if they're crawling along. And there we are.
Yeah, that's the drive. That's Harry Hilders in the Bas Curtin run Porsche. Not impressed with that. He was just giving us a heads up. So there we go. We saw the debris on the start-finish line from that collision between Vincent Rademacher, and it's Fabian Dans in the top car, Cupra. That was the other car involved. And perhaps Yannick Mettler as well. He seems to be have dropped back.
So there is damage.
Yeah.
So presumably one of those, or one or two of those.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see that. They can come in, of course, now if they want. They'll obviously lose position. They go to it. There we are. There is Vincent's car, the AC Motorsport Audi R3 RS3. As you see, a big side swipe there. It's taken out a lot of the sides still on that car, and of course that's all part of its aero, isn't it?
Yeah, and there appeared to be some smoking.
Yeah. So, yeah, in fact, he's got a tire ripped out as well. That's why he's going so slow. So code 60 is holding up the guys behind him, and they're losing out too, aren't they? Oh dear, well that's not the way they wanted this race to start. Has he got a tire ripped out? Yep, front tire, yep, as we thought. So big side swipe there. So Vincent in that 188 car. Of course, one of the most experienced drivers here, 53-year-old Belgian from Liège. In a multiple Spa 24-hour contestant. Second in 05 and in 2014. And racing with Audi this year. So we're on board that SP Consulting Audi. He crawls round, doesn't want to do more damage to that front end. Of course, that's holding up Fabian Dans behind, who I think is one of the cars that got involved, Top Car Sport Cupra. Yeah. They hear it flapping around as they come down through, can't you? So. There was a refueling centre in the paddock there with normally 4 fuel pumps so that they don't hold traffic up, but we had a supplementary reg came out just before the race to say that one of the pumps is not working, so they're down to 3 pumps, 15 cars though, so at the worst you're going to have to wait perhaps a minute or two.
And we're back to racing again.
Yep. So Mike Bashur immediately puts the foot down. And Charlie Putnam behind him. Harry Hilder's in 3rd place. Dom Bastion in 4th place. So I'd like to see a shot, perhaps a replay of what happened there again, Chris, because a bit of a mess there, wasn't it?
I'm sure our technical people will be doing that. We'll see that soon.
Racing again. Hockenheim. TCE field. So both those cars are Fabian Dans, Vincent Rademacher. So Tim Coronel has got that car rebuilt. He's back of the field. We are battle. Aston Martin, BMW. Cars stringing out behind the Cupras, Golfs, that BMW. The eye pretty on that. So overtaking then, trying to overtake the 112 on board with that car. That is Benjamin Luchter, the Autorama Golf, trying to pass the Cupra ahead of him. 101 car. board then. Yeah, so that's Ivo Breukers and the Red Camel, Jordan's Cupra, that orange Cupra there, leading the bunch. Red Camels is a Middle East shipping company. They've been sponsor of that team. The Red Camel Jordan's Seat team for a long, long time. Run by Ivo Breukers out of Lennik, and there really have been a serious style that company to coin trust of is watching this morning, wish him well. Getting over. Yeah. Yeah, but it's going to be more accident fun. Luckily for the code 60, although he was indirectly cause of it, it did help him. Onwards and upwards. They keep Verschure fastest lap, just put in by Mike Verschure, hardly surprisingly. On a 152 round here. And that car's been given its head. Just to remind you that Renault is the Lara chassis, Nismo 3.8 V6 engine, 550 power. They're looking for, of course, is reliability. They haven't had that this year. And Franz Verschure, team owner, Mike's father, as we heard on the grid, telling Peter Frey they really need to find that performance this weekend and the reliability, even more importantly.
But as he said, it's much cooler today at Hockenheim than it was a month ago, and the forecast for tomorrow is cooler again. So this should help this car. The overheating problem was what affected it.
So still here with this battle, and not very impressed. I think Mike Club just got pushed out by Ivo Breukers in the Red Camel car, that 101 car there. Yannick Mettler in the Autorama car. Quite why he was getting upset about it, I don't know. Yeah, BMW, and that's the Audi. So right down at that moment. That's Fancy Rademacher, of course, rejoining, so letting the traffic go past him again. So you still have 14 cars left. 711 didn't start, as we heard Don Bastian. Green's car, Mr. Green, lost approach. They run World Endurance Championship. Car not starting. Starters to 14 cars. 14 cars over 16 hours. So, take 2 cars to make a race. Yeah. Yeah. So, message has come up on our screen that Fabian Danz's team owner has got to report to race control. So I think they're maybe pointing the fickle finger of fate at Fabian. Rademacher's back in again. Back in the pit today. This is the Autorama car of Yannick Mettler, running in 12th at the moment. Yeah, the team's gonna, I think, I'm gonna pick the garage, Chris, and have a longer look. You only allowed 4 guys on the pit apron, so get the car in the garage. You can throw everybody at it.
Get it up in the air.
Yeah, they appreciate it. They've now got the car stuck on the dolly, but they get it in over the pit lane. Famous pits, of course. 1985, as you mentioned earlier, scene of a massive fire that burned a number of customers' Porsches, and the designer. It was a very, very dramatic weekend in a dramatic year for the Since we just gone past the anniversary of the weekend of the death of Stefan Beloff at Spa, having left off his Porsche, driving he and Jackie Eakes fell off. Okay. Despite everybody. All these years later. No, good battle then, continuing here. Leichter, Reukers. A lot of chopping and changing. I wouldn't think this is a 16-hour race, would you? They're treating it like it's a quick sprint race. Those TC cars.
They're racing drivers, so they always do.
No, Metler again, trying to get by Ivo Breukers. Stacked up there, that 112 car in front of Benjamin Leichter. Autorama, so good battle this. They're all, there we go. There's the time difference as they come through. Nice to see some hard racing this early. Hockenheim 16 hours. That means effectively we're down to 13 cars at the moment, but again, I'd like to have seen a replay of that start, because what happened there? How did the two of them tangle on the start-finish straight? Bits hanging off there, off the that orange red camel car. Breukers. So nice battle going on then for TCE, but of course the car we haven't seen is the Ligier, which is leading. That's gone galloping away. Guillaume Roman on board that Nordschleife Racing Ligier. There are not many Ligiers in captaincy either. Just going to the pits, Rademacher's pits, see what's going on there. Yeah, so just mentioning about the Ligier, when we see it, we'll talk more about it, Chris. But that's there it is, just as we got there. Right, so Nordschleife Racing, obvious what they're named after. It's a French team though, and the Ligier. This is a car that pays tribute to the 1975 Le Mans Ligier that started. Very pretty little car, got a Ford V6, 7-litre engine, 170 horsepower, and those cars built by Ligier, of course. Ligier also built cars in the Le Mans series in LMP2, LMP3 form. Yeah. And from Ligier we jump to Renault. There is our race leader, Mike Verschoor. Again, Rademacher's team, AC Motorsport, trying to get back into the fray. Damage. I guess what's happened, Chris, Vincent probably could hear scraping noises going around and thought, I'm going to come in and check this out. Yeah. Well, we've been talking about Ligier. This is Renault, of course, another great name, and car really formed the backbone of the Renault Sport Endurance Championship, the RSO1 Championship, for some years. And of course, that brings us to something else, doesn't it, Chris? Renault, Alpine. Alpine could be the new name. The Renault Formula One team. They're surmising this weekend.
And they're also surmising that Renault may be coming into the WEC, not in LMP2, but in the new
yeah.
It's going to be called in the end with their own car, which would of course be an Alpine.
Yeah, and of course we have Alpine running in the World Endurance Camp by Hankook. had a win this year, had a big accident at Spa though last time out. That car now being rebuilt, getting ready for Le Mans. But so a famous name there, Ligier, Alpine, all coming back. It's lovely to hear these retro names coming back. Mike Fisher pushing hard in this car. Yeah, he's still leading there, 6-second lead at the moment. Lovely button. Yeah, they got another 15 and a half hours of this to go, so good on push. Don't give up for a moment. So give a car over to their teammate. Hopefully it's good the conditions they found it, but where they're racing at the moment, that's going to be quite difficult. Yeah, nice to see that. So Ivo Breakers and the Red Camel Jordan's Cooper are leading. Tim Coronel now, he's joined back in that fight. Tim Coronel in the Daytech car. He's just been passed by the Autorama car. Having Mettler on board with Mettler. They've just gone past the BMW. And Tom losing 2 places there. Lost out to the number 1 car, last year's championship winning Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Gold. Yeah, it's a whole new ball game match, isn't it? Interesting if there's can refer timing 71. It's a website dedicated to the various series, and that offers all sorts of strategy overviews. So do have a look at that. Timing 71. Have a look at the strategies, the drive time, drive comparison. Amazing website. It's free of charge, but you are welcome to donate to it if you help support it. But thank you to the secret strategist, the secret algorithm man who's put that together. He's British, and I can't tell you anything about that. I mean, the live timing 24 series, as you know, and you're watching that now.
And that went well over the.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of track limit stuff, wasn't there, in free practice and then in qualifying. One of those, in fact, was the 101 car, the car that's needing a sponge at the moment. The Yannick Mettler back at this field now. Back on board with Yannick in that Autorama car. He's got back to 11th place.
Slightly.
Yeah, that BMW. Moved down a bit earlier. Yeah, we can see now. Yeah, that of course is Tim Coronel's BMW, the one that had the problem to start with. Yeah, so getting back into the action now. There is Tim Coronel, right on the tail of the number 1 car of Yannick Mettler. Having another go at the 101. That's Eva Breukers in the Cupra. So these 3 cars now starting to break away from those behind. This is the light PCR, of course. Car racing category.
Alka tried to make him think that he was coming through, but it wasn't.
Yeah, so it's looking better and better, isn't it, for Nichier? Going ahead in the touring car category. So just a quick rundown of who's what. There we are. It's a keep for sure in the Renault, leading from CP Racing in the Mercedes. Charlie Putnam, Huvo Racing, the Russian. NKPP Racing by Baz Kurten. Harry Hilder's on board that Porsche in 4th place. Dom Bastian in the Speed Lover Porsche in 5th. 6th overall, Nico Verdonk in the Aston Martin. 7th place, Team Arbius. Heiko Eichenberg driving the BMW. Yeah. Yeah, so of course the faster car has to be very big. You know this is the faster car. They'll try and keep out of his way, but it's not always possible, is it? So the gap at the moment between Mike Verschoor and Charlie Putnam, 23.4 seconds. Verschoor maintain that distance he established earlier as long as that car proves reliable, and then he'll be handing over at some point to Harry Kolen and then to Eric van der Loon. The action down at the hairpin. Tim Coronel in that BMW now trying to get back past those that Volkswagen ahead of him. That Volkswagen number 1 is the championship of the past year. Palmer Motorsport. Going up the back into the stadium section now, the Daimler-Benz grandstands overlooking this area, and down onto the drag strip. This is part of the drag strip they use at Hockenheim, which brings us down to Mobile 1 turn, which is turn 11. In they come, then they go to the infield stadium section, which is DTM racing. Yeah, highlights of any race. So much action. Going. Yeah, 100,000. They have to actually limit the amount of crowds. Yeah, it is a great circuit, and drivers love it because it's very technical, very, very challenging. You've also got some very, very fast parts. So, something going here at Racing Pits. That's the number 1 car, but yeah, that's up Autorama, yeah. Car, 2 cars in the race, number 1 and number 1.2, and 1.2, number 1 car, Yannick Ivy. Is concerned about that, they're looking at something there, but anyway. We are back, as we talked about, in that number 1 car. All over back, because
several very heavy braking zones on this set.
Yep. A big load on the brakes. So we're on the 14th lap. We are almost coming up to the end of the first half hour. It's been quite an interrupted race already. We've already had code 60 and a circuit intervention car going out to pick up debris. Car finish straight. Start line accident between Vandermakers Audi, Fabian Danzis Cooper. After about 7 laps, he's back running again. And Dan's lost a lap. That Audi, the Rademacher, is going to keep running for his second time down. Anyway, Mike Verschoor, another fastest lap. Brought that down to 1:41 now. I think as the car gets lighter, the car's really working well. see a 140 from him. Yeah. Yeah. That's what most of our road cars have, isn't it? His pole actually was 139, so interesting. Can he get down? He's already within 2 seconds of his pole, so yeah. Yeah. So here he comes. There is Mike Verschoor. Mike Verschoor, 33 years old, from Nijmegen. Won the Dutch Winter Endurance. They did have a win in the Dutch Winter Endurance Championship this year, which was the last of the racing at Zandvoort before everything closed down with COVID. But
Is it such a the changes have brought to it, but it was always
and of course we won't see Formula 1 at Hockenheim this year, will we? It's going to the Nürburgring. Yeah, so very, very big season, and everything used. You know, this 2 weeks' time, you and I will be doing Le Mans 24 hours. So that's something to look forward to. But again, there'll be no spectators there. It'll be very, very strange, won't it?
seconds behind Mike Verschoor in the Renault.
So Vincent Rademacher just setting a new personal best time. So's Charles Putnam, but still Mike Verschoor who's out there really leading out in front. Warning to car 451. That's the Team Abia Sorg Rennsport BMW. That's track limits, so they are again, Chris, starting to bite those track limit warnings.
There are going to be a lot of 16 hours, 15 and a half hours.
Yeah. Right, here's a car we haven't seen earlier, the 991 Porsche. That's the NKPP Racing by Baz Curtin. We did actually talk to Baz on the start grid when Peter Prayer interviewed him. Harry Hilder's on board that. Great colour scheme. I love the green and orange on that. Makes the car look quite different.
I think it's going away on that's like the speed lover car.
Yeah, that's right behind Harry Hill, because that's Dom Bastian. Dom Bastian will be racing at Le Mans this year, and Dom will hold the distinction. Where Dom is. Yeah, 578 car. Dom Bastian. Yep, that's right. Yeah, he'll be 73 when he starts the month. And Mark Patterson, who's always been very proud of the fact that 68, the oldest starter, is going to lose that distinction, isn't he? So. So we're running out of runners at the moment, aren't we? We've got 14 on the track, but Vincent Rademacher, I think, is walking wounded in that Audi RS3.
That is the Aston Martin. Doesn't look at all like an Aston Martin, but it is.
Which one? Yeah, Nico Verdonk in the. So we're just running down from the field again. Here is the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport GT4 car. That's Heiko Eichenberg on board that at the moment. BMW M4 GT4. Again, very neat little car.
Those two cars, Mark, we should say that GT, they're more or less track day cars, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
So they're or in fact the Porsche Cup cars.
Yeah, I mean he's still got 430 horsepower. So it's not an idle car. And again, big.
There at the end.
Yeah, and again a big fuel tank, 125 litres in that car. Heiko Eichenberg, he's from Hanover. He's done all his racing. Nürburgring 24 hours, the VLN series has always been BMW. So that's basically yeah. And that moves us on down to the Ligier, which is behind him. That's Guillaume Riemann. Across the on board to the 112 is Benjamin Leuchter, leading TCR category at the moment.
That's the
Yeah, you'll notice the sequential gear lever there. He doesn't need to use that because he's got buttons on the steering wheel, but it's there should he want it. That Golf has 6-speed sequential. Very easy nowadays, Chris, unlike when you and I were racing minis and other things. Oh yeah. Mine was about 3 foot long, it's a wand. So this is the stadium section then, the Sachs curve. Round through the named after the shock absorber car accessory company Sachs. Into Sud curve. Top part of blast out onto the start finish straight in front of the stands, which normally would have 100,000 people in them, but they're still riding then. Benjamin Leuchter. Two years old from Duisburg, which is not that far from here. Had a win on the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the World Touring Car Championship last year.
one of the Porsche 911 Cup cars. Team manager has been asked to report to race.
Yeah, that's Don Bastian, speed lover. So. Yeah, he should know better than that, shouldn't he? 53-year-old driver, has done Spa 24 hours, he's done all sorts of races like that, Barcelona, Nürburgring. Started off 2004, became the Dutch Unipart Endurance Champion, so long history of racing. Annick Bettler. Golf. And again back to our race leader. 39 seconds over Charlie Putnam. Charlie Putnam, the man from originally from Odessa in Texas, but now has a ranch in Wyoming. And that is a backstory there, Chris, that a few years ago in 2014, his quad bike rolled on him and he was trapped under it on his ranch for 22 hours before anyone found him. Quite badly injured, but he was racing again within 60 days. So a very resilient driver. Oh yeah, nothing gets in the way of that. 63 years old now and loving every moment of it. And then with Voigtner, TCR leading. Two other Volkswagen, not the one the championship, 12 car, but now we see right behind him is the #1 car. So that Yannick Mettler's brought that up into second place. Number 1-2 at the moment in TCR. And Tim Bell in the TCX, Davey Tech, BMW. As that number 9 Renault carves its way past back markers. That's put
Twitchy around there.
Yeah, but I mean, Chris, we're not talking about a GT really here, are we? It's more of a prototype. So. Yeah. You know, the same way GTs came back for several years at Le Mans. You know, people saying, "Well, it's not really a." Anyway, but that's part of the beauty of this series. You know, you got. So Mike Verschoor doing a good job at the moment, keeping that car ahead of the field. This racing started in 2006. He was Dutch Clio champion, just like his father had been. Became the Euro Megane champion in 2009. Then, yeah, he's pulling away all the time, isn't he? He's running consistent 142s, 43s. His best, as we said earlier, 141.8. Placing the car.
More laps than it did at Monza, so that's
yes, that's already a bonus, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah.
So, just to remind you, if you're just joining us, this is the Hankook 16 Hours of Hockenheim. It's 2 8-hour races, and today's race will finish at 8 o'clock Central European time tonight. That's 7 o'clock in Britain. Cars will be lined up on the starting grid in the order they finish, covered over for the night, left there. And the race will restart again at 12 o'clock tomorrow, Sunday, for another 8 hours to give the good burgers of Hockenheim a chance to get a good night's sleep and, of course, to get to church.
Having a race split into two is...
Oh no! The double 12.
Double 12.
Yeah.
And Brands Hatch, they ran a double 5.
Yeah. No, in fact, quite a lot of the Creventic races have been like this because it respects local curfews. You know, so, yeah, places like Barcelona, you know, the circuit's getting more and more built around, and so following the Renault RS01 at the moment, up by multiple Renault Clio champion Franz Verschoor, Mike's dad. It's a very nice looking car, Chris, and it's yeah. Right, now here we are. This is Renault passing Ligier. This is an all-French battle, not for longer because he drops the Ligier very quickly, carrying 21 horsepower more. Nice to see that Ligier. We first saw the Ligier about 4 or 5 years ago. They had one there in beautiful dark blue pearl colour scheme, and sat up and took notice. It's a bit like the Venturi. It's a very specialist French build.
One thing we should again talk about, Mark, is the
Yeah.
to achieve better weight distribution. But yeah, the balance does come in.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've only got 2 GT3 cars, haven't we? So, and they're both they are 1-2 at the moment. Obviously, that gap getting bigger and bigger. It's almost 50 seconds now. So Charles Putnam, who we're just watching from him, maybe just starting, having had the best of his tyres. Here he is. That Mercedes GT3 Evo 2020. That car was debuted, of course, at Bathurst this year on the Bathurst 12 Hours, which was the last major international race before we went into a global lockdown over COVID-19.
Yes, I was very lucky that
So Charlie Putnam on board that Mercedes, a consistent runner in the 24-hour series, European and Continental. He was champion in A6 in 2018. He won in SP7 at the Nürburgring 24 hours that same year. Done Nürburgring and came over to Dubai last year. So loves his European racing. Brings his friend Charles Esplanade, who's 51 years old, from Tampa with him. Joe Foster, who's 55 from Orange, California, and Shane Lewis, who's 53 from Lancaster, California. So the four buddies there who like to go and do their racing together and just get a European fix.
Yeah.
Well, there we are in the CP Racing garage. Just a quick shot there. They're watching the progress of their car. Third place, but I'm sure we'll see in a minute, is the Duo Racing 911 Cup. That's got the all-Russian crew on. Andrei Bukovoz, Sergei Pedagudov, and Stanislav Sidoruk. The assistant runners in the 24-hour series.
in fact there are 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're on board at the moment then with Ivo Broikers again. Ivo Broikers putting his hand up to say, what are you getting my way for? Is that he doing that to us? Tim Coronel? No, it's Cupra. No, Tim Coronel's just a little bit ahead of him. Good to see that Tim's got that BMW working properly after a bit of a scare on the formation lap. Car stopped out between turns 1 and 2. Obviously got it rebooted, running well. Here is Evo. Red Camel Jordans. Dutch team run out of a Lennox. Team manager Rob Kilijan.
And we've got a thing for the Ligier. Too many times they'll start getting penalties.
Yeah, you're gonna drive through, won't you? So yeah, quite a long time actually. The last time we had that message, actually for this car, back about 10 minutes ago. So that was this is the last car to abuse track limits until, as you say, that Tim Coronel's in then. He's just come into the pits. We're talking about him. He's pitted in that Davy Tech BMW, a bit early for fuel, Chris. Yeah. There is the car. Well, the team's not rushing to help him, so he's got to... They're not fueling. That he, of course, pits. It's behind the pits. Yeah, you'll notice that the tyre guy is just checking the temperatures and tyre pressures while the car's in. That's not looking good, is it? Right. Pick up time. Yeah, look at the size of it. Talk about cramming something into a car. I mean, that's a big engine, isn't it? 3-litre turbo. They drop into that car. 335 horsepower.
You can see that the engine is running. So, not it is some sort of,
Yeah, so
looking down. So.
Davy Tech's car manager swapping notes.
And we've got 4 more track limit.
Right.
They're all third offence.
All penalties.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's...
As Tim Coronel goes back out onto the circuit.
Yeah, so the cars that have been given the penalties at the moment are the Red Camel car, Eva Breakers, the Nordschleifer Ligier, the Team Abius BMW. Yeah. No, but this is the fueling station, yeah. Yeah. Except there's no one there. How does this work? Could I have some fuel, please? Sorry, we're closed, sir. They are first refueling. Normally, in an endurance race, the first thing you do when you come into the pits is you refuel. So be ready for whatever is thrown at you. But yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was another famous one. Yeah, and then of course Formula One don't refuel now. They go with this, no problem at all. As part of the excitement and joy of endurance racing is that you have fuel strategies, you play those out. Formula One, it's all about tyres, isn't it? Yeah. I love a quote. I think it was one of the Autosport readers wrote in and said Formula One has become a rubber fetish. I thought that was a very clever way of putting it. So keep for sure, they're still leading after 28 laps completed. They got a minute now over Charlie Putnam's Mercedes. Got nearly 82 seconds. Racing Porsche, which is leading the 991 Cup Brigade. And Harry Hilders is fourth as put and run NKPP Porsche, and top of the pile in cars at the moment is the Ligier, like racing by Guillaume and Benjamin Leuchter in last year's championship winning Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf. Speed lover Porsche is racing as you would driving the speed lover. Yeah, but of course you're not allowed to take the full amount. There are restrictions on how much fuel we can take on, and we'll go into that a little later. But just waiting to see what's going to happen here. The Reukers carbon about to be taken by the Porsche. Coming up in straight spots behind him. That's the 978 Speed Lover of Don Bastian. We're just talking about this man in the race. Porsche takes the inside line up into turn 2. Very tight corner that. Comes out on a sort of dog leg, 3 and 4, and then that long turn 5 parabolica just goes on forever and absolutely maximum speed, takes you down to the hairpin. Maximum meter, they say, as Hanger Straight at Silverstone in snow. Yep. Just a long. Right, Tim Coronel's rejoined. He's refueled. That might go to his advantage. Stopping early. I mean, car, yes, but 16. Come back to Yannick Mount. Place at the back. The number 1 car, Benjamin Leuchter. Head of him. Car run out of Kongsberg by Stefan Tanner. Yannick Mettler is a Swiss driver, 30 years old, from Lucerne. Been racing in all the 24-hour races. Wins. Class wins at Nürburgring, 24 hours. And then last year won Nürburgring outright in GT4 with Black Falcon. Black Falcon, of course, who are not here this weekend, but won the opening race at the Dubai 24 Hours this year. Yeah, that was a big out Ben Barker of Britain, Manuel Metzger, Gavassi, the local driver there, and they big fight. 3 leading cars, all on the same. It's Rick Reukers. Portimao in Portugal for the 24 hours. That one went to Herbert Motorsport with their Porsche, and then the Monza 12 hours, and that too went to Herbert Motorsport in their Porsche. But sadly, Chris, none of those cars are here today. Love to have seen those.
Yeah, but we're lucky to have a really good, to have a race at all is a big.
So, race unfolding. 31 laps gone. At the first hour of 16, so we're going to be with you for a long time. Oh yeah.
Which is a pity, but pity. A heating problem.
Yeah, that's sad to see.
Being a rear end. Right, they're still working on the car, so we wait to see. And we also see that the Tim Coronel car, the team manager, has to report to race control, so we don't know what the problem was there. I think there must be some elastic between those two Golfs, Mark. They've been like this the whole race. Towing each other along. And meanwhile, we can see, unfortunately, that the Ligier is being passed by quite a lot of cars. But already the two Volkswagens have gone past him, and now one of the Cupras. Yeah.
Go after this. Now in the pits, that's Keon Brevet. The only one to have been a pit stop. Sure he's got past.
Yes, Tom Coronel seems to be running again, and he's running at a competitive time. He's done a 1:53, which is the same as the four touring cars in front of him. So he's running. He's going quite competitively.
Yeah, maybe they're able to sort the problem out. There is that Ligier strapping some stuff up, so there's obviously something has come loose, Chris. That must be.
Yes, maybe it's something to do with the chassis at the front. Right, still watching the Ligier fall down as it's in the pit, so that looks like it'll take some time to but while Mike Fisher is still lapping in the 141s, his times are very consistent and pulling away about 2 to 3 seconds, 2 seconds a lap from Charles Putnam in that lovely Mercedes. Gap now up to 1 minute 13 seconds. As we go on board with the Cupra. and we're waiting to hear what the problem was with Tim Coronel that's has brought up the message that his team manager has to report to race control. Will there be a penalty for him? Was it something that happened out on the circuit, or was it an infringement in the pits or during refueling? There was something hanging off that Cupra. Oh, yes.
The right hand side.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
And there's Nico Verdonk in the Aston Martin about to overtake the Cupra, flashing his lights. The GT4 Aston Martin.
yeah, nice to
Oh,
see the Aston.
yeah.
Racing. Be sure leading CP Racing, Duco Racing, said earlier.
Ah, as you say it, Mark, it comes out, they push it out. Good. Back in the running, hopefully.
Side.
Fired up, and he's off. Now it'll be interesting to see whether he makes a fuel stop or whether he just goes back onto the circuit.
Logically, you go re-
You would think so, yes, he's turning into the refueling area. And there's the leader coming into the pits.
right with publicity. 37 laps.
And he goes straight into the refueling area. So it's
First, back and we come back round the finish. Right, so here we go. Refinish. Up to standard fuel pump. just like if you go to a local filling station.
So it's not like a dump which you get in other forms of motorsport.
That's refueling at the moment. There are the results then at this. No, not like.
Yes, it appears that they can do they can do an hour at least on a tank full.
That's coming in about 20 minutes. Shall watch that space.
But we don't know if Charlie Putnam can stay out for longer. It evens things up very quickly. Now we have a message that Tim Coronel has been shown the black flag to solve a technical issue. So carry straight on, yeah. But that's something we'll have to keep an eye on, is the life of the tyres. So Mike Fisher's back on the circuit, so that was merely fuel. So it'll be very interesting to see how much further Charlie Putnam can go before he has to stop. He's now got, well, he's done 38 laps. And, Mike Fisher's only done 37.
last days. Runs around a lake up the Lake Eckler, and one of the things they have is grass snakes.
Yes.
Water snakes and grass.
So here we have the first tyre stop by the looks of it, Mark. The Cupra in. Well, I think that was the first lap incident, wasn't it? No. Presumably he will now refuel, but there are only 3 refueling pumps in operation, so let's hope there's not a queuing system. No. That's why he was. But it's interesting, Mark, that the Renaults had to stop so early. If it started with a full tank, maybe it didn't start with a full tank. Yeah. So now we have the Renault back up to speed with Mike Verschuur in it, and he appears to be still lapping at 141, with Charlie Putnam in the lead, lapping at 143. So although Charlie Putnam's now got a lap on Verschuur will be gradually hauling him back in. Kirsten, the commentators, Mark, straight into the pits. That answers your question. Oh, he's heading for his pit, and they've got tyres ready. But that's quite interesting. They've got centre lock wheels, which the Cupra didn't have. So it'll be a much quicker stop. we see that the Aston Martins come into the pits as well, so it's lots of action. One of the Porsche at the number 401. It's the Pro Sport Verdonk. That is the Aston Martin. As you can see, they don't have the centre lock wheels, so to stop will take a bit longer. So although we're not seeing it, we've got 3 cars in the refueling area. The Charlie Putnam Mercedes, Audrey Vukovic in the 911 Porsche 911 Cup car, and Nico Verdonk in the Aston Martin.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit of traffic, not much on the circuit at this size, of course, but so Joe Foster, 55 years old, from Orange in California. He's been racing since 97 and been doing ELMS and ALMS, that's the European Le Mans Series, American Le Mans Series, 2001 from Grand Am. And 2 years ago, Nürburgring 24 hours. So again, it's a great trip to come across, isn't it? Like, they're lucky. Yes, the American. Getting out of the way. Those 2 Golfs, distinctive in their white and red colours. That last. Yeah. So you mentioned about Joe Foster. In fact, his last lap was 1:46, so 3 seconds slower down that lap. And then Benjamin Leuchter, Yannick Meckler. Yep. Yeah.
They're also having their wheels tires changed.
Right.
But again, they don't have everything at the same time.
Yeah.
Someone getting in the back there. 4-door car.
They're taking a passenger around with them, yeah. So there we go. Yeah, this is Jasmine. This is Jasmine. Let's just get that absolutely right in that #1 car. Yeah, Jasmine Preissig. She's from Schwalbrunn in the Swiss Alps, and she is actually a Volkswagen dealer who also races, and she has been a multiple winner, 24-hour series golf. She won ladies' cups. She was in the girls-only team at the Nürburgring 24 last year. Very, very good ambassador for Volkswagen. Love her. She's now getting her chance, taking that car over from Yannick Meckler. Could be Porsche. Depends which colour you want it coming to be. So Fabian Dance, who was involved in that start line accident with Vincent Rademacher, he has now been in and out. He's refueled. That's 8 laps down on the overall race leader, 4 laps down on the touring car leader in that. Yep. Of course, no longer Yannick Mettler in that 101 Golf. That, as we said, is Yasmin Preissig.
Keeping an eye on got 14 and a half hours to go, so
Yeah. Anything could happen, couldn't it? So Mike Mashure's still out front. 2:35 lead over Joe Foster's Mercedes. Now that's going. But the big story, really, Chris, is the Renault going to last the distance? If it's last the distance, it's going to be done.
so fingers crossed.
So, nice fight then going on here between the two Porsches. This is what it's all about, isn't it? You get out there, get a chance to do some racing. You might be in an endurance race, but you can still have your little battles going on. This is the position. This is 4th overall. He's Besson now on board the NK Russian Stanislav Sidorov in the 909 Nuvo Porsche. I thinks it's a Martini Cup.
And he's got a 10-second time penalty.
All right. Oh dear, and that Daily Tech BMW, that's the one that's had all the problems, so it's not going to make a lot of difference because he's way back on the field anyway, having had those early problems, tech problems, something electrical. In case Besson still lead. Oh, big wobbly moment there. That's given the Russian a chance, Chris, as they came out of there. Yeah, he got a big bit of a tank slapper on, didn't he, Besson? And that gave the Russian the chance to get through. So Stanislav Sidorov goes through into 4th place overall. Turn 2 then, braking heavily, still big stadium section here. That dog's leg that takes them on to turn 5, Parabolica. Here we go. Down to the hairpin. Very, very tight. Care. Yep, that's out again now. Yep. Running on board the Camel Jordan at the moment. Nothing happening here, isn't it?
front tyres and see whether they change the rears. I guess we see. Gaudi is now in the midst of eight. Driver change. Kicking car out. Car number 1. Which is has been given the black flag and asked to salt their tickets. Don't know what that is. As the Audi
Yeah, trickling in there. Vance and Rademacher with all that damage on the side there. Obviously they've... Yeah, it's been okay since, hasn't it? Right, to fix a technical issue, it says. So what's the tech issue? That's interesting. So they're heading down then into the hairpin. That number 1 car, Yasmin Preissig now on board. For the best of the current crop of German drivers, German-Swiss drivers, German-speaking Swiss. The home right in the middle of the Swiss Alps. 28 years old and right at the top of the game at the moment. Just as Claudia Hürtgen used to be, one of the quicker touring car drivers. Started off in 2014 in the German Scirocco Championship, finished 5th in Opel Astra in the VLN in 2015, and went on, as we said, to do the Nürburgring 24 hours. 2 wins in the VLN last year. It's concentrating on the 24-hour series this year. Well, of course, it's difficult to say this year, isn't it? Because for a lot of people, this will be their first race of the September. Oh, the 112 car, yeah. Yeah. So who started that? Yeah, that was Benjamin Leuchter, yeah. That was 19 years old. This. Cup. Starts with on TCR in 4th of hour, 24 hours. So he's got some form. We're back again with Yasmin. Is she going to come in? Give him the warning flag. No. Well, it's the organisers said you had to come in for a technical this year. Had to change their mind. Yeah. Camera's just in the wrong place, isn't it, to get the absolute. Yeah. But it's giving us a good idea of the speed they're doing, and I think that's Yasmin. They're not taking slightest notice of that black flag. She's running down at the moment in 10th place overall. Pit shot, presumably of her team. That's the Autorama team. Are they expecting her? If she comes in this lap, as you said, Chris, it's got 3 laps to answer a black flag, so. Yeah. There she is. Is she coming in this time? Nope. Yeah. Because she's not answering the call. Yeah. She's just coming through the stadium section, Sachs curve. She'll come into the Sud curve now. And then she should peel off into the pits. So, as you say, it's going to be slap wrist time. There you go. She's pitching up. Yeah. So, team manager Stefan Tanner will be waiting for her in the pit lane if he hasn't already left for race control. And what is the technical problem? Hopefully our guys down there can pick it up. It could be something as simple as not having. Well, how did the race control know that? Right, so I think you're probably right on that, Chris, but how had that been picked up? Perhaps when they're refueling, it was noticed by the refueler. Anyway, she's back out. She's only been in the car for what, 3 laps, so yeah. Of course, we're only surmising at the moment. So Mike Michaud pushing on then. He's been in that car now for 1 hour 45 minutes. Doing a good job. Very talented young, I say young, 33 now, but still. That's the lead, is that? No, it's a... Yeah, it is a Cooper, definitely, just crawling around there. Which one is that? It's not the top car one. Kai George, would that be? Let's have a look for the number. 131 would be looking for. No, it's Datec. No, it's Coronel. It's Tim Coronel again. Same problem again, Chris. Back again. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, it's the BMW now. We can see from behind. It looked like. Oh, this is not good. Pear shape today. It's big class Born just passing him in the Autorama.
It's still moving though, so
Yeah, but
it's
it-
on sort of limp home.
Yeah, get home mode. Yeah, exactly right. Hasn't been a great day for this team, has it? It's, in fact, now, Chris, that's not Tim Coronel's car we're looking at. It's 451. That's Heiko Eichenberg. So he's got a flat front. That's why. That's why. Punctured front tire. Nothing worse than that. Yeah. So. Yeah. Well, again, it's make sure that you get the car home. That's why. So we got misled then.
Very, very responsible. And
Yeah.
not overdoing it.
Yeah, it's come.
Of course, if the tyre breaks up and starts, it
Yeah, quite.
damage the bodywork, and it takes even
Yeah,
longer to.
they'll all be aware of that. Yeah, so what you want to do is keep the rubber on the tyre, not let it. Don't want it flailing around, as you say, which is what causes all the damage. So they. So. Yeah. But it was right at the start of the lap, wasn't it? So they had their pit stop some time ago. In he comes, he's made it anyway. Good guy. So apologies for thinking out was Tim Coronel. They gave us the wrong caption, of course, to start with, and then wrong BMW. So he makes it in. Team jumps on him immediately. It's quite a lot of time caused by that. This is the team Avia Sorg Rennsport, run by
Touring car. That's one of the GT4.
That's the GT4, exactly, yeah. So Benjamin and Daniel Sorg out of Wuppertal, they run this team. The mainstay of the 24-hour series. So full marks to Heiko Eichenberg getting that car back in one piece. Yeah, well, you would do, wouldn't you? Of course, nothing quick about that. It's 5 wheel nuts to be done up. So, I don't think they'll go to the refueling area because it wasn't that long ago they came in for fuel. So, oh, I'm wrong. never wrong, Rob. Right. Troika's now in the Counter Jordan's Cupra. This car running its second facing to PCR, the Autorama Volkswagen Golf, the big class ball. So quiet period now after the first fuel stop's been changed. A couple of them, 2 stops. That tyre change on the BMW. Nigel Cooper came in as well. He had a second stop, but everyone else, it's been 1 stop, apart from those who had problems early in the race, including that BMW. Tim Coronel up, and of course the Audi, which was involved in the early collision with Luke Breukers. Why's he come in early? Not nonsense, he took that car over. It's obviously a technical problem of some sort because no tyres ready. Complaining of some strange handling from the rear end, so could be a suspension arm is broken or right. Now they can get in and have a look. Good camera work, thank you guys from Creventic. Good job, not missing anything today. Pulling out rubber pickup from inside the wheel arches just while they're there. These guys, of course, they know these cars so well. They build them, sleep with them. He's happy with the suspension. It's the equivalent to kicking a tyre, isn't it? Bouncing it up and down. Massive shock absorbers there. Well, of course, they're losing precious time all while this is going on.
While you're watching the pit stop.
Right, oops. Yeah, let's so where is Vashur? No, he's coming to, for sure. I think he's coming into the pit. Garage backer. Yep. Yeah, but it's you know, we are 1 minute. What 1 minute? Just coming out to the 2-hour mark, Chris. He's stopped. So Mike just obviously got cramp in his legs. Look, he's yeah, tyres, driver. He just went straight into refueling, didn't he, and then came out. So he's done 2 hours in that car virtually. Really just 3 minutes. Zig, stretching and just getting himself off. Done a good job, Mike. Well done. Full credit to that. Nice drive, and he's given them a healthy lead. On that lead at the moment over Foster car. That'll change again when Foster eventually stops, but it'll be a lot later. So who takes over from Mike for sure? Either Harry Colan or Dirk van Leeuwen. Fifth top car Super, which is now, I believe, second. Start, yeah, because the Autorama number 1 Volkswagen Golf is the TCR leader at the moment. This is second place, tied. Right, 131 car. By Rudy and Ronnie Just out of Thun in Switzerland, and Kai Jordan, 51 years old, but multiple champion in all sorts of disciplines. ADAC Pro Car champion, a Mini champion, doing the VLM this year on the Nürburgring. That's the Yep. Well, they won't have to queue, that's the thing. There's no one else in there at the moment. Well, actually, having said that, Luke Roykes is also on the 101, so, but there are 3 pumps. There's the top car, Cooper, still second in class. Well, we'll be taking a short break in a minute from the commentary. Race will continue, of course, and we'll be taking an hour's break along with the crews, and then we'll be back with all the news updates on what is happening at the moment in the Hankook 16 hours in Hockenheim from Germany. Clouding over a bit now. There's a possibility of rain forecast yesterday, but that seems to have gone away for the moment. Be with you until 8 o'clock tonight with all the action from the Hockenheimring. According to the number 1 car, their transponder is not working. That's the Yasmin Preissig car that was already called in, wasn't it? For right, well, here's the result. Here's the standings at the moment then. It's in TCE, and it's the 112 Autorama car from the number 1 Autorama car. Those two running together, Miklas Born and Yasmin Preissig. Top cars Sport and the Cooper and the red cap. Luke Roykes, son of started it. It's on board. Yep. Here we are hearing a message that because the transponder are not working, it's the incorrect position at the moment. So we think that car is actually third. And then behind that car, as you can see there, is Jan-Jaap van Boen with Tim Vandervelde. Tim's partner, Gabby Villiers, one of 3 girls in the race. Problems that BMW. Electrics at the start, and then had to go back into the pits again later on. So we'll see you a little later. Join us again in 1 hour at 3 o'clock Central European time as we look at the GT results. There we are, Charles Putnam and crew leading moment in the CP Racing Mercedes, but they do owe us a pit stop over Michel de Renault, which Harry Poland is now Mike Michel, and third place Go Racing. 911 Cup of Stanislavski. So 14 cars have started this race, 14 still running after 2 hours. Race leaders 5 laps behind them.
Sicily is a world apart. A place like no other.
L'automobilismo non conosce limiti di stagione.
Fast, dangerous, and beautiful all in one go.
No.
Where is he? Oh.
We're back. And we're back live to Hockenheim.
Yeah, so welcome everybody. This is after now 3 hours of racing. Nothing's changed since we left you an hour ago. It is still to keep for sure out front at the top from Charles Esplanade and Andre Mukazov in the Mercedes and the Porsche. And this race in 8 hours today will finish at 8 o'clock tonight here in Hockenheim time, 7 o'clock UK time, and we hope there's going to be plenty of action here this afternoon. Chris Parsons is with me, Mark Cole, as we look forward to getting much more done here this afternoon. Harry Cullen on board the Keep for Sure car at the moment because they had to pull in Mike Verschure after 2 hours, done his time to start with, and we're looking at fuel strategy, tyre strategy, driver strategy over the next 16 hours of this race. And Chris, there is the Hockenheimring, and there are the GT results. So, Mercedes from Verschure. That was the state at the end of 3 hours. Of course, we've now had the second stop by Verschure, and we're looking now for the next round of stops coming up. So interesting times. There's the Hockenheimring, the stadiums, and 14 cars started. 14 cars are still running, but there's been problems for a number of them, including the Pro Sport Aston Martin, which has been in the pits for longer than it should have been and has now dropped down the order quite a bit. The Ligier we had problems with earlier on, that's been in and out of the pits. So too the AC Audi, which was hit at the start of the race with Vincent Rademacher on board, and that car has lost a bundle of time in the pits. Here then is the 112 TCR leader, the touring car racing leader, the Autorama but Motorsport by Pro Wolf car, the number one of Miklas Born. He's on board that car at the moment. That number one he's carrying is because he is last year's champion, and that car was taken over a little earlier on by Yasmin Preissig. She did her stint. She got pulled in for under a black flag. It would appear, Chris, that her seatbelts were not done up properly, something we think was spotted when she was being refueled.
Yes, but they also said that the transponder on the car wasn't working, so whether that was the reason for them pulling her in, we don't know. It also may be that therefore that car is not correct on the timing screens, because if they've missed out on the with the transponder, that may well not be showing properly. So, but we'll chase up on that one and let you know.
Yes, interestingly, it's on the official timing, it's shown as way down the order, like in 10th place, but on the timing 71, it is currently shown at 112. Is shown in 5th place, but we'll follow that through anyway. So the number one car shown two different timing screens in two different positions, as you say, because of transponder problems. But never mind, there is the 112 car. That is the car that Miklas Born is driving, not the car Yasmin was in. She was in the 112. Miklas has taken this car over from Benjamin Leuchter.
Other way round.
Yeah.
Yasmin's in number one.
Number one, yeah, as I'm saying, yeah. As I was saying, 112 is the one that Miklas Born took over from Benjamin Leuchter.
Right.
And there it is. Very neat looking Golf. This, of course, is the Golf GTI TCR DSG, as they call it. Specially built for touring car racing and Chris for track days. And you can't help thinking, can't you? Some of these guys are out here for an extended track day today.
Yeah, but they're having a load of fun, you know, as our leader goes by in that very nice looking Renault. But you were saying earlier, Mark, it's really a prototype, that car. It's very nice, but
yeah, built by Delara, powered by a Nissan 3.8 V6, 550 horsepower with a 7-speed sequential gearbox. And one of the things we were saying earlier, 150 litres of fuel. So that car had a huge fuel advantage, but on refueling,
it's a fuel tanker, isn't it? Yeah. 150 litres.
They can't take a full load, of course, once the race has started. So where are we? We're at 100 laps. Harry Colin has just completed those. He's 57 from Eindhoven, the guy on board at the moment. He finished third in A2 in the 24 hours last year, and he was first in the Dutch Winter Endurance Championship, which took place at the Benny Dutch circuits. There are big examples. And I won a couple of the round results, but that was during the winter great COVID lockdown. And it's because of the COVID lockdown that we are not at Barcelona 20. That race no go because of the travel restrictions made for everybody. So here we are at Hockenheim, 16 hours. Would have been a 24-hour race, but they have an overnight curfew at Hockenheim for technical reasons in the city. And this is why we are where we are. So this race will run until 8 o'clock tonight.
So enjoy it and come back tomorrow for another session.
Yeah. Let's hope we've still got the 14 cars starting tomorrow. A little bit of traffic now being encountered here. This is a bit of a tricky one, isn't it? So I'm trying to get out of it. Way. That's the Audi, which had
a problem at the beginning of the race on the opening lap, which unfortunately we haven't seen a replay of that. It would have been good to because there was a nasty accident just following the start before the cars had even got to the first corner, and the Audi and one of the Supras collected each other and were sideways along the circuit.
Yeah, quite a lot of damage done to this Audi as well. Vincent Rademacher was on board at that time and was going in and out of the pits for quite a long time. It's sorted now and going like the proverbial train. Also going like a proverbial train is our TCX runner, rather. Jan-Jaap van Rooij in the Davy Tech BMW. He's leading TSX. It's a class of 2 cars. The other one being the Nordschleife Racing Ligier, one of the few Ligiers in captivity. As in comes a second place Autorama car. This is Jasmin Preissig getting out. She is a Volkswagen ambassador. She's raced in Scirocco. She's raced in Golf. She's been very, very successful. And in fact, she was part of the all-ladies team at the Nürburgring 24 Hours last year. 20 girls who worked as pit crew as well as drivers, and there is that car. So what you're looking at now is the state-of-the-art Volkswagen GTI TCR. And Chris, you've got a Golf, a four-wheel drive Golf, but this is actually the pinnacle at the moment of Golfs.
Yeah, they're absolutely super looking cars, and as we can see, going very well today. Interesting, they're changing all 4 tires. It's a front wheel drive car, but obviously the rear's a shot as well. But it's a very together looking car, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd love to drive one on the road. That would
be great fun.
286 horsepower. They got a 10 horsepower boost over the winter, and so there we are. A great little car to drive, whether it's a race car or a track car. I think that says everything. So Jasmin's handed over. We're not sure to whom at the moment. It might be Christoph Lenz. We'll see if it is. He's just going in for fuel. If you're just joining us, the refueling area is separate from the pits. You have to go to the back of the paddock, where there should be 4 pumps working. There's not. One of them failed last night. So there's 3 pumps, like conventional filling station pumps. You go in, you pay your money, and you put your nozzle in. Well, I don't think you pay your money, but I think the fuel's free, isn't it?
Yes, well, it's in the deal.
It's in the deal.
It's in the deal. Mark, one thing we ought to be looking at, the Charles Esplanade is going very well. He's only just come out of the pit, so he's got a fairly full load of fuel on, and he's lapping about a second a lap quicker than the Renault, than Harry Cullen in the Renault. In fact, on the last lap, he lapped 3 seconds quicker than the Renault. So he's on a fuller load of fuel, and he's lapping quicker.
Yeah.
So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, 3 seconds quicker, as you say, and that is impressive. Charles Esplanade, by the way, has done the second fastest lap of the race, and it's only 0.02 of a second off the best by Mike Verschure earlier on. So Charles Esplanade is from Tampa, 51 years old, so very much a man who's grown up with racing in that part of Florida. He was Grand Sport champion for INSA in 2010. He has been a really, really top driver. Bathurst 12 Hours 2 years ago finished second in Cup, and he won SP7 at the Nürburgring. So he is a very, very quick peddler.
Yeah, and he's showing that too as the other golfer makes its service stop. Gain four tires, and presumably that will also take on fuel. And that at the moment brings the two golfs back in contact with each other, although a couple of laps apart.
Yep. So here we are, there's the 909. That is the leading 991 class car. Russian Andrei Mukhovozov on board that, the duo racing car. This is the Porsche 9912 Cup car. So this is the latest iteration of the Porsche Cup car. It has that massive rear wing, Chris. I mean, you know,
Yes.
you can't get a bigger wing on than that, can you?
No. Gosh, yes, that is big.
It's held on by a sort of lattice work structure there, and well, I bet if you could probably sit an elephant on that and it wouldn't break. That's how strong these things are. Carbon fibre supports.
Keeps the back down, but you need also downforce at the front to balance it out, don't you?
Yeah, but again, it's another great car to own. This you can buy them, you know, use them for track days and so on. And these Porsches, they just having a look at the 3.86 cylinder. They've got about 460 horsepower, those Porsches now, and they can take 100 litres of fuel on board. Here then is the 101. This is the Red Camels Jordan car of Luc Broekers, who I guess will be moving into the lead of the class for the moment, but he still owes us a pit stop while the Autorama cars are being retired, refueled, and driver changes.
Yes, the second Golf is now in the refueling area, so...
Yeah. So Luc Broekers then at the wheel of that car. His father started the car. Ivo Broekers. Luc is just 20 years old. Leads the 24-hour series 2020 Junior Cup. These guys have been having a good season so far, and the Cupra, which of course is a Golf, it's a Volkswagen Golf by any other name, Chris, but
yes,
we can't say that. It's obviously produced by SEAT, but has all the trademark underpinnings of the Golf. And again, a great little car to race. Good budget racing, and a good track day car as well. They look nice as well, don't they? Very nice lines, nice and compact.
Around about, it's a 2-litre engine, turbocharged, giving out about 350 brake horsepower, so really good car.
So there's Luc Broekers, as we mentioned, at the wheel, and he will be handing over then to Britain Stephen Licorice, one of the few British in captivity this weekend, probably the only one actually. Stephen, who has a company in Oxford called Air Charge, which is his CEO over that, and it's one of these apps that you can find flights through, and commercial flights, etc., etc. That's how he made his money, and we'll be talking about Stephen later on. He finished 4th last year in the European Lamborghini Super Trofeo with the Huracan. So, well, that's a bit clumsy there. The BMW, Bjorn Simon on board, didn't notice that there was a Porsche alongside him, moved over across him, and
well, we saw this car earlier have a puncture.
Yeah, that's the one.
And the driver got it back well, and
yeah, that was Heiko Eichenberg brought it back, didn't he? Did a good job there. Right, in comes 188. This is the AC Motorsport Audi, the one that's got all the side damage there. Vincent Rademacher, Belgian Spa 24 Hours regular, had to bring that car in and out twice for repairs, running repairs. They put it in the garage eventually, stripped out whatever damage was underneath. And that car is gradually working its way up the order. That's the joy, of course, Chris, that in the race of this length, you've got plenty of time to claw your way back up the field. It's not quite Le Mans, is it? Because Le Mans, every lap is a sprint race. Here, things are a little bit more leisurely for most people.
Time. Mark, the leaders in the pits.
Right, Harry Curlin. He's brought that Renault in. Well spotted, Chris. Thank you. So what's Harry? Let's have a look. We're just going to have a quick look, see what Harry's done. Harry has been in that car for... Just seeing where he is. Can't find him at the moment. Right. It's not working for us, so...
So the Renault is having to stop quite a lot more than the Mercedes.
Yeah, well, of course he's only allowed to take 90 litres on. He can't take the full load on. But now, is he going for tyres or
he's
not?
He's done tyres.
I mean, sorry, I mean he's going for fuel is what I meant. Yeah, sorry. Will he head into the fuel lane? Incidentally, 112, this is a big hit on them, the Autorama Volkswagen. They've got a penalty of 22 seconds for speeding in the refueling area.
Oh dear.
20 kilometers an hour, that limit, and he has gone over that. And that's a big blow for them.
And there's the Mercedes going past the pits as the Renault heads for the refueling area. So the Mercedes has just come out of the pits and the Renault's gone in. So yeah, interesting situation.
They're just catching up with the timing screens again, like everything seems to take forever. But Harry Curlin has been able to get back out in that Keep Sure Renault without losing his lead place. Of course, didn't take fuel on. That lead he's got at the moment is looking for it. It showed 2 minutes when he came in. We haven't seen what it is since he went out. Well, now it's telling us he's entered the refueling area, but we just saw the car getting back up to speed on the track, didn't we? So, yeah.
Oh well, time will tell.
Okay. Yeah. No, he is. It is showing fuel now. So that's just popped up again. Well spotted, Chris. Good job, as two of us here.
Keep us going.
And thanks also again to Paul Truswell for pointing us in the right direction. Paul said he's taking a short break at the moment, but he's been giving us some valuable advice, for which we're very, very grateful.
As he always does.
Yeah.
So there's the Mercedes. Mark, it's getting very gloomy.
Yeah, well,
the lights on. The weather forecast is showing no rain, but the race started in sunshine, but definitely not now. Quite gloomy.
Yeah, so in comes into the penalty box, the 240 car. What was that penalty for? Can you recall? They're showing him as taking it. But anyway, he's been in the naughty bin.
On the naughty step.
Going back out. So, Chris, while we're doing that, I'm just looking at the driver times, and in fact, the longest 3 drivers have been out there: Tim Coronel, Luc Bloikers, and Guillaume Reman. But that's because they're doing second stints now.
Yeah. Mike Verschoor.
Yeah,
did a good long stint in the.
Yeah. So he did just short of his 2 hours. Did 1 hour 51:37, and Andrei Mukakov has done 1 hour 51:26. So anyway, watching that.
So the Mercedes has taken the lead.
Yeah, it's because of course the Renault stopped for fuel.
Yeah.
So that's gone back the other way now. He's completed 107 laps to the 106 of Equipe Verschoor.
Mark,
Esplanade still on board.
something seemed to fly off the Mercedes, or it hit something on the circuit.
Yeah, it might have been some rubber pickup or something coming
Yeah,
on. Here we
could
go,
be.
101 then on the naughty step. That's Luke Breukers. And that was a penalty for 101. The team manager was called to race control. That was about 10 minutes ago. Oh, look, he knocks over his own pit board. Obviously very angry about that. He comes flying into his pit box. Luke Breukers gets out, and that will be, as you can see from the advertising on the back of his overalls, Stephen Licorice of Air Charger, the man from Oxford. Something, of course, close to your heart, Chris, flight apps and
Yes.
all these sort of trick things.
101 was another one speeding in the pit lane, in the refueling area. Because I think the speed limit is 20 kph, isn't it?
20.
Very, very
Yeah.
low indeed. But then there's fuel around, and there are personnel around. Another one, car number 9, speeding in the pit area.
So Stephen Licorice rejoins. And
That is now, Mark. That is the Renault has been docked for speeding in the pit area.
Oh, that as well, right? Okay.
So and he's got 16 seconds time penalty.
Right, it's so difficult to get down to that, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
16 seconds. Yeah, the biggest penalty so far has been 60 seconds, and that was to car 978, the Porsche, for overtaking under that code 60. We've only had one code 60, which is a virtual safety car throughout the race so far.
That was right at the beginning, wasn't it?
Some messy driving going on here. The 112 getting up to speed.
Well, is it? I've got a feeling that car.
He's got the penalty he's got to face, hasn't he? So has he been in yet for that penalty?
We'll see. Porsche seemed to go past him very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah. It seems to be sort of like a badge of honour, you know. If you don't get a penalty, you're not doing it properly.
No.
So many handed out at the moment.
Yes, it's.
He's back up to speed now, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Down to turn 1.
Yeah. And yes, it's gone from exceeding track limits to speeding in the pit area. So.
Yeah, not the same driver, of course. Well, Alberto Vescovi would have been the speeder and the refueling area. Yeah. He's just taken that car over. So Alberto Vescovi, 58 years old, from Pistoia, and apparently he does high level catering for people. That's his profession. Got a wonderful website. I was looking at it last night, you know, a mouth-watering website. So he's been racing since 2003, did the Euro Trofeo Master. He's had some very good results over the years, 24-hour series with Audis, and also did the last 2 vice champion in 2017, in fact, for Audi. Made the move to Volkswagen this year. So the 240 car has just pitted. The Davy Tech BMW, Jaap van Rooyen, or Jan Jaap van Rooyen, to give him his full name. That's the car that Tim Coronel started, but then stopped almost immediately on the formation lap. Had to reboot it, and it's been having on and off problems ever since.
Another car that's having problems is the Aston Martin. Last lap time 11 minutes, so yes, a real problem now.
Yeah, well, that would include a stop, of course, wouldn't it, if it stopped for any reason.
Yeah.
But,
can't see whether he's still in the pits, but
it says he's running at the moment, but
yeah, yes.
So look, Breukers in the number 4 Red Camels. He's in the refueling area at the moment. And there's that two-tone 991, which is second in the 991 Porsche class. Marcel van Berlo on board the NKKP Racing entry. Marcel van Berlo, 52 years old, amazing how many of these drivers are in their 50s, Chris. They're gentlemen, of course. So you make your money and you can go racing in nice cars like this.
I bet they enjoy it too.
So Marcel started his racing in the Dutch Supercar Challenge in a Ford Focus, had a win his first year. He did the Super Cup, was 7th in the Super Cup in 2015, had a win for Porsche, and has done all sorts of things, including the 24-hour series in a Ginetta G55. So,
as Stephen Licorice comes out of the refueling area to rejoin the circuit.
Yeah, we mentioned Stephen earlier then from Oxford, and he's been had some good results. A lot of Lamborghini racing, Brit Carrera Championship. He was the Pro-Am champion in 2014, had 6 wins that year in the Carrera Cup, British Carrera Cup.
Gosh, so he's really quite experienced.
Yeah, again,
the Carrera Cup is a very good championship.
Yeah, you've got a lot of young guys, haven't you? But
as one of the Cupras takes a very wide line at the hairpin.
He's slow, doesn't he? He's slowing. Or is it just
maybe not.
It looked like it slowed as he came out of the hairpin, but he's back up to speed now. But
he did take a very wide line, though.
Stephen Licorice, he ran a Lamborghini Huracan in the Gulf 12 hours, finished second, 2 years running, 16 and 17. And as we said, last year he did the European Lamborghini Super Trofeo and finished 4th in AM. So another man who, 54, loves his racing, can afford to go racing now. So that's what this is all about. If it wasn't for gentlemen drivers, you wouldn't have these cars here.
Yeah, still in so much of GT racing.
Yeah, and touring cars, of course.
Yeah. So
this is probably part of the magic about the 24-hour series, that you do get this mix of GT and touring cars, and it's great when you've got a really quick touring car driver who can mix it with some of the GTs. Not so much this weekend, but if you saw the Dubai 24 hours, you'd have seen how much of that was going on, fighting between GTs and the quicker touring cars.
Yes, well, hopefully we'll be back up to numbers fairly soon. But
let's just remind you then, the rest of the season, we talked about this being the 4th round after Dubai, Portimao and Monza. We've got 2 more rounds after this. We go to Pegusa in Italy. That's Enna Pegusa, which is on the island of Sicily, and it finishes at Zandvoort, which has lost its Formula 1 race this year, but it will get this. It'll get 12 hours of Zandvoort, which will be in November, cold. And I should think
horrible.
Yeah, right on the North Sea there, isn't it? Oh, so what we lost this year, Chris, in May we lost the Spa 12 hours. In July we lost the Paul Ricard 9 hours. This weekend we lost the Barcelona 24 hours, although this replaces it. We've got it would have been in October, the 12 hours of Imola, and they should have gone to Austin, Texas for the 12 hours of the Circuit of the Americas, but those are all cancelled, and so just 2 rounds to go after this, and let's hope we get more entries for Pegusa, although it's a heavy call, isn't it, taking cars all the way to Sicily.
Yeah, Creventic are establishing the Coppa Fiorio, which is one of the great old motor races. It actually predates the Mille Miglia, and the Targa Florio. So it's one of the early motor races.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary circuit. Literally just a blast around the lake, which is a volcanic lake. It's not far from Mount Etna there, from Enna, so Mount Enna, and that's why you have all these things like strange things like water snakes slithering across the track. I was there for a Formula 2 race. It was one of the races that Jonathan Palmer was involved in, and he won that weekend, I think. Kenny Atchison, I remember being there, other people like that, Mike Thackwell, and great days, but it's such a strange place for a circuit. And of course, the hotels are all a bit dodgy because you're never quite sure who was following you home from the circuit. But no, I think people love it there. It's a very spectacular spot, and I mean it's the sort of Italian equivalent to going to Fuji. You've got Mount Fuji looming over everything.
Yes,
on a good day.
So we're looking at the times, and the Mercedes in the lead is really establishing itself. It's now got a 2-lap lead, and is lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than the Renault.
Yeah.
And in fact, the Renault is now lapping at the same speed as the faster of the Porsche 911 Cup cars. For 1 minute 47, 1 minute 48, whereas Charles Esplanade in the Mercedes is doing 1:44. So he's doing 2 to 3 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, Eric Van Loon, who's a Dutchman, 52 years old. I mean, he's a year older than Charles Esplanade. That probably explains it. You know? it's an age thing, isn't it? But no, obviously the two gentleman drivers, Harry Cole and Eric Van Loon in that Renault, are never going to be as quick as Mike Verschoor is, who's a 33-year-old hotshot. And Charles Esplanade, as we said, he's at the top of his game at the moment, really, really loving it. Very, very quick out there as well. I'm just seeing it, he still hasn't quite got down to that time that Mike Verschoor did early on. But do remember, though, that Mercedes Esplanade still owes us a pit stop.
Yes, yes, well, it's going to need all of those.
Yeah, the Renault has made its 3 stops. This one owes us a 3rd stop, and I don't think it'll be long before we see him coming in. But all credit to Charles, the man from Tampa, doing a great job here. Very neat and tidy on this track. You know, he knows his way around Hockenheim. And I hope that Joe Foster and Shane Lewis will do the same job that he and Charlie Putnam have done. So if you're just joining us, this is round 4 of the Hankook 24-hour series of endurance races. Not all of them 24 hours, but that's a generic title. 24 hours of Dubai, 24 hours of Portimao, 12 hours of Monza, 16 hours of Hockenheim, 12 hours of Sicily, and 12 hours of Zandvoort. And that will complete the season. Next year, they will be going to all sorts of romantic places again. Sebring, they're looking at, hopefully one day, having a race there. World's bumpiest track.
Snetterton with palm trees.
Yeah, absolutely. So still following Charles Esplanade then.
Yes, I reckon the Mercedes is doing about 10 minutes per session longer than the Renault. So it, as long as it's not the commentator's curse, I reckon he's got another 10 or even 15 minutes to do before he stops. I know it's a rash thing to say, but we'll see.
I think that's quite a tall call, 15 minutes, Chris, but you might be right. We'll
Don't hold me to it.
I'm just looking at drive time at the moment, and this is per car. So when was that? So CP rate, his last stop, Chris, was at 140 more or less. So he can go an hour. He can go an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah,
between stops.
It's about 10 minutes longer than the Renault, I think.
You're probably right. Yeah. So again,
no doubt Paul Trussell would tell us how many seconds.
Well, no, thank you to Paul again, because he directed us to this site called Timing 71, which has all this information on it. Wonderful, wonderful algorithms which can give you anything you want to know. You know, just looking at the pit stop history for that car at the moment. So really, really good help. Thanks, Paul. No change in the top order at the moment. As much as it's been for the last 2 hours, it's been either Mercedes or Renault at the front, within 3rd and 4th places. The two 911 Porsche Cup runners, Duo Racing and NKPP Racing, with the best of the rest, the 112 Volkswagen, Autorama Volkswagen, leading TCR in 5th place overall. That's despite those penalties being given. Doesn't look like he's taken them yet, but
and the stewards are back in track limits mode, having warnings to car 991, which is one of the 991 Porsches, of course. Yes, and car 401, which is the Aston Martin.
Well, it's very good. There's a very good reason for that, Chris. Of course, the stewards have just had their lunch, so it was all went quiet for an hour. Now they're back, and it's.
So now they're looking to make a bit of money from the penalties. But the Aston Martin's last lap was 6 minutes, so he's obviously got a big problem. Sorry, no, it's my fault. 150. So
what you meant is he's 6 minutes behind.
He's right behind, yeah. No, 150. So it is going well, but it is still exceeding the track limits.
8 seconds off his best lap. So yeah, on the last lap. Here is our race leader then, passing the one of the BMWs. That's the Team Aviasorg Rennsport one. The 451 car. So it's that time when it all goes a bit quiet for a while.
Yes.
Sliding that car out of the Spitzkehre, the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit. And powering through turn 7 into 8, which is the Mercedes Arena. That huge Mercedes Daimler grandstand overlooks everything. And you've got that short dog's leg, which takes you onto the drag strip, which is joining now.
Which is why it's so wide.
Yeah, still have drag racing here at Hockenheim. We're in better times.
So I'm just having a look at the weather forecasters. It seems to be getting gloomier and gloomier, but no, I think we're all right.
Well, a bit of rain would enliven things, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
Isn't that what Bernie Ecclestone always used to say? The way to make Formula One more interesting is to have sprinklers on the circuit. Now this will be interesting. The Mercedes is actually coming up behind the Renault. They're within sight of each other, so that's interesting.
Right. Well, you've got a much quicker driver, of course, on board the Mercedes.
Yeah.
And he's got a 0 fuel load on board now. So you're looking at
yeah, he's lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, 2 completely different cars basically.
As in fact, he's just about to overtake him. There we are. We have them both in our screens.
Yep, that's it. First and second, Eric Van Loon being hauled in at a rate of knots. Now, will Charles peel off into the pits next lap round? Will Chris be right? He said 10 minutes, and we're just coming up to that. Let's see what happens there.
Chasing him down.
Of course, a lot of action this weekend all around the globe. We've got Road Atlanta. We've got WeatherTech this weekend. I noticed Mazda taking pole again for that race. And of course, we've got the Italian Grand Prix going on somewhere in Europe. I can't remember which one of the 3 circuits. It's Monza, probably, isn't it? Yeah, so many circuits. So there's Charles then having another go now at the back of Eric Van Loon. It's only going to be a question of time. It's not if, it's when, isn't it?
Yep, it's doing another lap.
I mean, that Renault has a lot more power than the Mercedes, but got the better driver on board the Mercedes. Here we go, up the hill. He's going to take it on the inside if he can. Yeah, nice move there into turn
Yeah.
2.
Very, very smooth.
Yeah, Eric tries to fight back, but it's a lost cause, I think. This is where the Mercedes can get its head down now, around through the parabolica. Absolutely flat out. That car, 550 horsepower. Both of them 550 horsepower, but Mercedes getting it down on the road better. Heavy braking then into the Sachs gear, the hairpin. And Charles then puts the Renault a lap down, but he will have to stop and hand over fairly soon to either Joe Foster or Shane Lewis, one of his 2 American teammates.
Joe Foster's had a session, so presumably it'll be Shane Lewis, won't it?
Yeah, I don't think Joe's been in the car, has he? Charlie Putnam started it, did two laps. We can check that.
No, I think he did. I think Foster
could well be right.
did a session.
Never argue with
you will see, Mark.
Never argue with your co-commentator.
Not on air, at least.
No, you're absolutely right. Joe Foster took it over from Charlie Putnam. Yep. Thank you for that.
Yep. And he did 40 laps. Seems to be 40 lap stint. So Esplanade, it's now lap 120. And he got in at 85. So actually, he should be able to do another 4 laps, Mark, before he stops.
Good. Well spotted, yeah. 40.
So the Mercedes and the Renault are on completely different strategies.
Yep.
But I think...
yeah, they're cycling through their 4 drivers, obviously, first, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then they'll settle down perhaps to longer runs later on. But they wanted Mike Verschoor to get out there in the Renault and just build up a big lead, which he did the job, but gradually got chipped away. The 2 slower drivers, Harry Colin, Eric Van Leeuwen, and here we are. That's the story of the race at the moment in front of you.
Yeah.
The Mercedes ahead.
This is, very interesting. This is turning out as the strategy unfolds.
Yeah, it is a 2-horse race at the moment, though, isn't it? That's the problem.
Yeah, but we've got the TCRs are good fun.
Yeah.
And they're still hammering away at it. We've got the 2 Autorama cars and the Cupra.
I keep wanting to say Bananarama. That dates me.
Yes. So as through the gloom, the Mercedes comes.
Esplanade then comes out, yeah, and then there is our leader in the 991 category, duo racing, Russian Andrei Mukhovozon. And I have to say, as much as we've tried, we can't get much information about those Russian drivers. All very quiet about their provenance, their pedigree, but we got the 3 of them on board that Duvo racing car. That's run by Jean-Marie Dumont and Roman Wolf, hence Duvo. And they operate out of Elvange Mondorf in Luxembourg. And his 2 Russian teammates are Sergei Pedagudov and Stanislav Sidorik. So pushing that car hard, having a good race here this afternoon. So any sign of Espenlaub bring that car in anytime soon?
No, I think that car's done 121 laps, and I think it should go to 124, 125.
Right.
If they're keeping to the 20-lap schedule, or 21 laps. So it's got a few laps to go yet.
So one of these very quiet periods during the race, not a lot happening, and the track limit warnings have stopped for a moment. Everyone sees those, of course, and so the teams warn their drivers. Hey boys, they're at it again. Back off. Keep it off the curbs at turn 1. That's the real area, isn't it?
Yes, the stewards have been quiet for 15 minutes. That's That's a long time for them.
So interesting times here at Hockenheim, and just a shame we're not going to have Formula One here this year, because it's always been one of the great Formula One circuits. And,
Formula One, those huge grandstands without anyone in them would be very, very noticeable. Although Formula One keep on saying that they're hoping to get spectators into circuits before the end of the year. And I noted that rugby is starting to get spectators into their grandstands, so spectators are starting to come back.
Yeah, but how long that'll last for, we don't know. Because, you know, as the weather gets colder, will the pandemic spread, or it's so many variables, isn't it?
Yeah.
But Formula One, interesting days. I mean, Hockenheim, everyone will think of Sebastian Vettel, won't they?
Yes.
Leading the race and stuffed his car into the wall at the final turn, and
yeah.
And Ferrari's fortunes haven't got much better ever since. But anyway, that's a different category, and this is GT racing. This is and touring car racing. It's endurance racing, I should say.
Yep.
24-hour series, Hankook 24-hour series here from the Hockenheimring. And this is, if you're just joining us, this is part one of 2 parts this weekend. 8 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow, with an overnight parc fermé. So there's no results at the end of today's race. They just park up in parc fermé in the order in which they finished, and they're released in that order tomorrow morning without being allowed to do any refueling, any tires, or any other work on the cars while they're parked up.
But I think you said, Mark, that the mechanics are allowed to check the cars over before they go off on tomorrow's race.
You can clean the screen and just make sure everything's safe, but you can't physically change anything. If you do that, you have to do a lap and then go into the pits.
Right.
So, of course, the other problem, if you leave the cars out all night, maybe one of them won't start or something.
Yes.
Oh, we've got a queue here, Chris. Something's actually happening. No less than 6 cars in the pit.
Porsche, 2 Porsches eating up the Golfs.
That's almost half the field in the frame in one shot. As we're heading down towards the 4-hour mark. Which will be half distance, of course, in today's race, but only a quarter distance in the overall one. So that 112 car, which is still leading, Alberto Vescovi, despite taking the penalty. Oh, he's been repassed. That came quickly. What happened there?
That was the Audi.
Yeah, Vescovi
that had so much trouble early on.
Yeah, he passed the Audi, and then as he went into the stadium, the Audi shot past him again. Right, here is the Ligier. Good to see that's running again after its earlier pit visit. They had some problems which had the bonnet up before. Run by Nordschleifer Racing. It's a French outfit, despite the name. Daniel Vaskinski has just bought the car in. Now, there's a name to conjure up, isn't it? Daniel Vaskinski. The 226 car. Vaskinski is from Nancy in France, and he's a financier. So again, pays for his own racing. 62 years old, and he'll be handing over to Mika Salambach, who's a Canadian, who's even older, 65, from Roxton Pond in Quebec. And he was a runner in last year's Blancpain World Challenge in America, driving a Mini.
Now, Mark, they've done, the Mercedes has now done 124 laps. So by my very rough calculations, should be coming in the next couple of laps. But we'll see whether it's tires and fuel or just fuel, because we reckon that Charles Esplanad's only done one session, one stint, so it may well stay out for a second. Right.
Right, spot on. There you go. In he comes, exactly as he said, on time. Lap 125 completed. Great job there by Charles.
So he is doing
Espinal.
tyres as well as
Yeah.
fuel
Well, it's the 4-hour mark, Chris. So
and driver change.
yeah, this is the this will be the fourth of their drivers. This, of course, will be Shane Lewis, another 53-year-old from Lancaster in California. Again, a regular runner at Daytona. Done Daytona 24 hours 15 times.
That's as many times as you and me, Mark.
As we've been, yeah. His best in 2013. He finished first in the GX category. So,
well, he's a good driver.
Yep.
Good peddler.
So here he comes very carefully now. He knows all the penalties have been handed out for exceeding 20 kilometers an hour actually in the refueling area. So, so be careful. Right. Now, how depending how long he's in there, we'll have to watch what happens to the Renault. Can the Renault haul him in? Yeah, so that stint actually was slightly shorter than the previous ones, an hour and 10 minutes. Charles did.
But of course, he was going a bit quicker than the other two, so that probably accounts for the this thing. So
anyway, very, very impressive drive. So far I think in the first 4 hours I have him down as my driver of the race. I think he's done a really, really good job.
Mark, could we just see how long Eric Van Loon has been in the car for?
Yep.
Are you able to...
Driver times, Eric Van Loon.
No, right at the top.
Right at the top.
He's only been in for 31 minutes.
Right, okay.
So he's got probably an hour and a half to go. So it'll be interesting to see once they get back up to speed how Shane...
Yeah, they'll get Mike Verschure back in, won't they, and give him another couple of hours, I guess. And you can't do more than 2 hours, remember, so...
No.
Well, he can't. Because it's not just maximum driver time, they also take into account the professional drivers. They're not allowed to drive as long as the AMs are, etc., etc. Yeah, so number of drivers. In fact, Andrei Mukvazov has done 2 hours 24 minutes at the wheel of that 909 car. So, right.
So the Mercedes is still in the fueling area.
That's taking a long time, hasn't he? Mind you, using a standard fuel pump.
Yes.
You know how long it takes in Tesco's to fill up?
Yes.
And there's no diesel cars here this weekend, so you can't put diesel in error for...
Yes, that is interesting. There is a class here for you are allowed to have diesel cars.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's Bjorn Simon just getting out of the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW. And the other member of the team who hasn't yet driven that car, the 451 car. That's two of them, Olaf Meyer and Jose Manuel de los Milagros, who's from Madrid. So 4 drivers in that car. That one car we got 5 drivers in just to make it busy. That's the number 1 auto runner car, and yeah, that's the only one. Otherwise it's 3 or 4. Watch where that wheel goes.
Shane Lewis has left the pits, left the refueling area, so he'll be going back out onto the circuit, and we'll see where we are.
Well, it was a 3-minute 30 gap, so let's see where, as you say, where he comes out Here he is, getting up to speed.
He should be quicker than Eric Van Loon, but we'll find that one out in a lap or two.
So Shane Lewis, as we mentioned, multiple Daytona 24-hour runner, did Trans Am, raced a Porsche Cayman, done GT4 America, and he's been over here twice this year doing VLN races on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's the Langstracker races.
So something seems to say that he enjoys endurance racing.
Yep.
So actually the Renault has retaken the lead.
Yep, just as you said that, 126 laps. So
we'll see what the gap is in a little while.
Wait for Lewis to come over the line. Meanwhile, Speed Lover just come into the pits. That's the Porsche 911 Cup car that's running third in that 991 category. Jeroen Kreeft on board that car. Oh no, Chris, 85, exceeding speed limit in the refueling area.
Oh dear.
So Shane Lewis gets into the car and immediately speeds in the pit lane area.
So he's got a 30-second penalty.
30-second penalty. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
After all that work by Charles Espenlaub.
Yes.
Yeah, this is swings and
I was going
roundabouts.
to say 20 kilometers an hour. Is,
yeah, I'm going to double check that. It just sounds too slow to be true, doesn't it? I can just getting the Bible out, have a quick look through. Refueling. Let's see what it says. Just double check that. Of course, now you're trying to find it. You can't see it. Yeah, I'm sure I saw somewhere about 20 kilometers an hour. I think is that actually where you come up to the pumps, you know. Well, I can't see that at the moment. But
oh well, all we can say is he's been done by the stewards.
Yeah, but he's not the first by any means, is it? I mean, we got a number of people. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 101, that car 9, car 131, all speeding in. They're good in pit lane. They can get the car down to 60 because you've got the button, but you've obviously got another button that says you can't get you even further down. So, Boucher leads then from CP Racing. The gap 57 seconds, but of course that will become 1 minute 27 when he takes his penalty. So, and
the last lap they were level pegging almost exactly to a tenth of a second.
Now that won't push the Mercedes back into the grips of the two Porsches that are racing behind, because they are currently 3 and 4 laps respectively down on Duvo Racing and NKPP. So, yeah, thank you very much, Paul Truswell, listening to us. 20 kilometres in the fuel area, 40 kilometres in the pit lane. So it's not 60 in the pit lane like other races. So this is all for safety. They're gentlemen drivers. There's a lot of people around. As we saw, they're none too careful about where the tyres go. We saw that last pit stop when Jeroen Kreeft's tyre went bouncing across the road there. So, big damage then to 85. Time-wise, 30-second penalty, and Duvo Racing, NKPP Racing will stay 3rd and 4th, even when that penalty is taken by Shane Lewis. And in 5th place, Autorama leading the TCR field. They're still up front there, that 112 car. Alberto Vescovi on board, and he's doing a good job. He's running 2-minute laps occasionally, so guy's doing well there.
But Mark, we should comment that we're only halfway through the first half of this
Yeah,
race.
quite.
So we're only a quarter of the way through
Just
the
quarter
overall race. So there's
quarter distance now.
lots
as
of
you
time
say.
to go.
Yep. So here is the number 1 car then. This is the Autorama Motorsport car, which Konstantin Kletzler is on board now. He took that car over after Yasmin Preissig had a run in it. Konstantin Kletzler, he's an Austrian. He's another specialist at 24-hour races. Drove in the 24-hour series for Bonk Audi. How about that? The A3 and a Golf GTI last year. Also won at Nürburgring in the TCR and the Golf in the Nürburgring 24 hours. That was back in 2017. So again, a good, steady endurance driver.
Yeah, up to speed again, and Shane Lewis is taking second a lap out of Eric Van Loon. But as you say, Mark, that's just gone up by 30 laps, 30-second penalty.
Yep. So the 978 has just left the pits. That's the Speed Lover Porsche we were talking about. Eric Muez, I think, taking that car over, or did he bring it in? I think he brought it in, didn't he?
No, he's left the pits. He's out of the pits.
So there's the part 1 at quarter distance standings. That is the TCE, your touring cars, Autorama, top car, Autorama. Autorama would prefer to see it the other way around. They'd like to see Autorama. But top cars there. Kai Jordan did a good job in that car. Since he came in, it's been taken over by, let's see where that is, by Karen Gaillard. Then the Red Camel Jordans, which we thought was going to do better. They led early on. Ivo Breukers from Luke Breukers, but they got hit by penalties. Stephen Licorice, British driver, is on board that car at the moment in the Cupra. And then that 240 Davy Tech BMW. Tim Coronel had problems at the start, you remember. Lost his electrics, had to reboot the car, did another pit visit later on to sort things out. Janjap van Roon and Gabby Ullier, who's Tim's partner, they are currently 5th in TCE.
But we've still got 14 cars running, so the Aston is last, but turning in reasonable lap times, 1:58, which is around about the cars around it. So,
on board the 112 then, Alberto Vescovi, our leader in TCR. That's the Autorama Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR DSG, to give it its full name. Alberto, not a young man, as you can see from the pictures, but he does his stuff, has had plenty of talent, and a master caterer, as his website tells us.
Good man to have around.
I suppose it's all part of the package. Hospitality on track or hospitality elsewhere. And of course, much of this is this Creventic series. It reminds you of the BPR series, which Jürgen Barth, Stefan Vettel and Patrick Pater ran when they saved GT racing basically in the 90s. BPR series starting in 94, and that was built on amateur drivers, gentleman drivers, and of course great hospitality.
Yes.
You know, the series would have Saturday night dinners at chateaus, at beautiful restaurants, at vineyards, anywhere they could find that, you know, made it very, very special. And TCR have been Creventic have been very, very good in following this through with the 24-hour series. It's really is a big family, and I've been to a couple of the races several years ago, Paul Ricard 24 Hours, and it was one I've never forgotten. You just come away with a real feel-good factor about how motorsport is a family and everyone is related in some way. So here we are, Shane Lewis then now running second, and he has got that penalty to take. 30 seconds, remember, it's a hefty penalty.
But he's now taking 2 seconds a lap off Eric Van Loon, so not doing too badly.
Well, if he does that 15 times, he'll catch up with him, and then hopefully negate the penalty eventually. So there we go, the 401 in. That is the
Aston Martin.
Yeah, Tom Heron getting out of the Aston Martin, the Vantage GT4. Very neat little car. Uses the same engine they have in the same fuel and tank systems they have in the GT3 cars.
Of course, it's a Mercedes engine, isn't it?
Yeah, must never say that. But you're absolutely right, Chris.
There's a very close tie-up these days between Aston Martin and Mercedes.
Yes, it's 4.7, of course, the V8, as opposed to this car's 6.3 V8.
Yeah,
but it is a Mercedes engine, as you say.
I believe a lot of the electronics of the Aston Martin are also Mercedes, sourced from Mercedes. And of course, the new managing director of Aston Martin is ex-AMG.
Yeah. And of course, Red Bull, Aston Martin in Formula One. No connection with Mercedes there, but it's spread it. Everything.
Don't go there, Mark.
No, don't even go there. Right, in we come then. Routine pit stop, car up on the air jacks, driver out. This is Andrei Mukazov. In that Duvo entry, the 909. He's coming out of the lead of the 991 category, where he's been all afternoon, hasn't he? He's done a good job, Andrei. Let's just see how long he's been in the wheel of that car for. So yeah, he's done. That's his second stint. In fact, he started the car. Stanislav Sidor took it over, and they've both done 43 laps. So obviously doing that to a schedule. So presumably at this point, the third driver, who is Sergei Perugurov, he likewise will aim to do 43 laps, which is obviously bang on the car's
limit
refueling schedule. Nice, neat pit stop. That tyres, driver change. She'll be sent down to the refueling area.
Keep it to 20 kilometers.
20 Ks. I mean, it's bad enough. You think about it. So many of our city streets in Britain and on the continent have 20-mile-an-hour limits now. That's difficult to stick to. But 20 kilometers, wow. Anyway, that's what they got the buttons for, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 991 itself, Marcel Van Berlo will be taking over the lead of the 991 category for a short period until he too, of course, has to stop. So our top three cars, Chris, at the moment have all made 3 stops. That's the Renault, the Mercedes, and the lead Duvo Portline.
The Renault should be due in fairly soon, I think.
Okay, let's just have a check to see what the situation is there with driver stints. Yep, again, they're bang on 40. They're running 34 lap stints, so 34 laps would take us up to, well, in fact,
34 would take us up to 141, and the car has done, let me look and see, the car's done. I've lost it. 141, so another 7 laps.
7 laps time. Let's see how accurate that is. So, again, very, very good algorithms these that we're able to use, and thank you everyone involved. Timing 71.
This Eric van Loon's done 49 minutes, so yeah, it's got a bit. He's got a way to go.
Yeah, of course, not as quick as his fellow drivers, but he and Shane Lewis not that far apart, just a second apart at times. And there's the Ligier. Good to see the only Ligier here in captivity running again. Nice looking little car. Ford V8 engined. So 330 horsepower, 6-speed sequential gearbox. Interesting, it runs as a touring car, isn't it, rather than a GT car. There's obviously a good reason for that.
Yes.
Looking at that, I'd said that was a GT, 2 doors, coupe.
Yes, the definition. That's a TCX, not a TCR.
Yeah. So that's in partnership, running in tandem with the BMW 240i.
Yeah.
Which has just come into the pits as I said that. Yeah, Jan van Glon rolling into the pit lane. That BMW. Here we are again with the #1 car championship winner last year, Konstantin Kletzer, on board that car now. Konstantin from Kitzbühel in Austria.
So that car, those 2 cars were running absolutely nose to tail for the first hour, and there now appears to be about a 1 minute 30 gap between the 2 Golfs, with the Cupra, which is probably a Golf in another guise, in between them.
Splitting them, yeah.
But the number 1 is only 10 seconds behind the Cupra.
So Tim Coronel there, filming pit stop by his team's car. There's Jan van Ron, hands over the car to Gabi Ullier. It's funny, the websites refer to Gabi as Tim's wife, but we heard earlier, didn't we, Peter Frey referred to her as his girlfriend. So.
Yes.
Well, no, Tim referred to her as his girlfriend.
Maybe she's both.
Yeah, maybe both.
Now, Shane Lewis took 4 seconds out of Eric van Loon last lap. Now, it'll be interesting to see whether Equipe Vescher keep Eric in the car if he's losing 2 to 4 seconds a lap on the Mercedes, or because he should presumably do a second session, a second stint, but they may cut that down if they think that they're vulnerable.
Yeah, Shane is certainly getting up to speed now, isn't he? He's putting in 42s now, so he's obviously got comfortable with the car now.
Well, as the best lap was 1:41.8, and his last lap was 1:43.2. He's
that was Charles Esplanad's lap, that 1:41.8. So yeah, but then again, he's just done a 43.2 this time. So
yeah,
it's rock and roll a bit with any traffic you might meet. You know, you might be down bottom end of the circuit going to the hairpin. You suddenly got a Cupra or Golf in front of you. Well, they can't disappear. So. Here's our current 4th place duo racing entry, but the car that he's been leading all the time, the NKPP 991 category car, Marcel Van Berlo. He has a pit stop as well, and I guess that car will be coming in fairly quickly. Let's just have a look, see what their strategy is. That car's strategy in driver stints. 44. Well, they managed to eke out an extra couple of laps on the the middle run. Gisbert handing over to Marcel Van Berlo. So 100 and it's 44, 46. So 136. Where are we at the moment? One lap, 137. Yeah, for that car, he's on 132 at the moment. So that one there.
Yeah.
So I think we're 3 or 4 laps. We'll see that car hand third place back to this car, 909. So still no change in the top 2. Renault leading Mercedes, as it has been basically since the start of the race, apart from the pit stop phases. Shane Lewis will have to take that penalty at some point, 30 seconds. When he makes his next stop, he'll probably come into the
sin bin.
Sin bin, naughty step, and take 30 seconds. But that will seem forever, won't it? Been charging around the circuit, doing an average 126 kilometers an hour, then to suddenly find you're stationary for 30 seconds, literally hitting a brick wall. Here's the Aston Martin then, unfortunately still running dead last. One of 2 GT4 entries, the other one being that Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW M4 GT4. Right, in comes the number 112 car for its penalty. Remember, Alberto Vescovi sped in the refueling area.
Yep. Along with an awful lot of other people.
Yeah. Right. Funny, he didn't say thank you, did he, on the way out? Anyway, the team are calling him in, so it's takes that penalty at the pit stop. That's a good thing. You don't have to make a drive through or a stop and go. You can take the penalty on your pit. So well done, Alberto. Good job, but
it could be worse.
Don't speed next time. I love the helmet. All the stars around it. We won't be able to wear those, will we, after December the 31st? Oh, let's not get into Brexit.
Yes, keep it clean. So we expect the Renault in fairly soon.
Yeah, how long did... it seemed quite a short run, that, by Alberto, but no, 47 laps he did. So 50 laps was the first stint, and then he did 47, so no, it's on schedule. He'd be apologising to the team for, I'm sure, for that indiscretion in the pit, in the refueling area.
Right, and the Aston Martin is back up to speed with Nico Verdonk at the wheel, and he's just set his fastest lap of 150.9, and the cars in front of him are doing 55s, 54s, 53s, so he's going to, although he's quite a long way behind, he's really he's going considerably quicker than the cars in front of him, but he's got an awful long way to catch up, I'm afraid.
I just see that Gabby Ullier has just rejoined in the BMW. One of the 3 girls racing here this weekend. We got 2 of them on track now. Karen Gaillard in the top car Cupra. She's out in track running at the moment in first place now in the number 1 car. She's just moved up into the lead of TCR in that number 1 car, because the number 1 car, sorry, she's in the 131 car. The one car just come back out.
We see the
112.
Aston Martin absolutely monstering one of the Porsche Cup cars, which is way ahead of him in the in the classification. But never mind, he's having fun.
Yeah, that's a GT4 car. So it's supposed to have less power than the Porsches, but
well, didn't look at the way he was attacking it.
400 horsepower against the 460 of the Porsches. But anyway, never mind.
Yes.
Interesting. So as we said, we got 2 girls on track at the moment. The third girl, Yasmin Preissig, not at the wheel of the number 1 car at the moment. So Karen, who's driving the 131, she's racing for Top Car. She comes from Switzerland, Pont-la-Ville, just 19 years old, and she actually made her touring car debut at the Nürburgring last year. So, so she's someone who looking to go places.
And let me have a look.
And there she is, as we say it, Karen at the wheel. And of course, Volkswagen always been very keen to bring on young drivers, and particularly young girl drivers, because they find they make very good ambassadors for Volkswagen Sport.
As we know, it's ladies that buy cars.
Well, this battle's still going on, Chris, between the Aston Martin and the Porsche. In the background there, that Porsche, the 909 car. Stanislav Sidoruk on board now. Just getting back up to speed, having taken the car over. So I think probably the Aston Martin caught him napping as he's leaving the pits. Here then is our current leader for 991, and of course Stanislav Sidoruk will go back into the lead. Now this car has a service. Tyres, good windscreen clean. Still high temperatures here, 22 degrees. It's with very little wind, so it's a very pleasant, warm afternoon here. You can see from the shorts.
It's not too many fast suits, Mark.
No. Well, there's no refueling, of course.
No.
Yeah, so that's the whole difference, isn't it? You'll notice the guys who go to refuel the car have to have fire suits on. So the 2 team members at the back of the pits will be sent across now, as he will head into the entry lane, 20 kilometers an hour when he gets into that fueling area.
And keep it to 20 kilometers. Now, looking at the Equipe Verschure, they are doing about 37 laps a stint, and Eric Van Loon got into the car on 107 laps, so we should expect him to pit on lap 144, and he's on lap 141, so 3 laps to go. And so far they've changed drivers at each stint. So
well, you've called it well, Chris. You got it right so far, haven't you? Right, this is Roberto Ferri, who's now taken over the 112 car, which is our second place car at the moment in TCR, and in fact both they and the number 1 car, both, in fact all 3 cars in that class, top car and the 2 Autorama cars, have all done their 3 pit stops. Blue flags then for that Roberto Ferri going out. You don't notice the speed difference, do you, until you see the cars from the side coming towards you.
Yeah.
Roberto Ferri, Italian, he did Euro Cup Lyon in 2014. He raced at Ginetta GT in the 24-hour series in 2015, and he's been racing Porsche and Audi ever since. And obviously another Italian who's loving his racing. I mean, these guys are all useful, Chris. They're you know, they love endurance racing. They get out there, they do their bit, they keep out of trouble generally, and you know.
Yes, this is a very good series for them.
Yeah.
Good, long, meaty races where you can have a good amount of driving time with other reasonable people in very nice cars.
Yep.
Whether you're in the GT category or the touring cars, it's just the same.
So on board then with Stephen Licorice, that's his Aerocharge sticker on the dashboard. And Stephen, the only Briton in the race, 54-year-old from Oxford, as we mentioned. So what can you tell us about Aerocharge, Chris? Do you know about it? Or?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Let's have a quick look and I'll update you. So what it is, it's wireless. Wireless charging. So if you're mobile down, you can actually charge it through the atmosphere. I don't know how they do this. There's some sort of app, isn't there? But Stephen Licorice is the chief executive of this company. One of these newfangled things, you know, like having Alexa and
yes, all the things.
So, keep up the technology. Anyway, so that is Stephen on board the Red Camel Jordan's Cupra, the car that Ivo Broikers started this afternoon. His son Luke then took over the wheel, and then now Stephen Licorice getting what I think is probably his first. Is this his first time in the car this afternoon? Yes, indeed it is, because Luke did double stint in that car.
Yeah.
So Stephen should be in that car if they're running to. Yeah, I think Luke had a problem, didn't he? Did he have a puncture or?
That was the.
No, that's the one of the others. No. Luke had quite a short.
BMW had it.
First stint, only 19 laps, but he had a long second one, which was 43 laps. And Stephen's been on in this car now since lap 99. So, and we are on lap for that car. Certainly, we're on lap 129 at the moment. So, there is our race leader coming up behind him. So Stephen's going to get a mirror full of Renault in a minute. Although we've actually left that car.
Well, Eric Van Loon should be in.
Yep. You're expecting him. So this is our second place car, Konstantin Kletzler on board the Autorama Golf GTI. It's the #1 car, last year's championship winner, and he's going to try and close in on Karen Gaillard. Last lap, Chris, Karen and Konstantin did identical lap times. You don't get any closer than that.
Yes.
They both did 1:55.1. So very evenly matched.
So
remember, these cars are carrying a lot of fuel at the moment, so as it gradually
go quicker and quicker through the stint.
As long as they're looking after their tyres.
Yeah. They seem to be changing the tyres pretty regularly, don't they?
Yeah. I think 2 hours, I'm sure, is the maximum you could get out of them, isn't it?
Whoops.
So the top 4 in TCR all running 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th at the moment. Cupra, Volkswagen and Cupra. You should put your 4-wheel drive Golf in for this series, Chris.
Yes. I wish. Hang on.
So we've got one of those quiet periods of race again. No, it's not raining. That's the bugs on the windscreen. Stephen Licorice at the wheel. The man who's more used to driving his Lamborghini Huracan. As we mentioned earlier, a very good British Carrera Cup runner in the Pro-Am Championship. Around that Spitzkir hairpin.
I'm trying to see the car in front of him. Ah, was Mercedes going past.
So who's Stephen right up behind
Shane
him?
Lewis. Eric Van Loon has gone a long way.
Yeah, let's have a look at the
on this stint.
Let's check out the strategy. Nice.
Yeah, should have
20.
We've done about 37.
Yeah, it's done 39 laps. Yeah.
Yeah.
40, just 40.
Yes.
Yeah, Harry Curlin did 43 before he handed it over. So let's see if they can.
Depends how hard they're pushing it.
Yeah.
But Mark, can Mike Verschoor take it over, or will he be exceeding time?
I think as a pro you can't do a block of more than 2 hours at any one time, I believe.
Right.
As long as you have a break between. But I'm sure if we're wrong, Paul Trustwell
will let us know.
Back on WhatsApp. So Alberto Vescovi has just come into the pits then. Bought that 112 car in.
Of course, there are only 3 drivers in that Renault, as opposed to 4 in some of the other cars.
Yeah,
the Mercedes has got 4, but the Renault's only got 3. All who've had a session now.
Yeah, as we said, the number 1 car's carrying 5 drivers today, so they want to get their money's worth. I said that Stephen Licorice was the only British driver. I should have said English driver, because Rhys Lloyd is driving that number 1 TCR. He's actually Welsh, so so I'll change that to Stephen
and
being
in comes the Renault.
English driver in captivity. Right, he comes in, and that is
Eric
lap
Van Loon.
41, isn't it?
Yeah.
End of lap 41 he's come in, so no, did a good job. You know, the two Dutch gentlemen. He takes a penalty. Yeah, and
did we know that he was taking a penalty?
Let's see if we can recall it. Yeah, it was exceeding a speed limit in the refueling area, 30 seconds.
Oh right, so it's the same penalty as the
when he's taken it as he.
But as the Mercedes.
Yeah,
they both got a 30 seconds.
Yeah, they both got it. So that's.
In fact, it equals out.
Cancel each other out. Yeah, good point. Yes, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, that's Mike Verschoor. I recognise him getting back into the car. Right, Paul Trustwell's come back. Paul, thank you. 2-hour drive time max for stint. Minimum rest time of 1 hour, or 50% of drive time. So
Mike Verschoor gets in.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we're learning to go along, you see. It's
get corrected by the teacher.
Yeah, Paul would normally be calling the shots on these races, and he has been unwell for part of this year, but very happily he's now on his way to recovery, and he's been a great help. So thank you again, Paul. Yeah. And Paul, the human algorithm. Blue Butcher. No meat inside. What does that mean? Right, so it's a brake change. Or is it something? It's a pad change, isn't it? Yeah,
by the looks of it, yes.
No, they've had.
But that's, I mean, we did comment earlier, Mark, that this circuit is quite hard on brakes because you've got, good of thump.
Yeah.
Quite hard on brakes. You've got 2 or 3 really heavy braking areas into the third corner and into the chicane at the end of it, the hairpin at the end of the parabolica.
Right. Yeah, Paul, by the way, has just clarified, said overall maximum driving time for the race is an aggregate of the 2 parts. So
yes.
We don't need to worry about that.
Just yet.
Until tomorrow. Well, this is not good, is it? This is the lead car. They can't get the whole braking
the pads
assembly
out.
off. They're trying to get the caliper off, aren't they? The whole assembly, so they can probably have the pads pre-fitted on the.
I would say that's very early in the race to be changing brake pads, though. Very early. Because that would mean they'll have to do it again.
So it's like a pre-pack, isn't it? The calipers with the discs already fitted. Now they'll warn the driver new pads when he goes out, because if you don't, you can arrive at the first corner at speed and find he's got no brakes. So you've just got to bed those in for a bit. You don't often see chrome or anodized calipers like that, do you? Brake assemblies?
No. But
This
that's put the Mercedes well back in the lead, and presumably they're going to have to refuel the car at the Renault as well. So he's going to lose more time there.
Well, this is a massive bundle of time, isn't it? I mean, they've been at rest now for. Ooh, where are we? It's top history. Yeah, it hasn't come up yet, but.
No. But he's got 5 laps over Stanislav Sidoruk in the 911 or 991 Porsche Cup car. He obviously has a brake problem, Mark, because they're refilling the.
Oh, it's empty, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can see that's not good, is it?
No.
Maybe they had a leak or something in the pipe, which they've hopefully fixed now. Then, so he's obviously progressively losing his front brakes as the session went on. But so not good. It was engine at Monza. It's front brakes here at Hockenheim. Are getting on top of it, but it's taking longer than they wanted. Couldn't get the front caliper off there. It's all back on now. The Vasseur team is happy now. They've done that. Fresh Hankook tyres on.
As the Mercedes pound round.
Well,
now it's now got 3 laps on.
Yeah, going off into the sunset, isn't it? It's a West Coast American sunset it's going off into. With its driving team.
And
3 of them from California or Texas, and 1 of them from Florida.
And Shane Lewis has only done 25 laps of his 41, 42 lap stint, so he's got another 15, 16 laps to go.
Well, he's probably, Chris, getting the order from the team now, back up a little bit, conserve fuel. You're not under pressure at the moment for the Renault. In fact, his last lap time was a 45. We saw him doing 42s earlier. So.
Yes. But he actually 45 is a pretty respectable.
So Mike Vasseur must have been absolutely steaming in the cockpit there. They had troubles getting those front brakes changed. They've had to top up the brake fluid. Let's hope.
That's not a good sign.
Yeah, but let's hope it's nothing more than maybe a leaking caliper or something. But he'll go in now. Remember, Mike, don't get cross. 20 clicks.
Yes.
Back on track then. This is the battle for second place at the moment in TCR. It's Autorama Golf from Red Camel Cupra. There is our race leader, Shane Lewis.
Just looking at the lights that all the cars are checking on the daylight hours at Hockenheim, and today it's getting dark at when exactly the race finishes.
Oh right, okay.
19:59.
Yeah, so long that presumably is on a normal day when it's not overcast. So
yeah, so it does seem to be getting more and more gloomy.
Well, we are in autumn now, a meteorological autumn, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's interesting, the Le Mans this year, in September, middle of September, only the second time in history it will have been held in September. And it's only 2 days before the autumnal equinox, which is the day when daylight and dark are evenly matched, 12 hours of each. So people...
Yes, but Mark, remember the Daytona 24 hours is at the end of January, and the night is considerably longer.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think we worked out it was 13 hours of darkness.
Yes.
1 year because it was very overcast. But that is very tiring as well, isn't it? If you've got light, you know, it gives you a bit of energy. But once it gets dark, you start to wilt.
Yes.
And we're just talking as spectators or media, you know. But no, every driver who's raced at Daytona would tell you that the killer is the dark.
Yeah. And they've had to stop at Daytona 24 hours several times because of the fog, which
fog, yes.
rolls in off the Atlantic.
Yeah.
And makes life very difficult.
So this is the battle between first and second Chris in TCR. Now this is interesting because those two cars will both be heading for the refueling area. Let's hope there's a pump for them.
Let's hope there aren't two other cars already there.
The Keep for Sure car would be sitting there at the moment. There's only 3 pumps. Well, Karen Gaillard.
So the Cupra moves first.
Did we have a driver change, or is Karen still on board? Did you see?
I didn't see.
Right. The Swiss girl driver, if she is still on board, heading then into that area, and they've told her the last thing I said, 20 kilometres.
It down.
20 kilometres. Number 1 car then. Konstantin Kletzer brought in. Electric windows, that's interesting. So they've still got all the
gizmos,
all the original equipment in the cars.
Yeah. Gosh.
Did you see that round of applause for the team, for the Autorama team by its crew? They well done. Great pit stop.
Good stuff.
And again, he'll be warned 20 kilometers an hour. Now we won't know until they refueled, when the transponder kicks in, who's on board the cars, but I don't think I saw Karen Gaillard get out of the number 131 car.
Cooper.
How many laps had she done? Let's have a quick look. 92. Yeah, she's done her stint, hadn't she?
Yes, she had.
Done the full lot. How many on board that? That's the 3-driver car. So Fabian Dan started it, and of course it's he who had the coming together with Vincent Rademacher at the beginning of the race on the start-finish line. So that car was always a little bit out of sync. It had to come in for some damage to be fixed. Kai Jordan took it over. Karen Gaillard So Fabian did the first. Well, he only
He did 1 lap. Yes, he did 45 laps.
44.91, and yeah. So we'll see if she's been replaced when they turn to the track, because the transponder can't be read until then. So still on board with Stephen Licorice, as the caption tells you. Proud to be British on that 101 car.
And we're still waiting to see Mike Verschoor. He is out.
Yeah, he's now running. Yeah,
he's not only running, but he's set a purple sector.
Wow. Final sector purple, yeah, and a personal best on sector 1 after that. So
yes, so he's fired up.
Well, he is, yeah.
The brakes are working.
I can imagine the smoke's coming out of his ears at the moment after that long pit stop. Oh, that's the track limits there, isn't it? That was way out of line. Stephen Licorice, I don't know if he's just getting out of the way of someone, but it was 4 wheels off. Might get a track warning for that, although he's been tidy up to now. So the Aston Martin has been in, and Nico Verdonk, another professional driver, he's gone back out in that car, the 401. "34-year-old from Brussels." And Nico did much of his racing with Tim Wright, legendary race engineer, used to be at Williams and other teams. Was sort of mentored by his engineer Tim Wright over the years. Won the ADAC GT Championship, won the Nürburgring 24 Hours to Bentley in category in 2017, and also races historic GT40s. Got a GT40.
Oh, lovely cars.
Yeah, he won the Spa 6 Hours in that in 2018. So and that was up against Ray Bellum.
Yeah.
Also,
so looking at the timing screens again, the Mercedes has now, as Mike Verschoor sets another faster sector, it's now got 6 laps, but he's due for a pit stop in about 4 or 5 laps. So
right, let's have a quick look then at the yep, so Shane has been on board that car since lap 126. We're now on 156, so that's...
I think he's got I think he's got another
30, maybe
another 10 laps.
10 or 11 even.
Yeah.
Yep. That's good, because it means that, he's in that car, he's relaxed now, he knows he's pushing, and doesn't have to worry about...
That's interesting, the 2 leaders, the Renault has just gone out of the picture as the Mercedes comes in.
So Mike just did a best of all middle sector. Now if he can tie 3 together, he can break his own fastest lap, which is the 1:41.589. Still the fastest lap of the race. Over he goes, over the timing screen. No,
he did get balked a bit.
Yeah. He's 0.6 of a second off his personal best then.
But there has to be a query over the Renault's brakes, therefore.
Yeah.
Pads, yes, although you'd say it's very early for pads, but certainly the brake fluid, to have to top up that much.
I think you'll find it was a leak, Chris, of some sort. And
well,
hopefully they might have cured by the change of calipers, but...
Yeah.
They must pay credit to the camera work, by the way. Doing a really good job, the Creventic TV boys, getting in on all the action. We'd never have known about the brake problems if there hadn't been a cameraman there.
Yes, absolutely.
Looking in, yeah. I'm sorry we have no pit reporting this afternoon, but that's just a sign of the times with the pandemic. Everything has been reduced. This is why we'd normally have had maybe a 50-car entry for this weekend, but hasn't happened, unfortunately. So I hope you're enjoying our coverage from me, Mark Cole, and Chris Parsons. Le Mans 24 hours regulars, of course, so Creventic thought they didn't trust us to the Hockenheim 16 hours this afternoon. I thought if we can go for 24, we can probably cope.
Probably do this.
I hope you're all enjoying it. I know this competition today, particularly for Monza, but this is the real racing here. This is endurance racing, not
the real thing.
Not your roundy sprint racing.
And we've got a fastest lap of the race from Mike Verschoor.
1:41.451. Well done. Again, just to remind you, his pole position was a 1:39, so he's just 2 seconds off that. With a full tank, remember? Well, fairly full tank.
Yeah, pretty well.
Here he is, in Mike's unmistakable style. It's funny, you can look at a car from the Blake Molans or the Verschoors, you can say, that's Mike, or that's Jeroen. You can just tell their style.
The angle.
Yeah. Bit of head shaking going on there from.
Oh, bit of a twitch on there.
This is Christoph Lenz, who's obviously not happy that he's somehow dropped down to 9th place at the moment. Well, that's probably because of his pit stop, because his two main competitors, the 112 and the 101, haven't yet made their stop. So. Good. Yeah, he's not happy about something, is he? Did he get balked? I didn't see what that was, Chris.
No. It's difficult with the mirror in that position, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's interesting to see his facial language, as it were. See more of his face that way than when he's wearing a mask. So Christoph Lenz, another Swiss driver, 41 years old. Cut his teeth on the European Lamborghini series. He finished third in the 2016 Gulf 12 Hours in Huracan.
And we've got another fastest lap down to 1:40.88. So
let's just remind ourselves what pole was in that category. That was it's 1:39. 1:39.48, and he's done a 1:48.
Yeah, so he's still a second and a half off.
Yeah, but during in race trim, carrying a lot of fuel.
Carrying fuel. Yes.
You know, he must have around 90 litres on board at the moment.
Mm.
Well, here is our race leader. A 6-lap lead at the moment. Shane Lewis. He won't have to stop for certainly another 8 laps, maybe 9.
Yep, he's done 33 laps.
Yep.
And he can probably go through till at least 40.
Nice and tidy. He said yeah,
that's the curse of the commentators.
Yeah, you're allowed that type of curve. But no, he said what all the drivers said, what a nice, easy car it is to drive, and it does go where you point it. You know, It's got no vicious characteristics. It's fairly neutral handling, so if you aim it to place, it normally finishes up there.
And of course, this is a customer car, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is you can buy it from Mercedes.
Yeah. And I can tell you exactly what it costs as well.
Oh, well.
Even
Are you thinking of buying one, Mark? Now we've got car number 131, which is one of the Cupras, the top car, sport car of Fabian Dance. They've got a pit stop penalty.
Right. Okay.
10 seconds for a pit stop infringement.
Right, maybe too many people over the apron or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, you'd like to know how much this car costs if you want one?
Go on.
339,000 euros.
Right.
So
I shan't be buying one next week.
Yeah. A bit bumpy around the roads in North Buckinghamshire.
Yeah.
Bumpy anywhere on the roads. So Shane Lewis pushing on then. Got no answer to Mike's super fast lap time.
Actually, Shane Lewis is not doing badly. 142.6 as opposed to 141.2.
Oh, that was tight. That BMW really chopped him then, didn't he? I don't think that Gabby Ulje even saw him. She was too busy watching her own line, and she came across on him. And luckily, I think Shane saw that coming, so he got out of the way.
Marky, he's got enough candle power at the front of that car, hasn't he?
Yes. I mean, she had to take her own line, didn't she, to get into the sud curve, turn 16, and look at the gap he's put over already.
Yeah. The presumably Charles Putman will be taking over from Shane Lewis, and he was, I think, the slowest of the drivers in that car.
Yeah, Charlie set that car's best lap, the 41.8, which is exactly 1 second slower than what Mike Fisher's just given us. But, Chris, remember, we're 5 hours into this race now. The track has rubbered up.
Yep.
Yep. Conditions are probably better for racing now than they were at 12 o'clock this morning. You know, the nicer temperature and so on. So the track should be getting quicker as the afternoon goes on. Plenty of Hankook rubber.
But you talk about Mike Verschure, the angle of the car. Shane Lewis has got that car at the right angles, hasn't he? It looks quick.
Yeah, as we said, you know, it goes where he points it. And he's a nice, tidy driver. I know last time we said he ran across some blue and white curbing. But, so here is Mike Verschure. This car looks fast even when it's standing still, doesn't it? Unlike the Mercedes. Mercedes looks sort of sit up and beg, doesn't it? But this just looks wow.
Well, as you say, it's a prototype.
Yeah. So we've still got another 3 hours of racing to go this evening. Another 6 hours tomorrow. So if you're still with us since 12 o'clock, you've done well. We'll give you the Creventic Endurance Award for spectating.
Actually, the Mike Verschure in the Renault only just got out in front of the first of the 991 Porsches. In his rather long pit stop.
Yeah. Yeah, but he did keep his second place, as you said, yeah, Jeff. How long was that stop? Stop. Yeah, it's 10 and a half minutes in the pit lane. That was a long stop, wasn't it?
Actually, it felt like far more than that.
So who are we waiting for to give us a pit stop at the moment? I don't think 112 and 101 have, they haven't made their, I'd say their fourth stop, but of course the other cars have all had problems. Anyway, it's almost situation normal at the moment. It's Mercedes from Renault in the top two, with the two 991 Porsche class cars following in third and fourth, and then the best of the touring car racing class, TCR class. In 5th place overall, it's Roberto Feddi in the Autorama Volkswagen Golf, ahead of Stephen Licorice in the Red Camel Jordan's Cupra TCR. And then further down, GT4 is led by Olaf Meyer in the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW M4, and TCX, which is the 5th and final class, Nordschleife Racing's Ligier. Michel Salembach on board at the moment, which is down in 12th place overall. 14 cars started, 14 are still running. We have still had only one code 60 as in comes Stephen Licorice in the Red Camel Jordan's car to make.
Beat me to it. I was just about to say it's about time Stephen Licorice came in
his
for
fourth pit stop for this car. Stephen will get out. Should be pleased with the job he's done. Helps his co-driver in. It'll almost certainly be Ivor Breukers, because Ivor started the car and they've gone through the cycle now of the drivers. Ivor, father of Luke, who did 2 sessions before handing over to Stephen. And this car currently 3rd in the championship standings in the TCE. And he comes in from 2nd place behind the 112 Autorama Volkswagen, which is this year's leader of the TCE Championship. But I have to say, Chris, championships are all a bit up in the air now, aren't they? Because most of the front runners are not here this weekend. People who've done the first 3 races, and
yeah, it's a pity, but never mind. It's great that these 14 cars have turned up.
Yeah.
One thing we haven't talked about, Mark, is there are 2 championships, aren't there? There's the world, the continental championship, and the European.
Yeah, they run them as there's some of them in the same races, but not all of them. This weekend, for instance, Hockenheim is a European and continents event. So just to confuse things. Of course, it got a little bit devalued by the fact they won't be going to the United States this year, which was planned. But they did go to Dubai, of course, and they'll be back at Dubai for the 24 hours in January 2021, when the whole thing kicks off again next year. But no, well done to Creventic, well done to Hankook for continuing to support the series, because these people are keeping endurance racing at this level alive, very much so, along with the what was the Blancpain series, now GT World Challenge. But this is the longer races. This is more for the gentlemen, and so well done, Creventic.
Yeah, it's excellent. So Shane Lewis has now done 39 laps.
Right.
So he's heading for his pit stop fairly shortly.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that then. CP Racing.
And we have.
Yep, you've got that up.
A Cupra stopped.
Where on
in
the
the
track?
pit lane? Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's Stephen Licorice's car came in.
No, it wasn't being worked on.
What?
Wasn't being worked on.
Right. I don't remember them getting a penalty of any sort.
No. Car number 1 has got a penalty.
That's a pit stop infringement. So that was the car that Christopher Lenz bought in, wasn't it? 10-second penalty. So Licorice has actually moved now. That Cupra has now moved into the fueling area. So. And this car we're looking at is now second In TCR, the top car Sport Cupra. Fabian Dans, the car that was involved in the first lap collision with Vincent Rademacher. Rademacher's Audi A3 came off the worst, but there was some damage on this. They had to make a brief visit to the pits, come back well then into second place. Just a steady run. Just one lap behind the leader, 112 car of Robert Ferry, the Autorama VW Golf, which is this year's championship leader in TCR. There's little trick wings on the Golf. Love one of those on my car. Mind, it's a Land Rover, so it probably wouldn't look great, but but they are.
You don't go fast enough, Mark.
Yeah, I have got four-wheel drive there, Chris. Like you.
Right.
So still hammering away at the laps. 165 have been completed by Shane Lewis's CP Racing Mercedes. Charlie Putnam Racing. All American guys out of Casper, Wyoming.
Yes, and he's now done 41 laps, which is the same as Charles Esplanade, and one less than Joe Foster and Charles Putnam. So any minute now, that car will be in.
Yeah, well, he's going to match
those two.
Charlie and Joe's times, isn't he? 42. Unless he can eke it for another lap, but he's been pushing quite hard, hasn't he? So
yes.
As we said earlier, perhaps he got the order, just back off a little bit. You can save fuel now because you haven't got any threat.
Yeah, and
6 laps ahead of the Renault.
And the Renault is doing the same lap times now.
Yeah.
So, which is a couple of seconds down on what he was doing.
Yeah.
Whether that brake problem is reappearing, who knows? Time will tell.
There's Gabby Auger in the Davy Tech BMW. Looks like Fabian Dans is closing down on her. The lapper, of course, he's 3 or 4 laps ahead. So is this the lap Shane Lewis comes in? Lap 42? Yes.
Yep.
Well called, Chris. You're right on the nail there. Stop smiling.
That's far too many years of endurance racing, Mark.
Yeah, so he's equalled the other two then, 42 laps. Good job. I'd say full marks to all of these drivers on this car. They're all doing a really good job, just doing what the team wants from them. So Charlie Putnam will no doubt take this car over again now. Shane's strapping him in. So Ivor Breukers is back out on track now, as we suspected. He's the man who started the Red Camel Cupra. He rejoins 4th at the moment in TCR. But we're still waiting for Roberto Ferri to make his 4th pit stop. As the others have already done. So there's a very quick stop there. Tyres, driver.
And don't get another pit stop penalty.
Yeah, head off for the refueling.
Trawling it.
So they're already way ahead on pit stop time. The Renault, of course, had that 10-minute delay. Before that stop, this Mercedes had been in the pit for 14 minutes, the Renault for 23, so here is Ivo Breukers then, 53 years old from Nijmegen, Northern Holland, right on the Rhine. Those of you who know your history will know that Nijmegen, Arnhem, is where the British attempted to cross the Rhine in World War II. Father, of course, of Luke. and of Rick. Rick not racing here this weekend, but he has been a multiple 24-hour series winner. Evo getting up to speed then in the orange, or red camel. It's orange, but it's red camel.
Yep.
So Olaf Meyer. In the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW. Run by Benjamin and Daniel Sorg out of Wuppertal. Olaf is like 3 of his teammates German. The 4th teammate, Jose Manuel de los Milagros, is from Spain. This is a GT4 BMW M4.
And there is the Mercedes being refueled.
Yep. Now, Paul has just raised the question, but did we notice that Mercedes serving his penalty at the last stop? No. We followed him right in, didn't we? Thank you, Paul.
But then I didn't notice the Renault serving its penalty either.
Right. Maybe they're just saving it up for later, I don't know.
Yeah.
That reminder there about driver identification. Some drivers forget to switch the transponder over to show who's on board the car, so that's a good little reminder there. This then, Speed Lover Porsche, Dom Bastian on board now. As you pointed out this morning, Chris, the oldest driver here, 74 years old, from Dunkirk, but lives in the United States, and that's where he's done all his racing. Started in Star Mazda in 2010, so quite a latecomer to racing, but he will be this year the oldest ever starter at Le Mans, beating Mark Patterson, as we mentioned. And in 2014, he started the Nürburgring 24 Hours with Rahal Ray and Felix Baumgartner. Felix Baumgartner, of course, the Sky Jumper, the Red Bull Sky Jumper.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
Thrill Seeker. Amazing we haven't got a car called Thrill Seeker here. So a little bit of a wave there from our race leader, Autorama. Yeah, here we are. This is good, Chris. You're just showing me
Dunkirk, New York.
New York, but he is French.
There's Dunkirk.
Born in Dunkirk. Yeah, there is a Dunkirk in New York. You're absolutely right. But so
it is Charlie Putman back in the Mercedes.
He must be, mustn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, he is. Charlie Putman. Yeah, I'm just sorry, going back to Dom Bastian. His name is Dominique Bastian. That must be a clue. Anyway, I'm sure someone will tell us that we're wrong or right or wrong. We shouldn't have gotten to Nijmegen and Arnhem because we're now on to Dunkirk. And, there's no stopping us now.
We like Dominique Cummings.
So here we are at Hockenheim. This wonderful German circuit, a real speed stadium in a very pretty part of Germany on the Rhine here, and the town of Speyer just alongside, where of course Christian, the wife of one of your partners, Barry Bland, came from.
Yes. Yeah, I remember it well.
Her father was mayor, wasn't she, or Burgermeister of Speyer. So we always got a good welcome when we were racing at Hockenheim, because we'd go and see Barry's father-in-law.
Yeah.
Go to the restaurant.
Irmgard.
Yeah, Irmgard and her family. So very much sort of family connections for Chris here at Hockenheim, and I've been here so many times with Group C or DTM or at the Grand Prix, of course, and always great to come back, even if we have to be at a remote distance this weekend. There are the two Autorama cars running together. They're a lap apart, The 112 car is leading the TCR race. The number 1 car a lap behind with Christopher Lenz. But
And we had very briefly a yellow flag. So hopefully we will have that, and it's going on and off at the moment. So let's wait and see if we can see what happened. No, and it's gone green again, so all is well. Presumably someone had a quiet little off on their own.
oh right, okay. Just as our laptop crashed with the pictures on. So
And
we've got it back now.
Vincent Rademacher in the Audi there with his windscreen wipers on. So was he trying to clear the screen, or is it starting to rain?
They maybe just caught the switch. It didn't look like rain, does it?
No.
It's probably on right now on the radio to the team. How do I turn them off? So Vincent Rademacher getting that car back up to speed. Interesting to hear overnight what exactly happened at the start there. I'm sure Peter Freyer will be talking to Vincent and to Fabian Dance about how they came together at the start of the race. I mean, there's only 14 cars on the rolling start, and 2 of them contrived to collide. So.
And the yellow's out again, so
all right.
Maybe this time we will actually be.
So what's this for? Is it because maybe it is rain? No one else has got their wipers going. Let's.
No.
So car 978 Speed Lover. That's John Bastian. We've been talking about his 9th. That car's 9th offence exceeding track limits. So 10-second penalty. So as you say, Chris,
it is raining, Mark.
It is raining. That's why the yellow's yellow. We've gone yellow. People are slipping and sliding at the moment. Can't see it that clearly, can we? But you noticed it with Vincent Rademacher. Yeah, we got the oil flags out to show the track is wet, slippery. It's the 4 o'clock rain, Chris.
That was forecast yesterday, but
not today. But it's come at 5:15. So.
And Charles Putnam is tiptoeing round.
Yeah. Well, it's not raining on this side, is it, in the pits? Because no one's taken care.
Oh dear.
That's some heavy damage. What's that from? Someone's obviously been off, but we haven't seen. Yellow flag at turn 13, they're saying. So, yeah, turn 13 is... Well, that's the SAC Stadium where we are. Now, this is a lot of damage. Where did he go off? We didn't see that.
Yeah, the green...
Yeah,
it's gone green
that's
again.
Gabby's car. Gabby Ujay has crashed Tim's car. Which...
Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, there's a lot more damage. They're getting a bit fixed now because the wing is broken as well. Ay. I'm sure they'll get it back into the race, but it's only an end plate actually.
It's an end plate, yes.
Yeah, so they've just got... And the wipers are going now, yeah, and as you say, the rain has come, ladies and gentlemen.
To Hockenheim.
Yeah, so Vincent Rademacher gave us the early warning with his wipers going. You can see it now. You can see the rain falling.
Now,
here we go.
Where are we with the...
So they've had the yellow flag warning. They've taken the yellow in now that drivers know that it's raining. So, well, this is going to liven the race up, isn't it? It's even on the cameras now. So, and here comes Mike Verschure on slicks. Remember, in that 600. Sorry, 550 horsepower Renault. And this is, Chris, where the touring cars are going to come into their own, because the Renault, although he's passing at the moment, he can't be that much quicker in these conditions. Mike's going to have to be careful. So we got one damaged car at the moment, or two damaged cars, because Vincent Rademacher had a hole punched in the side of the Audi RS4 at the start of the race. We've now got Gabby Ulje's BMW with considerable rear end damage, but it looks like it's cosmetic and probably fixable. And Mike threads his way then past the two of the front runners in TCR, the number 112, number 1 Autorama Golfs. Now look at that, Chris, that spray is really coming up now.
It's getting worse.
That is a heavy storm that our cameras didn't pick up to start with, but
right, so and of course Charles Putnam has only just gone out.
Yeah. Yes,
he's only a very few laps into his session.
Yeah, so the teams will be on the pits now, getting rain tires ready. They'll have to. They can't continue in these conditions unless the rain suddenly stops and the track dries out. It's fairly warm here this afternoon. So, but do you want to drive a 550 horsepower car on slicks?
And there's the Aston Martin. Oh dear.
Yeah, it looked like it was going straight on for a moment.
Yes, it did.
So, there is the
They're
Davy
working
Tate
on that car.
Yeah, they're working on the back of it. It's interesting, we didn't see her go off, did we?
No, we didn't.
We saw the
Presumably
yellow.
that was the yellow flag.
Yeah. Well, it was combined with the oil flag for rain, so slippery flag. So the Aston Martin goes past the two Golfs. And so it should, because
now,
it's a GT car.
Can you see if those are slicks or...
yeah, those are wets.
Those are wets.
Yeah, you can see them.
We've got another yellow flag.
Or intermediates. Right. Yeah, it's difficult for us to tell from here whether they're wets or inters. They're not deep cut wets, obviously, but at least they've got some tread on there. It helps. So panic in the pits. Everybody coming in, as you can see. Got 4 cars in at the moment. And no doubt more coming in a moment. We're looking to see the top 2 in the race. CP Racing Mercedes, Akip Vishur, Renault coming into the pits. In just a moment. Can Charlie Putnam keep that car out there longer, though? As you said, he hadn't long been stopped. In comes the Ligier.
And the other problem, Mark, is we've only got 3 pumps in use, so there's going to be a queue for the pumps.
Exactly, that's a very good point.
So...
well, I don't think, obviously, the Mercedes won't need to take fuel on because he's
no,
not long fuel. But again, it's strategy. Looks like they're getting ready to start qualifying, doesn't it? Nordschleifer Racing's little Ligier there. So tyres everywhere. Sort of general air of panic, isn't there?
Yes.
The yellow's been taken in now. We've gone green, but then as soon as it goes green again, yellow's at turn 13 again, which is the Sachs curve.
Yes, you see, Charlie Putnam's only done 4 laps.
Yeah.
And Mike Verschuur's done 22. So he's halfway. Oh, the Mercedes is in.
Right, yeah, Charlie's brought it in, discretion being the greater part of valour. But again, he's got to take that penalty, hasn't he? As Paul reminded us, we don't think either the Renault or the Mercedes have yet taken their penalties. I'm assuming you don't have to take them until the end of the race, and that's a long way away yet. But look at this, Mike Verschuur just driving that car like it's on ice, and again, he's given up as well. So it means that we are going to have big problems for refueling, aren't we? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in the refueling area at the moment, and there's three pumps.
It's more critical for the Renault than it is for the Mercedes, because Mike Verschoor is only halfway through his stint.
Yeah, he's going to have to take fuel on.
So
he's going to have to queue for it.
Whereas the Mercedes won't have to, because it's only 4 laps into its stint.
Yeah. So 4 cars at the moment in a 3-pump refueling area. I'd love to see shots of that. And they're obviously happy with the front brakes now because they gave them only a cursory glance. Of course, the centre lock wheel, don't have to use 5 wheel nuts like the touring cars do. So Mike is clear to go once that hose is out of the way. No, it's doing the back. Right, back change. I'd rather haven't done that. So organised chaos, I think that's the description, isn't it? Organised chaos in the pit lane. Well, that's changed things, Chris. Never gets boring racing.
Now,
ever.
that Golf looked like they were changing brake pads as well.
Right. So this is the Air Charge sponsored car, which Stephen Licorice handed over to Ivo Breukers. So has Ivo... Has he stopped yet? I don't think he has he? He's still running in the red Camels Jordan. He's going for another lap in the wet.
Yes, it is looking very wet now.
Yeah.
And that car's still got a bit...
Yeah, he's on slicks, look at that. Do you see that? The front wheels are pointing to a different direction travel for a moment. So why did he not come in? He's just starting another lap. Might play into his hands, but it is wetter, Chris, than it was 5 minutes ago.
I got it stopped. So the Mercedes is back out. So as we expected,
he didn't need.
He didn't need fuel.
Mike Verschoor has had to queue for fuel. At the moment, there's 5 cars in the refueling area, so that'd be interesting to see. Well, what can Ivo do about these conditions? Here he is in the Red Camels Cupra. Looks like he's enjoying himself.
Yes,
he's front wheel drive, of course.
Don't say too much, Mark.
Yeah. So problems under the bonnet there for the 112. They're trying to change tyres. Obviously, this is all to do with brake fluid, of course. They've done the front brakes, as you say. Just check everything underneath there. Brake fluid goes in. Let's just have a quick look at penalties, because Paul is suggesting that they have actually taken the number 9 car has taken its penalty. Yeah, it's shown as served. So number 9, it's speeding in the pit area, 16-second penalty. It has been served, and in fact the 85 hasn't yet. So he's got a 30-second penalty
to take.
Still has to take. Thank you for that, Paul. It's always good to have a third pair of eyes here, even though you're not here, Paul. So everyone slithering around now, most of them on wets or intermediates. We can't tell you which from this distance, but Mike Verschoor finally gets back out. He's refueled. Just 1 car in for fuel at the moment. That's the TCR leading 112 car. But 3 cars still running, haven't, as far as we can tell, haven't come in yet. Unless they slipped under the radar, one of them being the 101. Who we think is still on Evil Breakers, we think is... Yeah, he's still on his... still out there, isn't he? He hasn't come in again. So always, a bit of rain always cheers things up for everybody. Just gives you a different type of challenge, and you have to adapt to your driving style. Yeah, so we have confirmation that 112 has stayed on its slicks. Doing a good job, Eva Breukers.
Gosh, the Aston Martin is absolutely pounding round.
Yeah, doing a good job there, isn't he?
Yeah, very good.
Obviously loving it. And on board that car is Nico Verdonk. That explains why, one of the pro drivers.
Yes.
So he thinks he's in the middle of a Blancpain race at the moment.
He's having a bit of fun.
So there's a message coming up that 85 driver, the team manager's got to report to race control. That's Charlie Putnam's manager. And as Charlie's team, I guess he's the manager as well. He's going to manager, of course, but Ivo Breukers on board the Red Camel Jordan's Golf.
Dare one said he may be being hauled up for not having taken the penalty.
That's a possibility. His car looking a little bit more battered all the time, but this is obviously playing into Evil O's hands, because by not taking that pit stop, and if he can keep that car out there long enough, the rain goes, he will be quids in, won't he? But
yes.
On the other hand, his lap times are a lot slower than everyone else out there.
Well, he's doing a
2:13s. Yeah.
2:13. Well,
on slicks in the wet, which is quite impressive, isn't it?
Yeah. And the other Cooper is doing 2:09s.
So, yeah.
And the Golf is doing...
In fact, well, Evo's just moved up a place because of that. He's now running third in TCR.
Yes, it doesn't actually seem to be making much difference.
No.
Good call.
So Mike Verschure now on appropriate Hankook tyres, be they intermediates or wets.
Now that is interesting, because Mike Verschure is lapping, or his last lap was 13 seconds quicker than Charlie Putnam in the Mercedes.
Yeah.
Okay, he is 4 laps behind, but 13 seconds a lap, it's...
presumably on the same tyres, so...
Yeah.
But still...
We will keep you posted on that. Mike Verschure is very much the quickest car on the circuit. The second quickest is 2:09 from the Cupra. Fabien Dance in the Cupra.
Yeah, I'm just looking further down as well. We're looking at some 205s and 207s down the bottom, which is
That's Aston Martin.
Nico Verdonk and Tim Coronel, again pro drivers. So you've got 3 pro drivers out there: Mike Bashir, Tim Coronel, Nico Verdonk, who are all having a wonderful time out there, I guess. And Vincent Rademacher, another pro, he's doing 208s. That's the difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
These guys will push.
Yeah.
And look, this is proper rain now, Chris. We're not talking about showers anymore. We're talking about the full Monty, aren't we? Here we are then. We are currently 5.5 hours into the 8 hours of today's part of the 16 hours of Hockenheimring, brought to you by Hankook and Creventic as part of the 24-hour series. So Mike Bashir then getting up close and cosy to Keith Bessam in the NKPP Porsche 991, which is running 4th overall and second in the 991 category. Here we go. He'll make room for him to pass. So head down into the Spitzke hairpin. Doesn't make it. Doesn't make room for him to pass. He chops his nose off. Not the Spitzke hairpin either. It's. Yeah, I think Mike wisely backed out of that one. He saw that might be coming, didn't he? Right, that's a Spitzke hairpin. So that was coming out onto Parabolica. So.
But Mike Verschoor is now down into the 159s. So still 10 seconds a lap faster than Charlie Putnam.
Well, he's feeling confident. You can take a couple of laps just to know how far you can push the wets or winters, doesn't it? And then once you know the limits, you can push. We are hearing that the rain is stopping at the track. It's a good wet track at the moment, and it's going to stay that way, obviously, for 2 or 3 laps if there's no more rain. So Mike Bashir having a ball here this afternoon at the Hockenheimring, getting close to 6 o'clock in the evening. Still almost 2.5 hours of racing to go before they park up for the night. That is the AC Motorsport Audi. Vincent Rademacher back on board now. That car
that had all the trouble at the beginning.
Yep, had big hole punched in the side of it and the underfloor, but seemed to have got over that now, and he's going quick actually. He's putting in 207s. This car obviously enjoying the wet, as is Vincent. Out of the Spitzke hairpin at the bottom of the circuit into turn 7, which brings you into the Mercedes corners 8 and 9 in front of the big Mercedes grandstand. 9 and then 10, which brings you back onto the drag strip. That blast down
the
to
stadium.
Blast down to turn 11, Mobile 1. And then the Sachs curve, which is effectively the 3rd hairpin on this circuit. So Vincent Rademacher comes up to complete his 160th lap. Meanwhile, the race leader, Charlie Putnam, has completed 178. Comes over the line in the SP Consulting Audi. As we go on board then with the defending championship car, the Autorama VW Golf of Christoph Lenz. That car currently 2nd in TCR behind the top car Sport Cupra of Fabian Dans.
He's only 1 minute behind, though.
Yeah, interesting to watch his eyes in the mirror, isn't it? See.
But what's also interesting to see that the track does seem to be drying out, doesn't it? What's the start of a dry line?
Well, you'll get to the point where you get the dry lines, as you say, and then your tyres will start to protest when it gets dry. So you'll be looking for the wet lines, and eventually, if they stay out too long, you can see it's wet there.
Wet there.
Yeah, but eventually you get to the point they start chunking, and that's when you do have to come in. But I think probably most of them will be in a position to just stay out there on the tyres, and never mind if you run a set of tyres, then wait till your next pit stop, because of course it's only been 4 or 5 laps for most of them since they changed those tyres.
Yes, well, Charlie Putnam's done 7 laps, so
yeah. How many is that? Right.
Well, he's done 5 plus 7.
Yeah.
7 on the wet tyres or intermediate, so he's done 12 overall out of a 42 lap stint, so he's got 30 laps to go if he fulfills the whole stint.
So our leaders at the moment then, Charlie Putnam leading GT3 in the Mercedes, Stanislav Siruk leading 991 category in his Porsche, Fabien Dance leading TCR in the top car Sport Cupra, and in GT4 it's Team Aviasor Rennsport, which Jose Manuel de los Milagros took over just as the rain started, so he only did 5 laps in the car before he had to come back in and change to wet. So he's now at the wheel of that car, which is currently in 9th place overall. If it's a name you don't know, Jose Manuel de los Milagros, 35 years old, from Madrid. He started racing in Spain in 2007 in the Hyundai Getz Cup, finished 2nd in that, and he's done plenty of racing since then, minis, largely in minis. He was the Spanish Mini champion with 3 wins, did Clio, Euro Clio, and has most recently raced in Hyundais. Then he seems to have had quite a long period off, but he's back at the wheel now and leading GT4, but it's a class of only 2 anyway, but doesn't matter.
Yes, the Aston Martin obviously lost a lot of ground at some point.
Yeah. So there's the number 1 Autorama car. Green number 2 in the windows is his race position rather than car number. They use the numbers in the windows here in the Creventic rather than the 3 lights. So 2nd in category. They still want to bump that top car Cupra off the race lead. And of course, what this rain's done, Chris, as well with the cloud, it means it's probably going to be darker a little bit earlier than we expected. In fact, it's getting quite gloomy now, isn't it?
And presumably it will have cooled everything down a bit as well.
Yep. We've still got 2 hours 16 to run this evening before they take the enforced break at 8 o'clock. So de los Milagros doing a good job here, keeping the car on the island and keeping his speed up as well. 206 is he's doing, which is very respectable in this company.
Well, 206 is the same as Charlie Putnam.
Yep. So there is the duo racing entry, Stanislav Sidoruk on board that 991 leading Porsche.
Of course, the 991s are the rear engine Porsches, not like the Le Mans Porsches, which might look same sort of shape, but they're actually mid-engine.
More mid-engine, yeah.
Have been for 2 or 3 years now.
Yeah, so this is the car you buy if you want to go cup racing or have track days. And that 909 run by Jean-Marie Dumont and Romain Wolfs out of Luxembourg. Now here we are, great gaggle of cars, Chris, and look at the speed differentials through the Parabolica. This is quite frightening from him, doesn't it? That Golf may not be aware that the Aston Martin's bearing down him at great speed. He will be now, but the Aston's going to have to go very, very tippy-toe as he threads his way amongst this great gaggle of cars. There is the Renault just ahead of them. You've then got Porsche, you've then got the Aston Martin GT4, which is Nico Verdonk, who doesn't take prisoners, trying to edge his way past Ivo Breukers and the red Camel Cupra. He does it. Ivo gives him plenty of room. Nice driving that. But Nico Verdonk is definitely on a charge, isn't he?
Meanwhile, the Golf, I think it was the Golf or the other Supra, squeezes past, took the opportunity and came through behind the Aston Martin.
So Nico Verdonk, of course, the Formula Le Mans Cup champion with running the Dams Motorsport back in 2009. Then did FI GT, Maseratis, Corvettes. Been second twice at the Nürburgring 24 hours in GT4 Aston Martins, so he's familiar with this car. Won it with Bentley, won his class at Bentley in 2017. This is Ivo Breukers.
Actually, he's falling back from that group.
Yeah, he seemed to be caught up with them earlier. Now it's, as you say, back again. That's the second of the Porsches, the NKP car, the 991 car, which is second in category and fourth overall. So Breukers is running third in his class and seventh overall. The track's not in a hurry to dry out, Chris, is it?
No.
There's no dry line appearing yet. So.
But they don't. No, he hasn't got his wipers on though.
No. So it looks like the rain has stopped, but it'll take a while for the track to dry itself out. Down through the Parabolica into the Spitzkehre.
Times are coming down now. Presumably, I'm looking at the pit stop history of the Mercedes, but Charlie Putnam, but presumably the Renault and most of the other cars will be on the same strategy, as they all came in at the same time to change over to wets or to intermediates. We don't quite know which one. But they've done 10 laps on these tyres, so a stint is 35 laps to 45 laps, and they've got a long way to go to finish the stint on these tyres.
Yeah, we'll have to see how quickly the track dries, as you say. You can see there's water there at the moment.
Well, that's the hairpin going on for the Parabolica, so but here it looks better.
Yeah, this is through the Parabolica, very, very high speed, heading down towards the Spitzkehre. Really sharp turn 6 hairpin. Using the paddles to change gear down, 6-speed sequential gearbox, not needing to use the gear lever there. So remember, Chris, all these cars have now run for close on 6 hours, you know, so good reliability, particularly from the TCR cars. The Renault, we expected to have some sort of problem at some stage, which it did, and it was a brake problem rather than engine this time, and others have been in the wars a little bit, but...
Well, the Ligier had a very curious pit stop, didn't it? They were sort of lashing something up at the front.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're using webbing, weren't they?
Yeah.
Webbing ropes to try and lift something up. It looked like trying to hold the suspension together with it.
I don't think it would have gone this far. Well, it's still running.
It's webbing, wing and a prayer. So here then is our second place TCR car, as you can see for yourself. Christoph Lenz still at the wheel, and what's happening up front. Lap times coming down further. Mike Vischer's just put in a 1:56. He's a second quicker than he was on his last lap.
Yes.
Still 16 seconds off his time in the dry on slicks, but very, very respectable. Pit lane empty at the moment, so no one's expected. Certainly no tires being ready there. It's not dry enough yet for that, although that dry line is starting to appear.
So it's this next to hairpin that seems to be the wettest point.
Down that end of the circuit. You know, that's probably a good 2 kilometres away from the pits, and so different weather.
Yes.
Not quite like Spa, but
yes, you can see a dry line emerging there.
So who's going to be the first to blimp? When will dries be the order of the day? Not yet. There's plenty of spray still coming up. And Breuker's making no impression at all on Lenz. As you say, dropping back slightly. Breuker's running 2:12s, Lenz running 2:08s. So Breuker's 4 seconds a lap slower than him at the moment, but remember he's still on slicks, isn't he? He hasn't made that stop yet, but he's done. You have to hand it to him. You know, to keep that car going like that in these damp conditions on slicks.
Yeah, that BM's got its wipers going.
Probably because he's closely following the Golf. So this car. The Spanish-driven one, Jose Manuel de los Milagros, seems to be enjoying himself, keeping the car off the curbs, which is important. Those painted curbs can just snatch you and spin the car around. So keep it on the black stuff, which he's trying to do. You can see he's getting a little bit twitchy there, but obviously pushing, thoroughly enjoying it. That's where your dry line is, and as you come out of the final turn 16, the Sud curve, and then down into turn 1, but as you said, Chris, it's the far end of the circuit that's still really
seems to be
really, really wet.
We will see.
185 laps now completed by race leader Charlie Putnam in his own CP Racing Mercedes. It cost him just short of 400,000 euros.
So all of their times are coming down, but as you said, Mark, no sign of any pit stops yet.
Yeah.
And there's still 20 seconds a lap off their dry time, off a good dry time.
Yeah. No, I think we probably see them stay on these tires until the next round of pit stops for driver changes, refueling. But then what do you do if it's still like this? Do you stay on these tires, or do you risk slicks? I mean, I'm surprised. I'm sure everyone's been watching Ivo Breukers and his progress. In fact, you know, he's still been able to keep the car on the island. We'll be sure comes up then to pass. Who is it? It's gone now, so. Christoph Lenz looking in the mirror a lot. Not looking at us, he's just looking to see what traffic's coming. Mercedes then passing the #1 car of Christoph Lenz. Lenz very kindly indicating to let him go by on the right hand side. Then finds he can stay with him as the Mercedes is scrapping for grip there. Now it can start to power away.
Now that's interesting, Mark. We're seeing that the car 85 pit stop infringement has been cancelled.
The penalty.
Yeah.
Right, they obviously argued it out with the
Yes.
race control and with the stewards.
Yeah.
They won it because at one. You remember, team manager was called to the
Yes,
stewards.
that's right. Yeah.
Yep. So it's been cancelled. Right. So that's.
But that was a 10 seconds. I thought they had a 30 second.
There was a 30.
Well.
Was a 30-second, yeah, for the.
Maybe that was another pit stop
that hadn't been served. So where are we? Let's have a quick look at the penalties. Yeah, so the pit stop infringement's been cancelled. But the exceeding speed limit in the refueling area hasn't. That's been issued but not served.
All right, so
that's a 30-second one. So
yeah.
Well, they got 10 seconds back anyway.
We've got a
right. We got code 60. What's this for? Second time this race. We had it on the first lap. There we are. We got somebody off on the far side. It's 978. It's the speed lover Dom Bastian. Looks like he's slivered off onto the grass and can't get it out. He's hit the tire wall here. Look, and bounced off it. Luckily, the deep tyres there. It just lodged the tyres there. They're going to have to neutralise the race while A, they recover him, and B,
that may take some time.
Yeah, rebuild the tyre wall. Now this is going to play into everyone's hands, of course, because code 60, they're going to be able to go further on the fuel. They're not going to be heavy on tyres. This could be for 10, 15, maybe more minutes. Look at the damage.
Yes,
they're going to secure those. Right.
Well, there's the Mercedes in.
So he comes in. You can do this. If you got code 60, you can still make a pit stop.
He's going straight for fuel.
All right, he's not going to serve his penalty.
Going straight for fuel.
Right. So Dom Bastian, the most senior driver in the race, having slivered off the track. And we've got code 60, as we say, where you maintain your position, but you run at 60 kilometers an hour, no more. There's the car waiting to be fueled. The team hasn't arrived yet to do him.
There's someone...
There, they've just arrived.
Yeah.
Yep. They are refueling him now. Yeah, they've got a fast suit on. So is Dom's car recoverable? Look, I mean, if you're going to go off, it's probably the place to do it, isn't it? Where you're going to hit the conveyor and tyre wall. Not just,
shouldn't do too much damage.
We hope not.
And I can't see him getting out of the car, so maybe he's trying to restart it and get it out.
Right, this is interesting, Chris. Dom Bastian, of course, he shouldn't have even been in that car. He was actually entered in the Proton car, which didn't start the race. So somehow that 711 car, somehow he's walking away. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Looks like he's hit one of the marker boards as well. Somehow he actually joined that car, 978 Speed Lover, joining Eric Mouet, Jeroen Kraft, and Rolf Lietart. I guess that was done. Oh look, he's not happy.
Yes, he's having a bit of a.
Yeah, he joined that car, obviously after
practice.
711 was withdrawn this morning, and he wants that Le Mans experience, wants some hard running, and they're telling him, no, it's not a driver, you're coming back with us. 13 cars then, unlucky for some, and we're going to be under code 60 for some time, Chris.
Yep.
Yeah, we will be taking a break from the commentary in a couple of minutes' time, but we will be coming back at 7 o'clock. But keep watching the timing and everything. You can see what's happening out front. Other people coming into the pits then, and a lot of damage out there. We're not going to see what happened, obviously, but the circuit staff.
Hopefully, we'll be back up and running.
We should be racing, yeah. But time for a cup of tea and
a bun.
Yeah, I was going to say a donut, but he beat me to it. But that's quite a big chunk. So they bring in the heavy brigade to lift the car, which has obviously got more damage than we can see. There is the St. Rademacher car, which he's still in, going back to slicks. So they've decided now's the chance. Of course,
it looks like they're changing brake pads.
Yeah, but if you're running at 60 kilometers an hour, then why not go back to slicks to be ready for the restart? So yeah, but well spotted about the brakes. Yeah. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in the pits at the moment, taking advantage of this break. There's the medical car, which is just giving Don Baston a lift back. Didn't look hurt, did he? Looked angry more than anything.
Looked angry.
In comes our second place car then, Franz Fischer's Renault RS01, being driven by his son Mike. Medical car then peels off into the paddock. As the clock comes up to 6 o'clock here at Hockenheim, 2 hours more racing. The man in black not at all happy about putting the car off. So there we are. That's the positions at the moment. In TCE, it's top car Fabian Dans from Autorama, Christoph Lenz, and a sterling job by Ivo Breukers there, staying on slick tyres in pretty nasty conditions there for a while, but it's paid off because he's moved up into 3rd place in the category, having been in 5th when that rain came. So good job by him. Still got plenty of cars running in the touring car categories. What we've lost is that speed lover Porsche Don Baston, which he's just put into the wall down, I think, at turn 11 from what we could see. And then just waiting for the GT results to come up. There they are. So Charlie Putnam driving his own Mercedes, leading from Mike Vischer's Renault, Stanislaw Sidorik's 911 Porsche 911 991 Cup, and the Baz Curtin NKPP car. Of course, Bessem, who's on Gies Bessem, who's on board at the moment in 4th place there. And then best of the GT4s is Jose Manuel de Milagros in 5th place there. So on that note, we will be leaving you. Turn 12 is where that accident happened. That's the Sachs curve then, so it's just after turn 11 Mobile. It's actually one of the slower corners of the circuit where the track loops around in the stadium section. And that's where he went off backwards into the wall, and that's what's giving us our current code 60. So we'll be joining you after an hour's break, so make sure you're back here for more live coverage at 7 o'clock, but don't forget you can still watch on either Timing 71 or on the Live Timing 24 hours sites to see the live timing and all the updates on what's going. So just for the moment, from myself, Mark Cole, and Chris Parsons, take a break and we'll be back in a while.
Sicily is a world apart, a place like no other.
Okay. You good? Well, welcome back, race fans, here to Hockenheimring, round 4 of the 24 Hours series by Hankook. And this is the Hockenheim 16 Hours. You heard it right, 16 hours. I'm Mark Cole, with me is Chris Parsons, and we're going racing again here this afternoon. We've got a final hour till 8 o'clock when the curtains will be closed until tomorrow morning at 12 o'clock. And that is to give the good people of Hockenheim a good night's sleep. There's a curfew here at this circuit in the center of suburban Germany, near to the town of Speyer on the Rhine. So, good racing we've had despite the small number of cars. And as you rejoin us, big problems for Escape Voiture. That car has been in the pits now for something like 20 laps. They're falling down, sorry, 17 laps. They're falling down the order. Mike Voiture was on board that. It has been in the pits. They are working on that car. So Joe Foster at the moment for CP Racing, leading for Mercedes. There has been rain this afternoon. If you were with us earlier, we had quite a heavy shower, which left the track pretty wet. And just before we left for a break, a big accident for Don Bastian in the Speed Lover Porsche, backed it into the wall at turn 16 and did enough damage. They had to rebuild the wall for a lengthy code 16. That is the equivalent of a virtual safety car. Code 60, they have to run at 60 kilometers an hour, maintaining position. During that time, and just as it came back up again, there was problems here for people. Just having a quick look, Paul Truswell have been kindly providing us with some of the information. I'm just seeing, yeah, there was a further problems for that Renault. So Mike Voiture in the garage, and the situation at the moment is that the Mercedes of CP Racing is leading the two Porsche 991 class cars of Duo Racing, NKPP Racing. And Chris, just as we're coming back on air, skies have gone dark again and the rain has definitely returned.
Yes, and the lap times have gone up. We're back up to well over 2 minutes again. So yes, the rain is probably all the way around the circuit, although there is bright skies ahead there. And there is the Renault in the pits with, I'm afraid, very little work being done on it. That's a pity. There is some work, but not very much. So it looks like that car is not going to be heading for the lead again today.
So Paul mentioned to us just as they're ready to go back to green after that code 60 for Bastian's accident. Breukers stopped in the 101 car at the beginning of the stadium section, and that 101 car is now back in the pits but being worked on, and that has lost a huge amount of time as well. That's the Red Camel Cupra that was running second for a long time in the TCR class. As you can see now, conditions far from ideal for racing. This is the little Ligier. It's been
it's darkening anyway.
Yeah.
At Hockenheim.
7:05 at night here.
And with the rain clouds coming over, it's even worse.
So still in the garage then, keep for sure that Renault still in the garage, Red Camel Cupra. We've lost the Speed Lover car of Don Bastian. Don was absolutely furious with going off, dressed all in black. You could see him scowling even with his helmet on, and throwing bits of the car over the wall in disgust. That car has been retired. We think it's been brought back to the pits anyway, and we think it's behind the garages now, if not in the garage. So there is Eva Breukers' Red Camel car being worked on. It's obviously some braking issues of some sort, because they are working front and rear on that car. And hopefully we'll get that back in, although he did stop in the stadium, so maybe brakes seized on, something like that. Here then, we are on board that #1 car, the defending championship car, running third at the moment. Rhys Lloyd, the Welshman, is on board that car, the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf. And here is the overall race leader, Joe Foster, the man from California, in most un-Californian weather, pounding around the track in that Mercedes GT3 Evo. And Chris, I'm not going to incite the commentator's curse, but this car has not put a foot wrong today, apart from a couple of penalties.
Yes. The refueling area is only you're only allowed to do 20 Ks, and there are very few cars that haven't got a penalty for going too fast in that area.
So there's Dom's car, which the team are working on to rebuild. We might as well. They're not going anywhere tonight, so they can't cross the track during a race.
Look how dark it is there, Mark.
Yeah, that
very
is
dark.
Super gloomy. They got the pit lights on now as well. Of course, out on the track though, it's not quite so bad as.
And Joe Foster is lapping considerably quicker than most of the other cars, and he's only down to a 2:04. The Porsche 911 Cup car behind him is doing a 2:17. So, you know, a big difference between those two. 13 seconds a lap.
Yeah, Charlie Putnam, then the car owner, the man who put the car out front early on and put in some stupendous laps, almost matching, you know, within a few hundredths of a second, the times of the much faster Renault RS01, which is basically a prototype rather than a GT, although for the purposes of the 24-hour series, it's allowed in as a GT. Look at this, slipping and slithering again. And these cars, remember, Chris, are on slicks. They went back onto slicks after the rain, which ended with that accident for Dom Bastian. And look at that long view then of the drag strip as they're coming down into turn 11, Mobile 1. Those cars really struggling for grip on those slicks.
And I'm seeing that Joe Foster has been out for, well, he was out for 7 laps, and he's then came in and went out again. And he's done 22 laps in the car, and they're doing about 42 laps. So he's got 20 laps to go.
Well, how long? The question is, how long are they going to be able to keep him out there on those slick tires if the rain gets heavier? We've got another, 52 minutes of racing to go here this evening before they have to stop on the main straight, the starting grid, which becomes Parc Fermé overnight. They can cover the cars, but they can't touch them, can't change tires, can't refuel, and then that's how they'll start in their race order tomorrow morning at 12 o'clock for another 8 hours thrash around the Hockenheim here, the 4.5 kilometer Grand Prix circuit. No Grand Prix this year, unfortunately. Everything is up in the air, as Chris was explaining earlier. The Grand Prix calendar just absolutely shot to bits, but so too has the sports car calendars.
Yes, all forms of racing are struggling. We're lucky to have any racing at all. So yes, we're very, very pleased to be able to watch this race here.
Yeah, no spectators, obviously, but and it's going to be the same at Le Mans in 2 weeks' time. For the first time in its history, no spectators. Normally you have 300,000 people there. Well, here we are then. This is the refueling area at the back of the pits. That's the 991 car coming out, or coming into the pits, having refueled, then comes out and then into the pit lane. The rain coming down heavily now, as you can see, perhaps even heavier, Chris, than it was before.
Yes, yeah. That's reflected in the lap times there. The lap times are about 2:15s, which is as what they were doing in the worst of the rain before.
So Keith Bessam out of the car then. This is the second placed car in 991. It's also third overall in the race. There's only one Porsche between it and the Mercedes. Very efficient quick stop there by the team. And well, it was. They've had to dive in again just to fix the driver transponder, I think, make sure that was set up. So did they go to wet tires? I'm sure they would have done. You wouldn't come in and go back out on slicks, would you?
Not in this weather, no. Yes, getting very gloomy.
Yeah. Now, this car we never expected to see in the running again, but it's the AC Motorsport Audi, which Vincent Rademacher got involved in on the start line collision, did a lot of damage on the driver's side of the car, particularly underneath. It was in and out of the pits for a few laps, but now it's going like a train, and they've worked their way up to 9th overall. On board that car at the moment is Mathieu Detry.
Yeah, that was the car that had that problem at the start. Had had the worst of the accident at the start.
Yeah. So Mathieu, 23 years old from Brussels, did the Benelux Touring Car Championship, finished third in a Golf, and then did the last year's 24-hour series, finishing 10th in the Drivers' Championship, driving this Audi. So very familiar car to him, this one. His second year in the car, and obviously making the most of the conditions at the moment. That car then, as I say, that is in 9th place, is 8th place overall. Nobody actually in the pit lane. That's refueling that 991 car, which Keith Bessem has just handed over to. We don't know who is going to take it over at the moment. Be Harry Hilders or Marcel van Berlo. I can tell you that actually if we just have a quick look at see what the pit strategy has been for that car. And in fact, it will almost certainly be Marcel van Berlo. He hasn't driven that car for 4 stints now. Harry Hilders has done 2 of them. Keith van Bessem's done 3, but that of course is rain interrupted.
Yeah.
So I guess that will be Marcel back on board that car, 52 years old, from the Netherlands. And again, somebody who's raced Ginettas during his career. A lot of these drivers cut their teeth in Ginetta G50s and G55s.
It's a very good starting formula, very good, and ongoing.
Yeah, so there is the 451. That is the Team Aviasorg Rennsport BMW M4 GT4, to give it its full name, and that car being shared by 4 drivers. And currently at the wheel of that car, which is in 7th place overall, is the Madrid driver, Jose Manuel de los Milagros, a man who cut his racing teeth at the Jarama circuit on the edge of Madrid, a circuit that Chris and I knew well from Group C days.
Yep, and it's in the grounds of the RACE, which is the Royal Automobile Club of Spain.
Yeah.
And lovely area.
Had their country club there, didn't they, overlooking the circuit? That's the way to go racing.
Like the RAC country club in England. But,
yeah, but
it's got a race. It's got a Formula One racing circuit in it.
So big twitch there then from that car ahead of the car we're riding in, which is the 4th placed overall Autorama Volkswagen Golf. This is the TCR leader, and that car in the hands of Marek Schaller at the moment. Marek Schaller, who is 17-year-old German, youngest driver here this weekend. Cut his teeth in karting. He was the ADAC karting championship twice, but this is his second only motor race. What a way to start it, in a 16-hour race, driving a car that's leading.
Yes, but a karting championship, look at all the Formula One drivers. They've almost all come up through karting. It's a very good training ground.
Lewis who? So this is Rhys Lloyd we're on board with at the moment then, as we jump from car to car. Rhys Lloyd in the number 1 Autorama car. Rhys is 26 years old. He's from Carmarthen. So again, a man who learned all his racing at Pembury and Anglesey. He was the 2008 Euro Saloons SEAT racer. He's done the 24-hour series, and he's one of 2 ARDS instructors. That's the Association of Racing Drivers School, and he's an instructor at Thruxton Circuit in Hampshire.
Oh,
yeah. So
you know all about Thruxton, Mark?
Yeah, I do. There's the old days when I was press manager there, and we had Formula 2 and everything else. But as I say, he's one of 2 drivers who are race instructors in this race, the other being Stephen Licorice. So here we go. That's on board with that car still then, which is running in 3rd place in that TCR category. So Rhys having a really good afternoon here. Let's hope they can carry that through to tomorrow and get a podium finish in TCR, if not better. Autorama cars at the moment are sandwiching the 2nd place top car, Cupra, and they'd love to just get those cars 1-2, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Tomorrow is going to be all about finishing, isn't it, Mark?
It's going to be about finishing, but it's also going to be about strategy, isn't it? Making tyres last, how much you can get out your fuel, and of course you can't exceed driver times. Paul Trustwell mentioning to us earlier that 2 hours maximum drive, but then that's it, not carried over until tomorrow And there's going to be a lot of algorithms at work here.
Yeah, one thing we ought to talk about, Mark, you mentioned to me earlier, then tonight they've got 45 minutes to go. They're not allowed to take on fuel in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can't go to the pits at all in the last 10 minutes, so you can't do anything, can't go into the pit lane. So tires, fuel, or...
So in the next half hour, they're going to want to be ready for the off tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you'll probably see it in about 25 minutes, 30 minutes time. You'll see a mass rush into the pits to take on fuel, get the right tires on. But of course, you're not a clairvoyant, so you don't know what it's going to be like tomorrow. You can look at the forecast, but today's been wrong. It told us no rain today, having said yesterday it'd be wet later on. Well, that's changed, isn't it? Just look at the pictures now.
Yeah,
so
Hockenheim's still looking dry for tomorrow, but as you've just said, Mark, who knows?
The only difference is if you finish the race on wet tyres and it's dry tomorrow, you will be able to change those, and vice versa. If you had finished the race on slicks today and it was wet tomorrow, you would be able to change those. That's the only reason if the weather has changed overnight. So here's the 909 car, proudly showing its Luxembourg sponsorship on the front. This car is run by the Luxembourg team. That is, if we can find it. So back out he goes. That is the Duo Racing, and that is at the moment leading the 991 challenge.
And it's just looking at timing screens again, the Aston Martin is coming up. It's now 11th and still running, having obviously had a big problem earlier on where it lost a lot of time, but it's coming back up nicely.
Yep, yes, so he's gradually climbing the leaderboard. Only 2 cars running in GT4, so if he can catch up the AC Motorsport Audi, the RS3, it could be a battle tomorrow for that class. Nice looking car. I'm not quite sure about the colour, but it's a great looking car, isn't it? Wonderful rear wing, that wraparound wing. They've all copied what Audi did at Le Mans, haven't they? They have those, the wing is carried by these uprights that go up above it, and then the wing's hung from it rather than mounted on top of it.
Yeah.
As you can see there.
It obviously affects the airflow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, this is all Audi's thinking outside the box. Well, there we are, still working on that.
I think that's the Cupra.
Yeah, that's the red camel car, isn't it? Yeah. As you say, the Seat Cupra. It's a Volkswagen Golf by any other name, but I don't think Seat would agree with that. But
that's a lot of oil going in. By the looks of it, a lot of oil.
Yeah. So they've got the car virtually disassembled now, haven't they? So I'm sure it'll all pop back together quickly. Remember, there's quite a lot of front end damage to that car earlier, so they'll obviously take the chance to change the wing. Now, whether or not we're ever going to see this car again, or if they're just doing the work now, they have got another race, of course, coming up at the Autodromo de Pegusa, which is at Enna Pegusa, but that's not for a month yet. That's the 9th to the 11th of October. So
they've got time to recover.
Yeah, they got time. Right.
Now, presumably, looking there, the windscreen wipers were off. Oh, he's gone on to the naughty step. No, he's gone to his...
Yeah, that's De Los Milagros. That's the car we were just talking about, the GT4 leader. BMW M4 GT4. Very neat little car. I was reading about the road version of this in Auto Express the other day, and apparently I'd say it's one of the quickest cars they've driven on the road. So
lovely. Lap times coming down slightly. Still over 2 minutes though, so it's still obviously very damp out there. But
it's got blue sky there though, Chris.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
And people have started to switch the windscreen wipers off. So yeah, it is drying out a bit.
So fourth in category is that digital light shows on the side of the car. Let's hear it for these crews as well. They do a great job, these guys. You know, most of them are unpaid. They're all volunteers. They just love the sport.
Now that is still a groove tyre.
Yeah.
So
might be an Inter he's put on, but
yeah.
So what we're seeing there, just letting a faster car through, wasn't he? Just.
Yep, there's the Mercedes.
Yeah, that's the race leader, and that's a nice piece of driving by Matthew Detry there in the Audi. He just made room for the Mercedes to come through. That track is definitely a rain track at the moment,
it's wet.
Not intermediates.
Of course, if they finish today on the wets and it's dry tomorrow, they can change the tyres. You've just said, Mark, they can.
Yeah, there'll be quite a lot.
Change the tyres.
Quite a lot of activity, which normally would be great for spectators, wouldn't it? Lots of tyre changing going on the start line, but no spectators. And look at the water coming off the back of Joe Foster's car there. I mean, that's.
Look how slowly the Mercedes is getting away from that.
Yeah. So those underfloor Venturi at the back just throwing the water up, you know, it gives you a good idea of the ground effects, the downforce that these tunnels under the back of the car produce. Great shot that, and in comes then the Ligier, Nordschleifer Racing, great name for a team, even though it's French. And of course, Nürburgring 24 Hours, one of the other great races. We are blessed in Europe, aren't we, with Le Mans, Spa, Nürburgring, and then of course
all the other long distance races.
The Hankook 24-hour races. So you know, we certainly get our fill of it. So this car, the Ligier, had its problems as well, but that's worked its way back up to 9th place. Guillaume Romain just got out of the car, strapping his co-driver in, and that is likely to be Daniel Wajinski. We haven't seen for a while in the car. We'll confirm that as Joe Foster continues. Now, when's he going to have to stop the 85 car?
Last time I looked, I think he'd done about
done 22 laps out of a potential 42. So.
Well, plus 7. Maybe he changed tyres.
Oh right, plus 7's a 29. Yeah, but I doubt if he refueled then, would he?
So it's about another 12 laps.
Yep, something like that. So but it's looking very good, and they haven't put a foot wrong apart from a speeding penalty in the refueling, which is at 20 kilometers an hour is so easy to do, isn't it?
Mark, that brings up a problem for them, because 12 laps from where we are now is going to take them into the last 10 minutes.
Well, then
he'll actually have to stop
before
that.
Wouldn't you? Yeah.
Yes.
As we say, we're looking for a rush for that, but then the other problem, of course, you've only got 3 fuel pumps.
Yep, there's going to be a queue at the fuel pumps.
Yeah, so how do you call that one?
Yeah.
Glad I'm not a team manager today. Heiko Eichenberg then on board the Team Avia car. He's the one who's taking it over. That BMW M4 GT4.
It looks to be going very well, that car.
Yep. Yeah, they've had a solid race, haven't they? It's and that's classified as a GT4 car, not a touring car, because it's a coupe 2-door. 2
GT4s, both still going.
Yeah. So Heiko Eichenberg, he's from Hanover in Germany, and he's done the VLN series, finished 3rd in that. He won the Nürburgring 24-hour Cup class in 2018 in a BMW, and he was 2nd in the Cup class in the 24 hours again last year, 2019, and finished, had 3 wins in the VLN, all with this car, or this team's car. So he knows the car well, and he's looking after it well. It's a nice bit of racing here. This is Volkswagen against Audi. As in the pits, we are waiting for. It looks. Is that? Yeah, I think that's probably Jasmine, isn't it? Is that Jasmine Preissig waiting for that car, for the number 1 car? Let's see, no, this is 112. Marek Shalet bringing it in. So it's not Jasmine, just a very slim bloke. It is Jasmine, it's the number 1 car. We're looking for that. No, it's 112. Sorry, they actually had the number 1 board up, didn't they? So, right, so getting out of the 112 is Marek Shalet. And it could be any one of 4 drivers getting in, Chris. This is one of the 5 driver entries.
Yeah. I'm just trying to spot what tyres are going on, because we know that the groove tyres went back onto the BMW.
Yeah, but these look like slicks that they're going to put on.
Yeah.
So by the slimness of the driver getting in, I would imagine that would be Niklas Born, who's 19 years old, taking over from Marek Shalet, because the other drivers are all in their 50s. So could we see what the tyres were at that moment?
No.
No. Still working on the other side, that's all done. Off the power jacks. Stalls the car. Gets it going again. And off we go. Heading for the
fueling area.
Fueling area, yeah. So he's going to have to make do with half an hour of... use half an hour of fuel. That's right, turns in there. So they won't be able to fuel again now, so they can... But they can run for an hour and a half, so it means they'll have an hour of running tomorrow.
An hour's worth.
It's not crucial, is it, about how you start the race tomorrow? It's depends if you want to do it today or tomorrow.
Got a lap in hand over the Cupra, which is next.
Now this is good, Chris. This is the Red Camel Cupra. Looks like they're almost ready to go again. They are, in fact, and that is Ivo Breukers has got back in the car. It's him who stopped it earlier. So whatever the problem was, they've now fixed. We saw, as you said, putting a lot of oil in.
Yeah. Peering through the gloom now, Mark.
Yeah.
And the lap times are still over 2 minutes. And if you reckon their fastest, the qualifying was just under 140. So they're 25 seconds a lap slower than the potential of these cars.
Well, that's Eichenberg in that car, and as we saw, they put more wets on, and he's throwing that car on the circuit, so obviously loving it. Right, this is the 991 Speed Lover car, is it? Is that the... Have we got the right car there? Which garage are we in? One of the Porsches that's being worked on.
I hope it is, because the driver was standing there with a helmet on, so hopefully that car will go out as well.
Don Bastian was all in black, you remember, black helmet, black overalls, but oh, look at that, very, very sideways there, very slippy at the back end, but that's, I think you'll find that's Heiko Eichenberg just enjoying himself. He's got those wets, he's just testing the limit of them.
Yeah.
And
yes, it is wet there, isn't it? And he's got his wipers going, so
yeah.
In fact, it looks like it's got wetter again. So,
and of course, one effect of all this is that tomorrow they're not going to have such a rubbered-in track, are they? Because this rain will remove the rubber that's been laid down over the last 2 days. All that lovely Hankook rubber, giving them a much more grip. And that's not really going to help them at all tomorrow. They're going to have to start on a clean track. So what's happening down the pits? Right, that's the second place TCR car rejoining now. Miklas Born bought it in. Who's going to be taking that out? I hazarded a guess it would be one of 4 drivers.
I think it is Miklas Born who's taken it out, Mark.
Well, I thought he got out of the car.
No, I think it's...
Yeah, you're right. No, it's Marek Schaller who brought it in. Yeah, so he has handed it over to Miklas Born, who is again 19 years old. So I apologise to Yasmin Price for confusing them, but he was a driver of a similar slim build. And meanwhile, on goes Joe Foster. Must be a bit miserable now, powering around. You've got nobody in front of you, nobody behind you, just powering around on a slippery circuit, waiting to get caught out by the rain and just hoping all your strategies are going to come together. There's the 909, second place, Duvo Racing, Andrei Mukovov. This is the Luxembourg car. They didn't expect to be in that position because they were 4th early in the race. Now they've worked their way up the tree to 2nd. The 3 Russian drivers. We've all done 24-hour series over the last 2 years.
So we know that in the Mercedes, they will have to stop within the next quarter of an hour.
Yeah.
In fact, almost all the cars will probably stop within the next quarter of an hour.
Yes. Now it doesn't say that if you came in at 11 minutes to, presumably that's all right. It just you can't come in with 10 minutes left. So you could be in the pits during those final 10 minutes, as long as you've come in before them.
Yes. And the Mercedes has got plenty of laps in hand.
Yeah. So what's it at the moment? It's 9 laps.
9 laps. Yeah.
Over the Duvo Porsche, which we're just watching. This is the NKPP Porsche. This is the 3rd place car, 991, with that dramatic colour scheme. Marcel van Berlo on board that car at the moment. And behind him will be the best of the touring cars, the TCR top car Cupra of Kai Jordan. Although this one, of course, just catching is the GT4 leader, Heiko Eichenberg. And that rain is getting heavier, definitely, Chris.
Yes. So, no slicks.
No slicks. The Aston Martin, which is GT4 2nd place to the BMW we just saw. And at the wheel of that at the moment is Rodrigue Guillon. So Rodrigue Guillon, Belgian driver who has been coached, by the way, by Nico Verdonk. So Verdonk again is a driving instructor and coach. He's brought this young man on. He was the Aston Martin Series champion in last year, 2019, the GT4. Finished 3rd in the Dubai 24 hours and currently runs in 3rd place in the 24-hour series.
And that's the TCR leading Seat Cupra.
Kai Jordan, the guy, guy we said we should be up next. So
you can see the illuminated 1st place thing in his black screen.
Yeah, on board then with Kai. That number 1 car proudly being carried. 1st place today, Kai Jordan. Now we are, got a spin of the Ligier. Got over enthusiastic. That's the corner coming into the Mercedes arena, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, he just caught it on turn 8 there and is now going into 9 and 10 and onto the drag strip. So just a quick spin there. I think it's the first spinner we've actually seen today, isn't it? We saw the aftermath of Dom Bastian's off.
and we saw the aftermath of one of the other cars that had backed into.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Gabby Hoyle in Tim Coronel's car. We still got 14 cars listed as still running and or in the pits, but 3 of those cars are in the pits. Whether or not we're going to see them again, we don't know. I don't think we'll see the 991 car again, Don Bastian's. But who knows? Keep for sure. Who knows what's happening to their Renault at the moment? And Ivo Breukers is back in his red Camel Cupra, waiting to go out as soon as the car has been fixed.
Should re-emerge.
5th place then.
Now that's the other car that we saw crashing, wasn't it, Mark? That BMW.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the Davy Tech car, which is 5th in the touring car class at the moment. And there's a 6th place car, Belige, which we just saw have that quick spin, thanks to Daniel Waschinski.
There's the Porsche being pushed out of the garage.
Right, well, that is a surprise. That's Don Bastian's car that was put into the tire barrier and brought out the long delay. So in this series, obviously, if you can get the car brought back to the pits, you can rejoin.
Well, that's the American rules, isn't it? As long as you keep the car running,
yes,
whatever
like that.
you do.
Yeah, why not?
And here comes the Cupra out as well.
Let's face it, Chris, we had so few cars to start with that anything they can do to get the cars back out.
Yeah,
Let's
why
do it.
not?
And just
oh, we've had another off.
That's one of the BMWs just taking a trip there. Well, this is excellent. We got 2 cars back at the same moment. The 101, Ivo Breukers' car, the Speed Lover car, Don Bastian. Now, whether or not Don will be in that car. So they're not going in for fuel, they're going out onto the track. So had he maybe he just hadn't stopped long before that for fuel. Let's just take a look. 101. Yeah, in fact, he'd only just done a lap after when he stopped on the track. So obviously they're well fueled up at the moment.
No. So we're back up to 13 cars.
Yep.
We've only actually lost 1 car, which is the unfortunately is the Renault.
Yeah, well, we might see that again. Yeah, we don't know. It's out. So Ivo then getting back up to speed. He'd be pleased that he's got running again. That's the car that stopped as soon as the code 60 came out. So what's happening here? There is Franz Verschoor. There with the his mask off at the moment. Franz then hearing from the team what they can do. This is no social distancing here. We're in the bubble. And
They seem to be discussing.
Looks like he's getting the bad news on it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We'll obviously know more tomorrow, but hopefully Peter will be able to talk to Franz overnight, find out what's happened, what's gone wrong there. But a nice run, and the car lasted a lot longer than possibly they forecast.
Whether it was an extension of that brake issue or
so nice
or something else, who knows?
Nice little battle here, Volkswagen against Ligier. Now Ligier is winning that one. Got past on the inside over the start-finish line. Tight line into turn 1. Doesn't normally work that. You normally take that pretty wide, but he's obviously confident about what he's doing. Up the hill to turn 2 and 3. Almost a hairpin there. No, there we are. Broken drive shaft. Yeah. So that's what they were changing on that that car.
Trying to repair it.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Universal joint.
Yeah. I think just getting it all.
So maybe they'll come out tomorrow, Mark.
Yeah, that's on the Renault, isn't it? Yeah, so that's a very good point, actually. What would stop them coming back out tomorrow? If they can get this repaired, get it all lubed up. Again, well done to our cameraman for spotting these things. Good camera work, that.
Yes.
Nice backstories to what's going on. So let's get back to what action there is. CP Racing, Joe Foster still leading, still yet to make that stop with only 10 minutes to go before the shutters come down on the pit lane. 10 minutes before the end of the race. What's Joe up to now on his the 85 car? So 31 laps. That car we know will go for 42 laps on the fuel. In fact,
So he's going to have to stop before that.
Yeah, a lot further, of course, in the rain. He'd probably get 50 laps out of it in these conditions. But anyway, there is the 991, which at the moment is running in third. Marcel Van Berlo still at the wheel.
Actually, Mark, if you look, he's been out for 38 laps, so he's only going to be 3 or 4 laps short of his full stint.
Depends if they refueled or not, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So Van Berlo then passing.
Yes, that Porsche's running fairly slowly.
Yeah, the 978. Well, I think they're just getting a feel for it, aren't they? They haven't just got it back on the track. They don't want it thrown off again. Who is on board that car now? Jeroen Kreeft. So he's taken over quite wisely from the somewhat angry
Don Bastian.
Don Bastian. I bet there was some language going on inside that helmet earlier. So Jeroen Kreeft, another Dutchman, raced the Porsche Carrera and the Benelux Carrera Cup, 17 to 19. Did GT3 Cup racing as well. Got a headlight out, by the way. I wonder if they'll get a black and white flag for that.
Yes, he's...
WEC is very hot on that. If you've got a lighter, got the light out. And that car is going slowly, as you said, Chris.
It's going very slowly.
Yeah. All the VWs are passing it. No, we seem to have lost the circuit.
Just seeing if it's all right.
Yeah, it's obviously quite a hefty hit that Bastian
Just
had.
checking it out.
Even though it was into the tire wall, it was it still can be a heavy hit. So on board again with Breukers, man who holds this team together. The Red Camel Jordans Nederlands team, sponsored by a Middle East shipping company. They've been together as an item for about 10 years now, and they really are one of the mainstays of this series.
And we can see from our team, there's the Aston Martin entering the pits.
Yeah. That car brought
so
in.
So they're doing their last-minute stop.
Roddy Gillian bringing that car in. Didn't think he'd been in that car very long, that 401. So there must be a reason for... Oh, he's done 40 laps. It doesn't seem like that. It seemed like a few minutes.
Yeah.
So that's on schedule because they're running 40 laps. Good to see it still going, isn't it? And,
yeah. Now there's the Mercedes in.
Right, finally, yeah. We said, didn't we? We said in 25 to 30 minutes, we said. There we are, 29 minutes.
Bang on.
Yeah, well done. So I have to say again, you know, hats off to Joe Foster, hats off to Shane Lewis, hats off to Charles Espelin-Laub, and hats off to Charlie Putnam. They have done a super job here today in the first 8 hours of it. And they've certainly emerged as the interim winners, and I think all 4 of them probably deserve a joint Driver of the Day award.
Yeah.
So they're keeping the tyres as is. There's no point in changing those. They know that in 15 minutes' time it's going to come to an end, and they know tomorrow if it's dry and sunny, they can change them on the grid. What they are going to do is go and get some fuel for sure, just to make sure that they don't have to stop early. So here's the 978 getting a little bit more up to speed now.
Yeah.
I think that was just a tentative exploration lapse, I think, by Jeroen Craif, just to make sure the car was okay, and obviously he's happy with it. But there's starting to get standing water now, Chris, across the track.
Yeah, a bit of a river going across the circuit there.
I noticed puddles elsewhere, so the rain's a lot heavier than it looks to us here, sitting in the studio.
Although he hasn't got his windscreen wiper going.
Yeah, probably hasn't found those yet. Busy with everything else. So that's good, and hopefully we'll see Dom Bastion, whatever he's moved, back in the car tomorrow.
Yes, I hope he doesn't.
Yeah, well,
doesn't bin it again.
You know, he wants to get this mileage under his belt because he's going to be at Le Mans in 2 weeks' time. His debut at Le Mans, and the oldest driver ever to start the race. I mean, that is a big call, isn't it? He's going to have a huge amount of potential, and he's 74 years old. And amazing that the ACO have allowed that.
He doesn't want to bin it at Le Mans.
No. Well, he's done it here, so that's got it out of his system, hopefully. Right, in comes the 401. This is the Aston Martin, which that's not the Aston Martin, that's the 451, the BMW there, just looking over his shoulder at the Aston Martin going out. This is the 451, Heiko Eichenberg, who again I don't think he's been in that car that long, has he? The 451. Heiko Eichenberg only done 11 laps in that car, Chris, and he's come in. That's presumably just a splash and dash to make sure the car's ready for tomorrow. He's staying in the car.
Yeah.
Now, why would you change tyres? Slicks going on. Why do that now? Why not wait till tomorrow morning? If it's anyway, that's not to reason why. And if it is wet tomorrow, then they'll have to put the wet span back on. So. I think maybe Heiko just wants to see if they give it a try, see what it's like with slicks on.
So there's the Mercedes being refueled.
Yeah. So this car will be ready to go tomorrow morning. The team will not be allowed to touch it apart from cleaning the windscreen and just checking tyre pressures, checking everything's working. "20 kilometers an hour around that refueling compound." The clock's ticking down, guys. We've only got 7 minutes left. In fact, less than that now. It's 10 and a bit. More than that, 10 and a bit. Cameras now having difficulty picking up the cars in the gloom and getting the focus on them. Duvo Racing then, Andrei Mukavoz, the all-Russian crewed Luxembourg car, that is leading 991. It's second overall, and if anything happens to that Mercedes, that Porsche could be in a position to win it.
Yep. Charles Putman back at the wheel of that car, of his Mercedes.
Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it? His main competition is 3 Russians, and Charlie Putnam comes from Odessa. But not Odessa as in the Odessa Files in Russia, but Odessa, Texas. Now farms in Casper, Wyoming. Man of all seasons. It just really has been a superb race for them today.
Yeah.
If they can do this again tomorrow, then they will be the toast of Hockenheim.
I think it's just as well they're going to finish at 8 o'clock, Mark. Another quarter of an hour, and we wouldn't be able to see what the cars are.
Yeah. He's probably already thinking of that first beer tonight. We're not far from Bitburger country, so.
Yes.
Bitte ein Bit. A Bitburger, please.
That's the Nürburgring.
Yep. So again, Charlie right back on it as soon as he gets in the car. Nice lines, keeping out of trouble. Of course, he hasn't driven this car in the wet today because his co-drivers were on board when the rains came. So he's now.
But it is very wet now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look, it's.
So this is a little bit of exploratory lapping for him. He's only got 10 minutes, a bit to do. At the best, he's going to get 7 or 8 laps in.
Keep it on the island.
Yeah. Remember, when we get to 8 o'clock in 8 minutes' time, these cars will be stopped on the grid in the order in which they are now. They'll be covered over and left in parc fermé, presumably under an armed guard. This car alone, 399,000 euros.
Fabulous car.
Yeah.
Actually, the photographs don't do them credit, do they? When you see it in the flesh, when you see it like this on television, it's a much better looking car than in the photographs.
Yeah, they look squat, sit up and beg in the pictures, don't they? But
Yeah.
when you see them on the track at speed, no, you're absolutely right. They do look sleek.
Looks absolutely right.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, probably the best looking car here this weekend would be the Renault. But that unfortunately is not going anywhere at the moment. Still in the pits. It's now been sitting there in the pits. Let's just have a quick look. That's the Keep for Sure car. Well, Mike, pit stop history. That car has now been in the pits for 20.
No, that's the stint.
Where are we? That's the stint. That one there.
Since 5:30.
Yeah.
So a long time.
Yeah, that's a great shame. It's now coming up to 8 o'clock, so maybe, as you said, Chris, they'll work on it tonight and be able to get it back in the race tomorrow. There's no reason you shouldn't, because the car's there in the pits, you know. I guess that's what I'd do if I was Franz for sure, but I'm not Franz, so they want to get as much mileage as they can on that car to improve its reliability, because it's still got 2 more races to go, as you know, at Pegusa in Italy and at Zandvoort. And of course, Zandvoort for Franz will be the home race. Team is based within a stone's throw of Zandvoort circuit. That's where I first met Franz. In his racing school, he and Fritz van Amersfoort, the two of them I was introduced to quite early on, and became good friends with them over the years, and they're both really top guys, you know, who just love their racing.
Introduced by your friend Bert Davies?
Bert Davies, yeah, my director at Eurosport. So there's a golf doing what golfs do when you put the indicator on, the lights go out on that side. So he's letting them by.
Close there.
Well, he's giving them the space to go by, but they're not taking the risk. I don't blame Charlie. You know, he's well,
when you see the amount of spray that a car's generating.
So Reece Lloyd has still got the indicators on there, and I think he's forgotten to turn them off. This is on board with Reece then, the man from Carmarthen, instructor at Thruxton Racing School. Just still hanging on to the coattails of the Mercedes. It'll gradually pull away from on the long straight bits. But we're now down to the last 4.5 minutes of today's race. And the clock gets to 0. Race will be neutralised and the cars brought to a halt on the finish line.
Now that's going to be quite interesting tomorrow, Mark. The top car, Cupra, is only 50 seconds ahead of the first of the Golfs.
Yep.
So they're on the same lap. The other Golf is only a lap behind.
Yep. So that fight's
we've got quite a good battle to look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, and also the AC Audi, they're only 3 laps down on them, so
Yeah.
4 laps rather. But that can all come back over the next 8 hours.
Yeah.
So this car, Rhys Lloyd, second in TCR. He'll be very pleased with his afternoon's work here at Hockenheim. It's evening's work now.
Yes.
Definitely getting dark. So the mechanics.
2 cars started, 2 cars finished. Not bad.
Of course, the mechanics will be the guys who really profit from this break, because come 8 o'clock, sorry guys, you can't touch anything.
Yeah.
What are we going to do then?
In the bar.
And of course, Creventic, the organiser of this, taking all the precautions. Everything's bubbled. You know, teams stay on the circuit. They'll be fed on the circuit. You don't go off and mix with people in Hockenheim, unfortunately, because there's some great restaurants and pubs in Hockenheim, but Hockenheim and Speyer. But that's where we are at the moment. So it will come back. One day we'll be back to the sociable side of racing, but we'll just have to do it in their bubbles here tonight and make the most of it.
Dream of next year.
Yeah. So thank you to our TV crews, all the guys from Creventic. Last lap then. Out goes the order. They'll be brought round to the finish line at the end of this lap. And it's just saying thank you guys, been out there in all weathers today, the TV crews, and thank you to Creventic and their very, very efficient organisation. Great website. Do have a look at the website tonight or tomorrow. Just put in 24-hour series, and they have a superb website with a really, really good programme about this race weekend, and you can learn as much as we know about it now from there, but it is recommended. And thank you also, as we've mentioned earlier, to Timing 71 for their algorithms, which have been a huge help to us, and I know they'd appreciate donations from anyone. It's a free service. The guy does it just for love, but it's obviously not a cheap thing to do, and so thank you, because it's helped all of us. Thank you also to Paul Truswell for his insight and information here today, and I think we'll all be back together tomorrow, hopefully. So here we go, final lap, clock is ticking down. Here is our race leader, Charlie Putnam, the rancher from Wyoming. He and his 3 American buddies enjoying their trip to Europe and making the most of it, winning part 1 of the Hockenheim 16 hours, although that counts for nothing except the starting order tomorrow when we rejoin at 12 o'clock for another 8 hours. What will the weather be like? What will the condition of the cars be? What will the drivers be thinking? And who is going to win it?
Who's carrying problems and all sorts of things. Anyway, we'll find out tomorrow, Mark.
So
and I think
we got 13 of the 14 starters still running. We are hopeful. We'd like Franz Verschoor to get his Renault back out into the race tomorrow for his son Mike to drive. Such a good job they did today. A stunning 1:40.881 lap, fastest lap of the race.
And as the Mercedes goes across the line, that's the finish.
Well done, guys.
Good boy.
Good applause, and good job by the Americans. Well done, Charlie. Well done, Charles. Well done, Joe. And well done, Shane. Checking flags out then. Now the organisers have got the headache of sorting out who's where and what, although with only 14 cars, actually 13 running, not too hard to do. Here comes the TCR winner this afternoon, part 1, Kai Jordan in the Top Cast Cupra, leading home Kai Jordan, Reese Lloyd rather, in the Autorama Golf. So a good finish today for Reese Lloyd, the Welshman. GT4 will be brought home by Heiko Eichenberg in the Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW M4. And TCX will be headed by Jan-Jaap van Roon in the Davy Tech BMW 240i. That's the car that had problems after Gabby put that car backwards into the wall in the Sachs curve.
And on a very slippery surface.
On a slippery circuit, yeah.
It was just starting to rain. So
and that car has come back up the order to lead TCX from the Ligier. So I think everyone who's survived here this afternoon will be happy with what they've done. It's been a good solid race. Again, everyone's in excitement with it all. Everyone's forgetting about the social contact side, although these guys have probably been in a bubble together for weeks anyway. So I'm nowhere near you, am I, Chris? So night really is falling now. As you said, if it had gone half an hour longer, it would have been in the dark, wouldn't we? Yes. Yeah, just to mention Duvo Racing, there it is, that 991 car going down the Parabolica. That has won at the first part of the 991 category today. Only 3 cars running in it, but someone's got to be first.
they'll be very pleased with that, I would think.
Yeah.
Very pleased.
So there we are. There are the results. That's GT. So it's Mercedes to the 4 from Porsche and Porsche. And then have to look a little bit way down to the BMW M4 GT4, which is basically the 4th car in the GT category, in 8th place overall. And then right behind that, the BMW of Davy Tech, which is a TCX category. So race TCE, as we saw, as Chris drew our attention to, the first 2 cars there, the top car and Autorama cars, finishing on the same lap. They will do when they adjust the computer. And the AC, the Autorama 3rd car, won that lap down on those 2. So those 3 cars still very, very much in the fight. And let's hope we do have a good fight from the start tomorrow, whether it's dry or wet. Well, thank you for being with me, Mark Cole and
Chris Parsons.
Yeah, and there is Hockenheim then, the night fading. Garage doors being shut already. Cars being stopped then as they get back to the start-finish line. And we will be back on air 11:30 European time tomorrow. That's 10:30 UK time as we prepare for part 2 of this race, which will take us through the next 8 hours tomorrow. So hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Again, thank you to all our crews. Thank you to the drivers. And thank you to you, the audience. Even if we couldn't all be there, we at least have had the racing to enjoy. So good night from us, and we will be back with you tomorrow.